it was easy to look beyond that. She could do a lot of things herself. She was in the hostel for the 3 years she spent in my school, in SS1 to 3. She has definitely beaten all the odds that I think most people face.
In the end, disability is a matter of perception. If you can do one thing well, you are needed by someone, and the world needs more people standing tall above disability.
The shelf life for anything liquid doesn't last more than 2 days.
There's no drug that is a bullet drug that does everything.
I'm going to see the women who are going to tell us more about the herbs and what they use the herbs to treat.
I have been selling these herbs since my teenage years. This was my parents' trade, which I continued after their death. I get my supplies from Dahomey, Benin Republic. My preparation for malaria is potent for 2 weeks. By observing my patients, I know what their health issues are. I can confidently tell you that these patients will have no reason to go back to the hospital.
I'm here to speak with another traditional medical specialist who claims to be proficient in the treatment of infertility. Join me as I go talk to her inside.
People refer to me as the one who can do what the doctors cannot do. I treat men and women who find it difficult to have children of their own. I also help treat women whose children die at birth. I prevent such from reoccurring. For men with low sperm counts, I make marks on their penises with a sharp blade and then apply my concoctions on their cots. This will enable them give birth to as many children as they want. Actually, some of these treatments require occultic powers. Not at all. My preparations do not have any side effects. After taking a cup of this concoction, the patient will have a mild stomach disturbance, after which he will be okay.
Some questions ensued in my mind. Do any of these herbal medicines work? Are they really curative? Can they provide what Orthodox medicines can't? Although many doubt the efficacy of this kind of medication, a lot of people also give positive testimonies to their use of herbal medication.
When I started to have problems with it, it would take me about 6 hours before I can use it. Painful 8 hours. I want to relate, but the urine does not come out. I will be crying. At this time, I was not myself. I was between heart and heaven. I was afraid. I don't want to do operation. In that December, when the look doctor, they went aside, and there was no treatment again. So I had to come back home.
I was curious to know if he got any treatment before the hospital went on strike.
I was tested whether I have enough pressure in my bladder to get the urination. I was tested to see whether my kidney is working, and that kidney test took almost 1 day. They inserted cardigan for me again, just to ease my urination. But that did not solve the problem of prostate itself.
Having left the hospital as a result of the strike, he said he had to get an alternative means of treatment, which was in form of herbal medication from an Alhaji, introduced to him by his daughter.
At that time, he was in London. I could remember he was speaking to me when he was abroad at that time. So they prepared the solution, and my daughter here would go and carry it and bring it home. And they would tell me, take this in the morning, in the afternoon, and the evening. So when I started, after 1 week, I started to take the medication. It will reduce to 6 hours, 4 hours, second day or third day, 2 hours, 1 hour, 30 minutes. And one day I just found that no, the urine just came out. And since then, I have no problem. I've been coming out. I'm happy to say that I'm still living. I'm not dead.
After listening to this testimony, I was eager to see the herbal practitioner who treated him. He claimed to have trained in China, South Africa, and is registered under the Lagos State Traditional Medicine Board.
I got my ingredients in Oyo State, while my factory is in Lagos State.
When asked how he diagnoses his patients, he had this to say.
The first thing is that we send them to go and do the test. We have somebody that interprets the laboratory test. After the test, we have file, we have card. It's like hospital. After that, they will give the appointment.
I was impressed with the mode of herbal medicine operation and level of organization. But unlike Yusuf, there are more of street hawkers with little or no professional training. It was expedient to speak with the buyers of these herbal concoctions by the roadside who buy from roadside sellers and hawkers. These roadside sellers have not gone through the proper training and do not package their herbs. I took a long road trip to Ajah, Lagos in Nigeria to meet with Mama Okwe and some of her customers I met there. I saw an array of herbal concoctions and was curious to know what they were, what they do, and how she purifies them.
I treat JD, waist pain, malaria, typhoid, gonorrhea, infection, and ulcer. This one for infection. This is malaria and typhoid for the odds. This is JD and waist pain. This is Afrobeats with manpower. This is typhoid.
According to her, she adds either alcohol or water to her concoctions and gave her reasons.
Agbo no dey spoil, but the one why they put us, they stay long past the one wey they put water. But the water own, we get something where you go put inside, say na water, so that if you reach like 3 months, 6 months, no go do anything. They call am kafura pelebe. When I buy this agbo, when I go carry am from our people, then they carry am come. All the sand wey dey inside, I don take boiling water to wash it before I put it inside ragolis.
Her very excited customers were quite eager to share their experiences.
I can't drink JD because of my wife. That yesterday night, me and my wife fight because of that thing. My wife can't touch that thing. The thing, you know, wake up. You understand? Then I can't say, make no worry. He say, tomorrow, I can't drink JD. Now he carry me come here. Since that time, where I carry gonorrhea, I first go hospital first. You understand? After I go hospital first, the thing relieve me. But the thing, you know, go. Now I can't make that, mama. Now you can't give me another agbo. After I use the agbo, everything don't go.
I love to take agbo almost every evening. There was a time I was feeling down for days and I've been constantly taking the agbo. But I think the typhoid was so, it has eaten deep into my body. It didn't work out. Like I left this place, I took the agbo. Instead of it to suppress the pains and it got worse and I had to visit hospital immediately. So it's just like a preventive measure before it eats deep to the body.
There was a time I was feeling ill, so then I have not started taking agbo. I had to go down to a chemist because I was having headache. The chemist worker just had to give me a Panadol. After giving me the Panadol, I wasn't feeling too well. It was as if I took something illegal like tramadol. And since then, I haven't been taking English medicine.
There is no fake agbo, but there is fake drug. All herbs, they are just nothing but plant extracts. And I prefer this to drug in the sense that drug, after extraction, they still need to add preservatives, which they have effect on the body as well on their own. But this one is direct plant extracts.
In Africa here, we have a lot of mosquitoes. I don't have to let the malaria break me down if I run down to mama's place to take agbo. So I usually come here twice a week to have those prevention. All these are roots soaked in an alcohol, you understand, for you to take it. Why would I want to take an NYSC that is not medicinal when I can always take this that is medicinal?
Although Mama Okpe has 10 years experience, she said she still had rules regarding her sale of the herbal concoctions.
Some they carry small pikin come here. You say maybe my pikin no, it never shit since when I born I'm like 8 days. I go say carry and go hospital. Cannot treat it. Because if I give am nagbo now, anything can happen.
To my surprise, I met corporately dressed men who expressed their satisfaction with the intake of these herbal concoctions locally known as agbo, but refused to be interviewed. Some of them shared their reservations.
The problem I just have with herb is there is no particular dosage. You can take overdose and you can take below dosage.
In most cases, we just get to the agbo place and we've been served. We don't know the kind of water that is being prepared with, but I've been treated with it, and it works.
More clarity was necessary on various types of herbal practitioners, such as the woman interviewed in Makoko, Mama Okpe, Dr. Yusuf, and others seen selling by the roadside.
Nowadays, medicine have gone beyond the local one. In as much that doctors can call themselves pharmacy and medical. We have in our one, we have ethnomedicine and ethnopharmacy. Ethnomedicine are the people that use herbs to cure ailment, while ethnopharmacy are those that use herbs that are herb sellers and not everywhere.
With all of the information gotten, I was curious to know the opinion of Orthodox doctors on this subject.
Herbal products have been with us for centuries, and our forefathers have used those drugs before modern medicine came into being. And most people have used these drugs, gotten better. But the big challenge is that who administer these drugs, who diagnoses this problem in the first place, the dosages, the frequency, the impurities, and all that.
He didn't disintegrate the efficacy of the herbal medications, but was concerned about the crude content.
Though these herbal drugs may have their own efficacy, depending on what they are treating, but they are also contaminants. For instance, if somebody picks up a plant to use to treat, is it the whole plant that is important in the therapy or some part of the plants? So impurities and contaminants to be removed from this so that the adverse effects or side effects would not be included in the treatment of this.
Having spoken to Dr. Ekre, I went on to see a pharmacognosist at the University of Lagos. I'm here at the Faculty of Pharmacy in the University of Lagos to consult with Dr. Dada, who has been a pharmacognosist for over 20 years.
Herbal medicine generally is more of preventive than being curative.
When I asked her how her patients are being diagnosed, she said she uses a quantum magnetic resonance body analyzer to test her patients.
A lot of people are sick, they don't know. When they come, we assess their health status. We have an equipment to that effect that we use, which is quantum resonance. It will let us know the states, the different organs of the body are, so that we know the type of help or assistance that we can advise and give them. And the herbal drug they can use, we let them know. We don't force it on them. So if they willingly agree, then they buy from us.
Inquiring about how and where they get their ingredients, we were taken to the university's botanical garden, where some of their ingredients were gotten.
We have located where some of them are growing in our environment, and we go there to collect, especially in Akoka. Many of them are growing within the botanical garden. This one is Tamilena catapa. It's one of the ingredients for our antioxidant C. It has a lot of antioxidant properties. Then this one is Imbodia levis, one of the ingredients for the anti-stress. We collect them fresh here before we take them to the lab to process. The ones that we cannot get within the environment, we have what we call collector that we send to go and collect wild for us. They go to where they are growing naturally and collect. The type of purification we do is you make sure there is no microbial contamination, you make sure that there is no foreign substances there, and the official level that is permissible is always stated. Once it is within that permissible level, your drug is okay, and that is what we call standardization. Our products are as a result of research. We do all these things, we use animals, experimental animals, to see the effect of the drug first before we start production. So while we are treating the animals, where we are using the animals in the experimental stage, we use different doses to see which one will be effective. So it is from there we select dose. So we don't use arbitrary dose, because dosage is very important too in whatever you are doing.
She also showed me some of their locally made herbal teas.
We have anti-stress tea because of the environment we are, Lagos, where you have a lot of stress, and that is one of our fast-moving products, anti-stress tea. We have antioxidants. Antioxidants is very important in any living thing because it prevents a lot of disease from occurring. So that's another very moving product we have, antioxidants. We have brain tonic. A lot of people, especially with age, are losing memory. So this enhances memory.
However, she re-emphasized on not recommending herbal medicine for emergency cases.
We don't usually use herbal remedy for emergency. When you have emergency, the orthodox medicine may be more appropriate. But if it is not emergency, I will go for the herbal. And the reason is that herbal medicine are naturally made, and they go well. They are friendly with the body because being nature to nature, you don't have much side effects as you normally have with orthodox medicine, because orthodox medicine are synthesized and produced in the laboratory using different chemicals. And many of these chemicals, people have discovered that they are causing a lot of side effects.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Pikin you have all come to know and love as Brother Direle, Shewere, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking. Because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theatre school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to like sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, you know, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. You know, there's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, you know, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school. You know, those kind of things that if you woke up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school. You know, that kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had, but I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength not to allow your kids to go through that. Road Boy says so. Bless her.
Before Jennifer's Diary, I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing. How I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads for me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was, so I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions and auditions and auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say, no, go. They will yab you. They will make you not believe in yourself. You just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC, 1,000 Days of Blackberry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no, too bad it's audition. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they won't have found people they need. A couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did the third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
is Ajegunle, and today we bring you the incredible story of Hapizu, crippled, but has not allowed his situation to cripple him. He tells me today his story of struggle, how he moved from Gombe to Kano, from Kano to Port Harcourt, and finally lands in Lagos. So this is where he stays. Oh, okay. Salamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Okay.
Shigo ba matsala.
Ba matsala bari.
Okay. Okay.
Ina kwana.
Lafiya.
Sunanka ya?
Sunana Hafizu Salisu.
Hafizu Salisu.
Na'am.
Okay. Wani aiki ne kana yi?
Da farko dai kamar yadda na zayyana miki sunana ni dan Gombe State ne. Balanga LJ. Zuwa na garin nan na zo ne bisa ga niyan jin labari da mutanenmu suna dan tuki haka, sai ni ma na zo na dan koya. Ina koya kuma sai na fara tuki, shine sana'a na yanzu kenan.
Yanzu baka bara?
Ban taba yin bara ba rayuwata.
Okay.
Tun ina gida na yi primary school, na yi secondary school, bayan na gama kuɗi sai suka min short. Iyayena kuma talakawa ne, sai ya kasance so yadda zan continue din school din sai ya kasance babu kuɗi wanda zan shiga da makarantar, shine yasa sai na kama dan wata kasuwanci haka kaɗan kusa da wani wanda nake dan rabuwa da shi. To haka na dan samu na jari na bude shagona. To a hankali abun sai jarin ya zo ya yi yantin hakan nan. Sai wani abokina ya dauko ni daga can Gombe ya kawo ni Kano. Daga Kano kuma sai na wuce Port Harcourt. A Port Harcourt din kuma sai nake irin dan bangaren masu kera takalma haka. Sai nake dan zama kusa da sun kera sai su dan bani dan sai da sai dan samu na abinci. Sannan kuma ne ban labari still a Lagos ai gurago suna tuki na shauke. Bari in zo da ina zuwa kuma sai na samu haka ne. Sai ki fito dan rufe ɗakin? The first one I came in Lagos. The time I came meet my brothers, I asked them how I will get keke to learn it and driving, so that my brother I did with him, he ran me the keke, and then he gave me the keke working together with him, so that now he don't travel going north. So if he came back, we are working together. Right now I don't have my own keke now. When my brother taking me to Port Harcourt, he told me he have job in Port Harcourt. He told me that I don't know anybody in Port Harcourt, just he carry me from Kano to Port Harcourt, keep me there, go back to North.
To do what? To beg?
I don't understand him the first one. He told me job in there. For his mind, he thinking about if I went that Port Harcourt, I don't know anybody there, but I don't have job there, must be I will beg. So God protect me, I'm not begging in Port Harcourt. If I see someone is begging, then I'm here for my mind. Begging is not good. It's not good. If you're looking like government of Lagos State, even government of Lagos State, they don't want these those beggars in Lagos. I wake up in the morning on Monday, last Monday, so that I came to tell him my keke, I want to go work. So that one guy came and met me and told me, my bros, I driving, this is your keke? I told him, yes, it's my keke. He told me, okay, no problem. I will come in to meet you on Sunday. I tell him, okay, no problem. On Sunday, he came and met me, picture me, and then carry the picture or video, go and show someone is too happy to see me, I'm driving, and then he blessed me with wheelchair. Now the guy come and told me that man he give me wheelchair, so that I'm so happy. I'm very, very happy. So I'm praying for God. God can help us, can help me in my life, can help my brothers and sisters.
That morning I came to see Umaru that was sick, to give him food and drugs. So I met him and I asked him if he had a wheelchair and how he was doing, and he told me he did not have a wheelchair. So I wrote about him on our Instagram page, on our WhatsApp and Facebook page, and somebody indicated, Mr. Michael indicated that he was interested in him to get him a wheelchair. He sent the money, and that was how we were able to get the wheelchair.
Indeed, resilience is key, and hard work pays.
On PLOS Reports this week, Christians were admonished to embrace forgiveness and love. Prices of commodities continues to skyrocket. Reps prescribe compulsory 5-year local practice for Nigerian trained doctors. These and many more on this episode. Christians in Nigeria joined their counterparts across the globe to celebrate Easter in Thanksgiving. Various denominations, including the Catholic Church of Assumption, Ikoyi, Lagos, had a large crowd of worshippers who believe that the resurrection of Jesus Christ after his crucifixion gives hope to all. PLOS TV News correspondent Emmanuel Olubobokun reports.
Parishioners gather for usual service on a day like this. There is a reflection of the cross which entails the 7 last words of Christ before his death. The presiding priest admonishes all to emulate Christ's virtues even at the point of death, which includes forgiveness and love.
Even as he was wrongfully accused, convicted, and tortured, Jesus asked God to grant mercy unto his persecutors. Are there people from whom we need to seek forgiveness? Think about how forgiveness could free your heart and help you move forward.
The Station of the Cross, which begins from the first fall that Jesus had while carrying the cross, is displayed. Speaking on the essence of the day, the parish priest, Father Francis Ike, notes that Christ's death is to remind all of his selflessness towards mankind.
My message to people is that in suffering, we must continue to stand by God. Even Jesus, in the face of suffering, as man, he wished that the cross could pass over him. But again, he said not his will, but the will of his Father. In the cross, there is salvation. As we say, in cruce salus. So whatever we are going through in life, whatever difficulty we are going through in life, let us don't see all the difficulties as a terrible end. Some difficulties yield a better fruit.
Parishioners also add this to say.
The only way for you to make heaven is for you to obey the teachings of God, follow the teachings of Christ, and above all, walk in his vineyard.
What I want to do in return is that I'm begging him for the grace so that I live out the life of love he lived, to love others like the way he loved, to be able to forgive and to make sure there is love, peace and unity.
As Christians, we're supposed to take today very seriously, think about the sufferings of Christ, the life he lived on earth. We should imbibe all that he did and taught us, live a good life, and as much as possible, as human beings, we are not perfect, but live by the commandments which he gave us.
The many ills bedeviling the world may have set people against each other. Here in Nigeria, as the next administration prepares to step in, citizens are urged to be patient with one another and make things right for the sake of humanity. Emmanuel Olubobokun, PLOS TV News.
In the wake of Easter celebrations, Christians were urged to imbibe and reflect on love and self-sacrifice to ensure peace and unity of the country. A Catholic priest who gave discharge at an Easter service in Kaduna said Nigerians must put national interest above personal sentiment. Correspondent Habila Darifal report is presented from our studio.
3 days after the crucifixion of Jesus from the cross of Calvary, he rose again on Easter Sunday. Christian faithful in Kaduna metropolis gathered to celebrate with thanksgiving and prayers for the nation to come out of the current challenges facing them. The parish priest of St. Paul Ugwan Rimi Kaduna, Reverend Father Joshua Achi, says Christ's sacrificial death and glorious resurrection are the highest expression of love to mankind. He notes that his virtues inspire love from one to another, irrespective of religious background, sentiments, and even beyond personal interests.
It's a message of hope that there's hope for a better tomorrow, there's hope for a better future, there's hope for a better state. It's simply the message of Easter to Nigerians today, that in spite of what is happening, in spite of the situation that we have found ourselves, let us look with renewed hope that tomorrow we surely get better than today.
The clergyman says Nigeria must rise up beyond the present challenges being experienced in the country, stressing that the leaders must ensure service to humanity.
Peace is key to ensuring that the needed environment is created for things to thrive. Where there is no peace, things cannot work well. Leadership is a gift, and it is good that our leaders see this and be sincere in the office to which they have been called into.
Some of the worshippers expressed joy of seeing the great season of Christ's resurrection, which signifies hope.
Wonderful day in the life of any Christian. Jesus has risen from the dead to give us life. Continue to hope on Christ, to bless the church in Nigeria and everyone, both Christians and Muslims.
Celebrating the resurrection, that is the renewed hope for our country and renewed hope for Christians in the world at large. So it is a great hope that everything that we are passing through, Christ knows it, and Christ absorbed it on the cross of resurrection. And at the resurrection today, he is telling us that, yes, our renewed hope is with us.
The appeal to government at levels, new political leaders to ensure Nigerians enjoy dividends of democracy.
Prices of essential commodities in the open market have continued to skyrocket and seem to be above the reach of the common man. Plus TV News correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedoku visited some markets in Lagos and brought back this report.
Our first port of call is a live chicken and ram section of the popular Idumoto market in Lagos Island. It is void of the unusual human traffic situation occasioned by Christians trooping in and out to buy one item or the other ahead of Easter celebration. From live birds and goat section to perishable goods such as tomato, pepper, onions, etc., we met the traders practically lying idle. They had little or no customer to attend to.
Nobody go buy as they waka inside market, nobody they follow buy. That's why market they do sell. Market no day at all. Market no day. And they carry waka too much. Market no day. It no day at all. That's what they do now. Because market took us.
Okay, no move at all. I thank God. They say some more. Everything they call the bring and also the whole lot. No so. Making as some more.
People know they come like last year, but alhamdulillah, small they are coming to buy the chicken. But even the price is not the same with that last year.
A little down the road is another section where gari, rice, beans, and other edible items are sold. The story isn't different. The traders also decry low patronage and high cost of goods.
Everything costs. Ọjà wọ́n, kò sówó. Ẹ bá wa bẹ̀ ìjọba kó bá wa sọ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ rọ̀ kí gbogbo nǹkan less.
kò sówó ta fẹ́ fi rà ọjà tún wá wọ́n ebi ń pa gbogbo aráàlú kọ́lọ́n bá wa sọ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀.
Something when you are selling something last year 2 naira, this year you are selling 5 naira. Last 2 years ago you are selling this pigeon 3,000, 2,500. By this year you are selling 4K, 3,500.
Something cost this year, no money to buy itself as it costs. The Ika rice here is not 500, 400. This year 700, 600.
They call on the federal government to come to their aid and address issues affecting the economy.
May government help us. May them help us because all the things when we dey sell now, and just they put money, the thing just they go up, and no money to buy it. When we come market today, the price where we buy market today, if you come tomorrow, and we just put money again. So may them help us. May them help us. We need help. May them help us. Everybody they para. May them help us.
Despite the worrisome scenario, these traders are still hopeful of better days ahead. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
The Lagos State Police Commissioner has appealed to the Inspector General of Police to continue to give special consideration in his reward program of officers serving in Lagos State. He made the appeal when he decorated 36 newly promoted senior officers with their ranks at the State Police Command headquarters in Ikeja, Lagos. Plus TV News correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedoku files in this report.
It is the occasion of the decoration of the newly promoted officers of the Lagos Command and presentation of checks to next of kin of deceased police officers. Having served dedicatedly and committedly, these 36 officers are now being recognized and rewarded. The Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Idowu Owohunwa, commended the officers for their diligence to duty, which he said earned them the elevation.
Those virtues that got you promoted, as you resume and enjoy the privileges of your new status, don't let those values depart from you. Because at the end of the day, you will be judged by your capacity to hand the new rank.
The Lagos CP noted that police officers in Lagos State are most resilient, dealing with the most complex set of crimes in the country.
So in appreciating the IG for what has been done today, we also want to appeal to him to continue to give a special consideration in his reward program for the Nigerian police force to Lagos State. This can be done through the sustenance, the instruments of promotions. It could also be done through other reward systems that will make an average Lagos police officer know that he's being appreciated for the great job that he or she is doing for this nation in Lagos State.
In their separate remarks, the Commissioner of Police Railway Command, Yetunde Longe, and the Archbishop of Lagos Anglican Communion, Archbishop Ephraim Ademowo, charged the officers to brace up for the new task ahead.
To whom much is given, much is expected. They normally say it is the higher you go, the cooler it becomes, but not so in the Nigerian police force. The reward for hard work is more hard work. You have to continue to work hard. Much is expected of you now that you are in that cadre that I will call the management team of the command. So you should live up to expectation, be professional in whatever you are going to do, and God will continue to reward you.
Seeing a man diligent in his work, he will stand before kings and not before mean men. The same thing applies to seeing a woman, a lady, diligent in her work. He's going to stand tall anywhere. I want to beg of you to put in your very best.
Speaking with newsmen, some of the promoted officers thanked CP Owohunwa for the elevation and promised to redouble their efforts in the discharge of their duties.
Oh, this will give me a very strong vigor to do my job, to deliver more than I'll be doing.
You know the name Commissioner of Police, you know what it means. I'm now a Commissioner of Police. You know I'm spoiled to do better in the job, more work.
Earlier, CP Owohunwa disclosed that the welfare and promotion scheme represents a critical component of the agenda and leadership vision of the Inspector General of Police. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
A bill to prevent Nigerian-trained medical and dental practitioners from being granted full license until they have worked for a minimum of 5 years in the country have passed second reading in the House of Representatives. While leading the debate on the general principles of the bill, the sponsor, Honorable Ganiyu Johnson, says the bill seeks to address the high numbers of cases of Nigerian-trained medical doctors leaving the country for greener pastures and its implication on the quality of health services in the country. Plus TV News correspondent Emmanuel Ehijene completes this report.
With Nigeria's healthcare system plagued by a massive brain drain with the mass exodus of medical doctors and other skilled workers, the House of Representatives passed for second reading a bill to stem the worrisome tide. Honorable Ganiyu Johnson, who raised the motion, expressed concern that it is only fair for medical practitioners who enjoyed taxpayers' subsidies on their training locally to give back to society by working for a minimum of 5 years in the country before exporting their skills abroad.
Yes, we are not saying you cannot go abroad to make your money, but if government has subsidized your tuition, okay, I mean, to the tune of 40 to 150,000. The least we can get from you is that after your husbandship, before you are given full license, before you are given full license, before you are given full license, at least you can give back to the society within a period of 5 years.
Members, while acknowledging the negative effects medical brain drain is having on the healthcare sector, also raised some concerns as imposing such restrictions on the doctors will amount to interfering with the free will of intended medical practitioners to choose where to practice.
Abroad is very expensive, but here in Nigeria, the government is investing so much money and at a subsidized rate. So this bill is timely. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. In fact, at the public hearing level, I will make an input personally.
The issue we're trying to cure is the brain drain. And that in itself, in my own opinion, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a catch-22 situation that we're in now as a country. Do we try to restrict these people and impinge on their own fundamental human rights? Or do we start to provide for the resources that we need to apportion more resources to the medical profession?
Before calling for a voice vote on the proposed bill, the Speaker, Femi Gbajabiamila, informed lawmakers on Section 45, subsection 1 of the Constitution, which has a provision for setting aside the fundamental rights of any individual for the sake of the greater good.
To deviate from fundamental human rights under certain conditions. If you have your Constitution, go to 45.1. And one of those conditions is where it concerns public health. It's specifically written there, public health, 45.1. So if the government or we feel that to safeguard public health, this restriction should be put, then we have not violated anybody's fundamental human rights.
The bill was passed and read the second time before it was referred to the House Committee on Healthcare Services for further legislative action.
The Nigerian Customs Service Federal Operation Unit Zone C has seized contraband goods with a duty value of 2,757 million naira. The acting comptroller in charge of the zone, Kolade Kayode, says the seized goods underscores the determination of the service to enforce all law relating to the importation and exportation of goods into and out of Nigeria. Our correspondent compiled this report.
It's another round of successes recorded by the officers and men of the Nigerian Customs Service Federal Operation Unit Zone C as they showcase the items they seized from smugglers within the short time. Speaking to newsmen, the acting controller, Kolade Kayode, says the zone has intercepted various contraband goods worth billions of naira.
Our operational modalities based on the approved standard operating procedure, the units live up to its responsibility by intercepting various contraband with duty paid value 2,776,390 naira only. I repeat, 2,757,676,390 naira only between January 25th to March 25th, 2023.
After conducting newsmen around the seized items, Kayode said the fight against smuggling can only be won if all hands are on deck.
It's worrisome, and we will try all our best to make sure we combat it. We are out, my boys are everywhere, the Eagles eyes are everywhere, they are working, and we continue the work. Sleepless nights. We work on around the clock. Our boys are being attacked day and night, but with Almighty God, we are able to scale through.
The seized contraband goods include sacks of pangolins, Indian M, cartons of cough syrup with codeine and bulletproof exotic vehicles. Others are bales of second-hand clothing, bags of smuggled rice and various medicines, including tramadol.
Over 2,000 internally displaced persons taking refuge in Dawudu camp in Guma local government area of Benue State may be at risk of an impending health disaster unless the government takes necessary action to help obviate the looming epidemic. The IDPs appeal to government and other spirited individuals to assist them put things in place to avert possible epidemics. The IDP appeals to government and other spirited individuals to assist them put things in place to avert possible epidemics. They say their camp lacks potable water, food, among other things, as they call for clearing of their latrines, which they say have become a menace. Our correspondent Francis Thier visited the IDP camp and has the report.
Dawudu IDP camp is about 15 kilometers from Makurdi, the state capital, and has over 2,000 displaced persons residents in the camp due to armed herders' attack for over 4 to 6 years. Currently, the camp is without potable water, as the only source of clean water, a borehole dug for them by government and other humanitarian bodies, is no longer working, making the people now resort to fetching water for their domestic use from an unsafe shallow well a little distance from the camp. One of the IDPs say many families are becoming worried as children and elderly are falling ill.
The borehole, many of them are not working now. The ICRC, which is the Red Cross, their borehole was using it, but for now, this is almost 1 month now. The borehole is giving us a problem and we're not able to get clean water to drink. That is why if you can see our mothers, our sisters trying to fetch a dirty water here, and this is the only source of water for us now to drink. So we face a lot of the challenges in the IDP camp.
While explaining that the situation in the camp is getting worse due to feces littered over the camp, they appeal to the government and other spirited individuals to rally around them before the unfortunate happens in the camp.
All the toilets we have here in the camps, almost all of them has food. If you can go around here, anywhere you try to move now, you discover a sheet. And this sheet now, the fry used to sit on it and still go back to and sit on our food again. When immediately, that's why you can see almost all our children crying, crashing their body, fever, and whatever, which we don't even have a hospital to take care.
Meanwhile, they expressed appreciation to some agencies like the Red Cross who have been of assistance providing water for the camp.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are trade for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican president Alfred Okoro began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mural is very interesting, and I used to say it. No painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example, now, this is lion. A lion represents a king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. no matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or old building, when you paint it well with this moral artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it make Lagos look more beautiful than, you know.
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
Yes, it's another edition of TW Conversations. We're not in the lounge today, we're at the restaurant, as you can see. But why am I in the restaurant? Simply because we've given you 51 weeks of mind-boggling conversations, real ones with real women in the studios. And I thought, why not do the 52nd one as a recap? Especially because we need to redirect. I'll be right back and I'll tell you where I'm at. And all the women are not with me at the restaurant. I couldn't afford to feed all of them. But I'll tell you why when we return on the show.
Welcome.
This is the lounge, people.
Welcome to the TW Conversations Lounge. Welcome.
Welcome to TW Conversations.
Now, TW Conversations you dey watch now.
So welcome to TW Conversations.
Welcome to TW Conversations.
Welcome to
The lounge.
Welcome back. I got to put my glasses on so I can read the menu. My sisters in the house today are Saudat.
Hi.
And Chisom.
Hello.
Sister and daughter. Yes. This is the one that is real. This is my real sister. But ladies, we're going to do lunch before we start. And I would like to invite Joshua. He's standing somewhere in the wings to take our orders. You see, I wore my glasses so that... Hello. Yes. I had actually taken a look before and I was sure that we would do a 3-course meal. Now, ladies, I think I like the
chicken lollipop, please.
No, that one actually comes in the like a platter, isn't it?
Yes. Oh wow, small chops sounds great. When there's puff, you know.
And is there and there's chicken wings inside.
Yes.
Barbecue chicken wings. Okay, we'll take our orders and thank you, Joshua. Sure. The rest is in the ball is in your court to bring what we have ordered, okay? Thank you.
That'll be ready in 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So ladies, our starters are here. I like hummus because staying fit. I try to stay fit. I'll mix it with the small chops.
Okay.
What are you going for?
Shrimps.
Okay, go ahead and say, but you know why we are taking your meal? I'm curious though. Personally, I think the very first edition was the one that was key for me. The first, which was Behind the Mask. You guys remember that one?
Oh, we had all the ladies. How many? Like 1 million of us. All of us were there that day. And I remember us just coming in after like our first meetup, and I was just really excited to see all the things we could do together.
Are you sure you're excited?
Yes.
Weren't you worried about all these older women who were coming around with you?
I think I was nervous because there were just so many amazing people, but I was also excited to see the magic we could create. And so far it has been amazing.
You know, with Fast How that, with you were like an automatic recruit to the TW Conversations Lounge, because the first day I called you and said, I am on it. Yeah. And you never done any presentation.
No.
So what was it like for you behind the mask, that very first edition?
The very first edition, I think it was okay because there were many people. If I was the only person with you, I might have been, shaky and all that. But there were many people from diverse, the age, but let me just say there was gender diversity. And then we're from different parts of Nigeria, we're different ages and different cultures and stuff. So there was actually no tension for me. And again, I think maybe we're the setting.
Because we're in the lounge.
We were in the lounge and everything was just as if we were in someone's sitting room and we're just chilling and all talking. And I think there was just this kind of spirit in the air that just made a lot. At some point we had to be quieting down the noise. Lola was like, people are talking over each other. We forgot that there were cameras and everyone was just like, just had it come into your head in your friend's parlor and everybody just thought it was fun. And I got back and I had to ask myself that, did you actually do a studio thing? I needed to see, to know maybe we just didn't mess up. Because it was just too
It was
natural.
too real.
It was just
Although I would say it was a little difficult for me to share the presentation stage with about 8 different women at the same time.
Were we 8 or 10?
What we tried to do was to ensure that we had diversity in religion, in place of origin, in work, and in age. And I think we did achieve that. So for me, when we decided to speak about Behind the Mask the first time, I was really praying that women will really speak up. And I was very, very happy that it happened that way. I think because you guys were all comfortable with each other, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. You haven't eaten anything, so let's eat something. Are you sure? Let's eat something. At this rate, but besides that, it's how far you guys have come since that first edition. We've done the first season. Behind the Mask was it for me because it was an unveiling. For you, what was it?
When we were talking about we've come a long way, when I was looking at the rerun, I was telling Lola, I said, I look so young.
It's like 2 years after. It's just a year and a half.
It just feels as if it's like 20 or something. I was like, oh my God, I look so young. I don't know why I feel like that. I feel old, but I just feel like it was years ago. Because I feel like I've been doing this for a while. We've come a long way, and because people's opinion, that's why networking is good. That's why mentorship is good. Because you actually you listen to people, you justify what you do because of your own experiences. But what we had was people talking about their own experiences and things that happened to them, and that actually shaped how I see things now.
I remember you were quite particular about the feminism edition.
Yeah, because for me, the way people have carried feminism is like, oh, women must do stuff. But I just feel feminism for me, women must have a choice. It is about choice. It's about a voice. So if a woman chooses not to be a pilot, and if a woman chooses not to do tech, it's okay.
Don't. If a woman chooses to be a housewife.
A housewife, it is okay. It is about, feminism for me is about letting the woman have a voice, a choice, a seat at the table if she wants. And if she doesn't even want to sit at
Don't
your
castigate
table,
her.
she wants to have her own table with only women, let it be okay for her to make the choice. But unfortunately for us, the feminism war had been taken over by people that want to be like we hate men.
At least that's what came out in that edition.
That's what, yes.
It came out like we don't hate men.
I associate with feminism, but I love men.
Your husband first.
I love men. I love my dad, my brothers. But I know that men have done what men have done over the years to suppress us. But you see, like slavery, blacks also contributed to slavery. Blacks themselves sold blacks. That's the same way in feminism. Our women are also contributors of people suppressing women.
So for Chisom, I think that Body Beautiful one, you know why I'm saying this? Because both of you have gone on to do things that I see somewhat like I'm spin-off of some of the things that have happened here. Body Beautiful was one edition you were in. You recently did something to do with Body Beautiful. Tell me about it.
So I produced the film.
Oh, let's give her a round of applause.
It's deserving because that was such a journey.
I didn't know how you managed to do that though.
It's another story for another day, but I mean, flashing back to when we started from Behind the Mask and where I'm currently at right now, I'm just thinking about the progress, the progress between then and now. 2 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to be the person that I am now and do the film that I just did. You know, I remember in the beginning, I was stammering a lot because I was so nervous. I was so nervous.
And I didn't notice.
Every time I watch the clip, I'm like, oh, look at you. And now I'm looking at this new episodes and I'm like, yes, we can see.
We found our way through. We found our way through.
Growth and all of that. And that has led me to being more comfortable in every other angle. I think it sort of relates to even Body Beautiful as a whole. So the film that I did was representing the girl child, especially in terms of period poverty, having no access to hygiene, sanitary materials. Beyond pads, I mean, deodorants, hygiene things like toiletries that are basic for every single one of us. You know, the level at which I've gotten to now makes me comfortable enough to want to share,
to help other people learn to be comfortable in their skin.
You know, regardless of wherever they are. It doesn't always have to be with size. It could be your ideology. It could be your esteem as a whole in terms of environment, you know, and all those things. And that episode was beautiful because I got a lot of feedbacks. A lot of people were able to relate with me.
You guys are working out. You know what? I got to take a break. Let's take a break. I mean, you guys are working out, and people should go and watch it online anyway. Go and watch it online on YouTube. It's there, TW Conversations. But however, take a break. Let's continue eating, and we'll look at what season 2 was like for some of us and for the other ladies too. We'll be right back. And so anyway, the truth is, eating and talking is difficult for me. I don't want the whole world to see how my mouth is moving when I'm eating. Let's finish this conversation and go back to eat. What do you guys think? Anyway, but we must go. We must go to season 2. But as I go to season 2, I remember that at the beginning, all of us used to be together on the set. Ifoma, Fumi, Anne, Dion, Omoye, yourself, and it kind of looked like people came back and said, you guys are like cacophony, all those men talking. So by second season, we decided to like trim it down around topics, and so we started to have ourselves rotate. What was that like though?
Like 5 people.
Yes, 5 people in one season. 5 people in one season, and then having somebody, I mean, having you have a go at presentation.
Wow, that was like I had to ask Lola, like, please remind me of my lines. That was like, you're okay. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to make a mistake. And you know, throughout, I did not actually have a second take.
Exactly. I mean, and then Chisom, I mean, at the beginning, in fact, I remember Chisom sometimes, like, the younger ones on the set, throwing their shoes away or walking casually.
You also threw your shoes away.
No, they had learned from them.
Yes, we were sure that the way.
I had learned from them.
Anne always removed her shoes, like, she.
Okay.
I was just very excited to be comfy and just, you know, relax and listen, just soaking from so much knowledge. You know.
So even when we're talking about very deep issues like depression for me, I think it was Dion that opened one of those editions and gave her example and things she'd been through.
It was personal.
It was a personal thing, you know, and I'm not sure how people, I mean, how because today depression is an in thing, it's a big thing.
Yeah, and really, you know, we had Dr. Muna on set, and Dr. Muna has done a lot in how people now see depression. She talks about it a lot, and she also talks about mental health a lot. And on that show, you know, we're talking about it, and everything she has done after that show as well is about how people should accept this. But again, you know, she changed that thing for all that. A lot of people use depression, but it's actually not depression. It's sadness.
Yeah. So
we did. Us are really, really sad. Then we just go like, I'm depressed. I'm really depressed. But she made us understand that no, you cannot be depressed until you have been
persistently
clinically diagnosed to be depressed.
You
have persistent sadness. You have some symptoms of not being active on being able to do something. Maybe you are forgetful about something. You can't remember stuff. You know, she tried to explain it, but you cannot diagnose yourself and say I'm depressed.
Okay, but that brings me to the millennials. These millennials, I mean, because there have been a lot of young people who are killing themselves. They are depressed and they are diagnosing their depression on social media. They're suicidal.
I think we're going through a lot. There's just so much pressure, you know.
From who?
From ourselves.
Exactly.
There's peer pressure from ourselves, you know.
I think that came out in that edition that you guys did.
Yes, we also spoke about it, and that was one of my favorite topics as well. We have peer pressure going on. We have
pressure from, older people as well.
Really?
Yes.
How does that work?
How does that work?
I mean, expectations.
So that's not peer pressure. That is, we are like now. When am I getting a shoebi for your wedding?
when it's consistent, then it becomes. It's pressure. You're not allowing me to
breathe.
To breathe.
I don't get these young people, though.
No,
who is pressuring you?
I don't get these young people.
Since forever.
And we survive.
In your own time, you didn't have Instagram and
True.
Now
True.
you're talking.
True.
Social media.
True.
Now you're being bullied not only by us here that I say where there should be.
By each other.
By social media pages. You're seeing like your mates abroad in another place that you don't even know. Total strangers.
Yeah.
Saying, I'm getting married, or they're kneeling down with drink.
Yeah.
That can even be fake.
So are you saying younger people are even under more pressure today?
Yes, I think we're under more.
How do you navigate that space?
Personally, I have the saying that nobody can put pressure on me without my permission. So I refuse to be pressured regardless of whatever it is. Not saying that there are no moments where, I feel the need or I feel the pressure. I just take it as a form of inspiration, whether or not to want to do that things. Because some of the things that, I feel we're very pressured about is quite unnecessary for me. Like like being so high fashioned, and I mean, it's
Instagram is always like all the pictures
they
there.
They want to buy Jeep at 28. They want to build their house at 30. Who does that? I remember when
Yahoo boys do. Yahoo boys do.
The VP said that he bought his first car. He built his house at 50.
Well,
what's wrong with you people?
Pressure is good sometimes. It keeps you focused. It keeps you on the track. One thing about me is that I try to focus my energy on the right things.
People.
So, on the right people, on the right reasons.
No, I mean people. I want to eat my puff puff. So I'm going to take a break. Because my own beef right now is that even with all the talk we're doing on Conversation Land, we can clearly say that we've all benefited.
Yes.
But our women didn't benefit from governance. So even after the last election, we are even fewer in the house.
Absolutely.
Very painful.
But we have to find out why.
Why?
Where to lay the blame? Is it us? Did we push ourselves, or did the men push us out?
We'll watch clips from that thing again to see maybe we said some things wrong. But we'll be back. Let's take a break, okay? Puff time. Okay, what I hear being saying is that women must organize, but whatever it is we're doing, we're not part of any political party.
No,
we need to educate women more about what they need to do.
Yeah, what the million women.
Not educate men.
No, women.
And men.
No.
Women.
So what we
form a critical mass.
Thank you. What we are doing, like I talked to you about the research I did this morning, and first of all, we have to have a benchmark of what we are asking for, and one of it is the national gender policy in Nigeria already said 35% for women. So, and I've researched it, and I get to realize that what you need to form a critical mass to make any effect, any impact on any policy is 30%. So we've already got national policy has given you, the gender policy has given you 35%. So let's say we're
However, it's being used now by men in tokenism.
Yeah, but how you can get that?
I stand up because my time is up.
I think we should continue our conversations. We've done season 1, we've done season 2, and we're feeling our tummies in the process, and that's good. Sorry, the rest of you that didn't make it, and those of you watching at home. But season 3, by that time, it looked like we had all become comfortable with each other.
Yes.
When
I was comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, when we call for recordings, everybody is on time. We knew our schedules, and you just, I remember one edition we did that you didn't do part 2, you did part 1 because you had an event to attend, and then off you went, And people are like, how come Sauda started this conversation and didn't end? No, but anyway, seriously, it was fun. It's a process, it's a journey. We're getting better, but the edition on age touched me. Till today, you say you look older in less than 1 year.
Less than 1 year.
Wait until you are 55, 56. I'm 56 now. And age still remains an issue, embracing all the cellulite and all of that. So for me, that was quite a personal one. But I realized that it's the mind that matters more than anything else. Yeah. You say what was important for you in season 3.
I really enjoyed the modern monster-in-law. I loved Fumi's point of view about everything, how her own mother-in-law treated all of them. It was just a learning process. And then also Auntie Fuma's perspective on tolerance, and learning how to
cohabit with, you know, other people, especially people from like different backgrounds and tribes. You know, it was just an interesting.
So you sat to watch that one?
Yes, I did.
Which one did you watch? You know, I remember watching the feminism one with my daughter. That was season 1. No? The whole of season 1, we'll sit down and watch, and they will criticize. Which one do you remember watching or watching with family and friends? I think it was season 2.
I did season 1, we did season 2. We did season 1 and 2. But there was one we did. I was at one of my mentors' birthday party, and we were all in the sitting room, and you know they were airing that one. And some guy in the sitting room just said, he looked at the TV, he looked at me. You know, the way he shows, people think it's live. I know that it's an older man, so he was wondering, is this the woman here? Is this the woman here? Then he asked my husband. He was like. My husband said, yeah, that's how. I'm like, yeah.
How did you feel though, being in the living room?
Oh my God, because people start coming into the living room like, oh, it's her, okay, oh, it's you. I'm like, oh my God, you know, and because of that experience, it's actually affected the way I talk, even when I'm on a panel or I'm giving a speech or something, you know, because before I used to shake, my husband would like, calm down, you got this. But ever since I was on the show and everything we did
Your
on the show,
feet are on
you know,
the
so
ground.
going in front of the
Audience.
stage, my frights, no, all that one is off.
Oh, so thank you, TW Conversations. But I think the whole thing about conversations is that because we all used to like sit down and talk freely. And I think that's what the whole issue of the TW Conversation series is. We must learn to share experiences in different platforms. I'm going to take a break and then I will go to the season that we are rounding up now, season 4. We'll be back. Right, we're back on set now. We're back live because they say we can't continue this, we must finish. Let's talk about season 4.
Okay.
But as I do that, I just realized that, you know, even in that diversity, we did have Rosie come on set a few times. She was so busy and she couldn't make it. Rosie, our Ghanaian friend who works here, and we even had a Ghanaian come from Ghana to be part of our conversation. Renee.
Designer.
Renee, and it was good. I mean, we had your friend that came from Tanzania. Where did she come from again?
She came from Canada, but she's Tanzanian.
She's Tanzanian. Oh, and she talked about sex and being single and waiting. And that was season 4. What was interesting? Why weren't you there? You prude. No, but I mean, okay, you remember the edition that Sada had this short skirt that had her legs all out. So hard.
Peng, you know.
Peng is. Anyway, tell me about that singlehood thing.
It was an interesting one, talking about, you know, dating.
Have things changed
friends.
since?
Well, I think so.
Oh, for you? Oh, girl. Okay.
I really like somebody.
And he likes you too. So did all those tips about dating and being single, did it come in useful?
Well, yes. You know, on the show, I learned you can go on as many dates as you want, and then you can also be seeing someone. Unlike our generation, where we assume that dating is just seeing someone, and then you're cheating, you're having like as many people as possible. So right now, you know, I'm just enjoying the flow, going with meeting people.
So dating is just, because you guys make dating seem so serious, right? Dating is just a friend who's a guy, isn't it?
Yes.
So instead of saying this is my one guy, you are deciding to say, okay, I date different people, and then I connect with one, and I cut other people out.
Yes.
Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
You're sure?
Yes. Well, no, I haven't said cutting people out because we haven't gotten to that stage, but you know what?
You're getting there. No, see, another thing that we did talk about in season 3, and which also still quite close, is this whole growing old thing. There was a video I saw, and I just kept on wondering. Now you can do anything. There's Botox. There is anything that will remove whatever. And I was scared to do those things, but I'm not sure I like the frown lines. I'm not sure I like the cellulite. But is it wrong to want to be young eternally?
Well, it isn't. But you see, the thing is, like in the house, my daughter will be like, I have.
Which of your daughters?
I have a 15 and I have a 12. And you know, they'll be like, oh mom, look at this spot. Oh mom, look at that spot. And you know, I say my spot is beauty spot. So now
any spot on your skin.
Now they are looking for spots. Oh, look at me, I have a spot here too. You know, but because I don't want him to feel as if because anything is bad, you know, your frown is bad or this is bad. You know, I have stretch marks on my tummy, and my daughter noticed a piece of stretch mark at one pass, and I said, that is, you're growing tall. But look at this stretch mark. That is the mark that shows that I had you
Okay, so you're saying, so what you're saying is that you're educating your children differently.
Yes.
So they won't get to the point where they worry about these front lines.
Yes.
They are there, but they're a badge of honor.
They're a badge of honor.
Are you afraid to get old? Because you were just 20 when we started. Now you're 22.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're older?
Well, yes, intellectually.
Intellectually.
I like that.
Intellectually, I've
like
grown,
many
you
moons
know.
have passed.
Exactly.
Okay, it's been fun. It's been a fun 51, then there's 52 editions. We've talked about as much as we've been comfortable with each other, but you know,
51
conversation.
Not 51 years.
51 editions. 51 editions. So we have done 51. This is 52. And last week's edition was on tradition. And I'm hoping that in some ways we've been able to convince people that the most important tradition to have is the one that's open to change. True or false? And change has to start from us also being free to talk about everything that we feel and not judge people. And fortunately, the conversation is going to continue online, and we'll keep you posted on this channel. We'll see you again. Yes. Thank you. You young ones know what to say.
Yes. Follow us on Instagram at TW Conversations and keep the conversation going.
I'll say thank you to all my sisters who've been in the house, those who are not here, and those who we miss you. We miss you. You miss me. But we'll see you again. Bye for now. Bye.
From the star-studded guest lists to the distinctive ashwebis to even the hashtag trends on social media, Nigerian celebrities sure do know how to make a wedding the talk of the town. It's the month of May, the start of the second quarter of the year, but April was a month filled with delightful, attention-catching weddings. Let's have a look at the weddings that caught the attention of Nigerians in the month of April. It's almost safe to say that Rita Dominic's wedding ceremony was the most attended celebrity wedding since Banky W and Adesuwa Itomi's carnival-like wedding in 2017. Rita and her husband Fidelis Anosike said their I do's on the 19th of April 2022 with a long list of Nollywood icons and A-list celebrities in attendance. Owerri, the host city of the wedding, witnessed an influx of visitors as celebrities turned up in their numbers, all glammed up for one of the industry's finest. Guests in attendance included the likes of Nollywood veteran Joke Silva, Chidi Mokeme, Ini Edo, Hilda Dokubo, Uche Jombo, celebrity designer and stylist Swanky Jerry, Uti Nwachukwu, Big Brother Nigeria's past housemates, Ese Iriata, Lucy Edet, and Mercy Eke, amongst many others. Social media was buzzing with the hashtag RealDeal22, which trended on several social media platforms. In a sweet succession of Rita Dominic's viral traditional wedding party, multi-award-winning filmmaker and director of blockbuster films like King of Boys and The Wedding Party, Kemi Adetiba, and her Ghanaian heartthrob, Oscar Himan Aka, tied the knot traditionally on the 23rd of April 2022 in a colorful movie-like scene with the hashtag Undeniably Yours 2022 trending all over social media that day. The wedding had a theme flamboyantly African, which Nigerians and Ghanaians stunningly embraced as they showed in their flamboyant African outfits. Kemi's traditional wedding outfit showed her Ekiti, Efik, and her husband's Ghanaian heritage. Her first outfit was a graceful green lace gown that made many stare. She then wore a second outfit, which was a royal Efik regalia, an indication of her maternal roots in Akwa Ibom. Then came her last outfit, which was a mini kente attire with beadings all over, which matched perfectly with her husband's Ghanaian outfit. Simply stunning. The guests in attendance featured multiple celebrities with the likes of Shola Shobowale, Toke Makinwa, Ebuka Obi Uchendu, Zainab Balogun, Toyin Abraham, Sean Fakwa, Uti Nwachukwu, Aka Nnani, Tools, Banky W and his wife Adesuwa Itomi, Ini Dimma Okoji, Big Brother Niger past housemates Alex and Pere, amongst many, many others.
We wish the newlyweds a happy and a blissful married life.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Yes, it's another edition of TW Conversations. We're not in the lounge today, we're at the restaurant as you can see. But why am I in the restaurant? Simply because we've given you 51 weeks of mind-boggling conversations, real ones with real women in the studios. And I thought, why not do the 52nd one as a recap? Especially because we need to redirect. I'll be right back and I'll tell you where I'm at. And all the women are now with me at the restaurant. I couldn't afford to feed all of them. But I'll tell you why when we return on the show.
Welcome.
This is the lounge, people.
Welcome to the TW Conversations Lounge.
Welcome.
Welcome to TW Conversations.
Now, TW Conversations, you they watch now.
So welcome to TW Conversations.
Welcome to TW Conversations.
Welcome to
The Lounge.
Welcome back. I got to put my glasses on so I can read the menu. My sisters in the house today are Saudat and Chisom.
Hello.
Sister and daughter. Yes. This is the one that is real. This is my real sister. But ladies, we're going to do lunch before we start. And I would like to invite Joshua. He's standing somewhere in the wings to take our orders. You see, I wore my glasses so that... Hello. Yes. I had actually taken a look before and I was sure that we would do a 3-course meal. Now, ladies, I think I like the
Chicken lollipop, please.
no, that one actually comes in the like a platter, isn't it?
Yes. Oh wow, small chops sounds great. When there's puff, you know.
And is there and there's chicken wings inside.
Yes.
Barbecue chicken wings. Okay, we'll take our orders and thank you, Joshua. Sure. The rest is the ball is in your court to bring what we have ordered, okay? Thank you.
That'll be ready in 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So ladies, our starters are here. I like hummus because staying fit. I try to stay fit. I'll mix it with the small chops.
Okay.
What are you going for?
Shrimps.
Okay, go ahead and say, but while we are taking your meal, I'm curious though. Personally, I think the very first edition was the one that was key for me. The first, which was Behind the Mask. You guys remember that one?
We had all the ladies. How many? Like 1 million of us.
All of us were there that day. And I remember us just coming in after like our first meetup, and I was just really excited to see all the things we could do together.
Are you sure excited?
Yes.
Weren't you worried about all these older women who were coming around with you?
I think I was nervous because there were just so many amazing people, but I was also excited to see the magic we could create. And so far it has been amazing.
With Saudat, with you, You were like an automatic recruit to the TW Conversations Lounge, you know, because the first day I called you and said, I'm on it.
Yeah.
And you never done any presentation.
No.
So what was it like for you behind the mask, that very first edition?
The very first edition. I think it was okay because there were many people. If I was the only person with you, I might have been, you know, shaky and all that. But there were many people from diverse, I mean, the age, well, let me just say there was gender diversity. And then tribe, they were from different parts of Nigeria, with different ages and different cultures and stuff. So there was actually no tension for me. And again, I think maybe where the setting.
Because we were in the lounge.
We were in the lounge and everything was just as if we were in someone's sitting room and we're just chilling and all talking. And I think there was just this kind of spirit in the air that just made a lot. You know, at some point we had to be quieting down the noise. You know, Lola was like, people are talking over each other. You know, we forgot that there were cameras and everyone was just like, just have it come into your head here in your friend's parlor and everybody just thought it was fun. And you know, I got back and I had to ask myself that, did you actually do a studio thing? I needed to see, to know maybe we just didn't mess up. Because it was just too
It was
natural.
too real.
It was just
Although I would say it was a little difficult for me to share the presentation stage with about 8 different women at the same time.
Were we 8 or 10?
What we tried to do was to ensure that we had diversity in religion, in place of origin, in work, and in age. And I think we did achieve that. So for me, when we decided to speak about Behind the Mask the first time, I was really praying that women will really speak up. And I was very, very happy that it happened that way. I think because you guys were all comfortable with each other, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. You haven't eaten anything, so let's eat something. Are you sure? Let's eat something. You know, at this rate, you know, but you know, besides that, it's how far you guys have come since that first edition. We've done the first season. Behind the Mask was it for me because it was an unveiling. For you, what was it?
When we were talking about we've come a long way, when I was looking at the rerun, I was telling Lola, I said, I look so young.
It's like 2 years after. It's just a year and a half.
It just feels as if it's like 20 or something. I was like, oh my God, I look so young. You know, I don't know why I feel like that. I feel old, but I just feel like it was years ago. Because I feel like I've been doing this for a while. You know, we've come a long way. You know, and because people's opinion, that's why networking is good. That's why mentorship is good. Because you actually you listen to people. You know, you justify what you do because of your own experiences. But what we had was people talking about their own experiences and things that happened to them, and that actually shaped how I see things now.
I remember you were quite particular about the feminism edition.
Yeah, because for me, the way people have carried feminism is like, oh, women must do stuff. But I just feel feminism for me, women must have a choice. It is about choice. It's about a voice. So if a woman chooses not to be a pilot, and if a woman chooses not to do tech, it's okay.
Don't. If a woman chooses to be a housewife.
A housewife, it is okay. It is about, feminism for me is about letting the woman have a voice, a choice, a seat at the table if she wants. And if she doesn't even want to sit at
Don't
your
castigate
table,
her.
she wants to have her own table with only women, let it be okay for her to make the choice. But unfortunately for us, the feminism war had been taken over by people that want to be like we hate men.
At least that's what came out in that edition.
That's what, yes.
It came out like we don't hate men.
I associate with feminism, but I love men.
Your husband first.
I love men. I love my dad, my brothers. But I know that men have done what men have done over the years to suppress us. But you see, like slavery, blacks also contributed to slavery. Blacks themselves sold blacks. That's the same way in feminism. Our women are also contributors of people suppressing women.
So for Chisom, I think that Body Beautiful one, you know why I'm saying this? Because both of you have gone on to do things that I see somewhat like I'm spin-off of some of the things that have happened here. Body Beautiful was one edition you were in. You recently did something to do with Body Beautiful. Tell me about it.
So I produced the film.
Oh, let's give her a round of applause.
It's deserving. That was such a journey.
I didn't know how you managed to do that though.
It's another story for another day, you know. But I mean, flashing back to when we started from
behind the mask and where I'm currently at right now, I'm just thinking about the progress, the progress between then and now. 2 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to be the person that I am now and do the film that I just did. I remember in the beginning, I was stammering a lot because I was so nervous. I was so nervous.
And I didn't notice.
Every time I watch the clip, I'm like, oh, look at you. And now I'm looking at this new episodes and I'm like, yes, we can see.
We found our way through. We found our way through.
And all of that. And that has led me to being more comfortable in every other angle. I think it sort of relates to even Body Beautiful as a whole. So the film that I did was representing the girl child, especially in terms of period poverty, having no access to hygiene, sanitary materials. Beyond pads, I mean, deodorants, hygiene things like toiletries that are basic for every single one of us. The level at which I've gotten to now makes me comfortable enough to want to share,
to help other people learn to be comfortable in their skin.
Regardless of wherever they are. It doesn't always have to be with size. It could be your ideology, it could be your esteem as a whole in terms of environment, and all those things. And that episode was beautiful because I got a lot of feedbacks. A lot of people were able to relate with me.
You guys are working out. You know what? I got to take a break. Let's take a break. I mean, you guys are working out. And people should go and watch it online anyway. Go and watch it online on YouTube. It's there, TW Conversations. But however, take a break. Let's continue eating. And we'll look at what season 2 was like for some of us and for the other ladies too. We'll be right back. And so anyway, the truth is, eating and talking is difficult for me. I don't want the whole world to see how my mouth is moving when I'm eating. Let's finish this conversation and go back to eat. What do you guys think? Anyway, but we must go. We must go to season 2. But as I go to season 2, I remember that at the beginning, all of us used to be together on the set. Ifoma, Fumi, Anne, Dion, Omoye, yourself, and it kind of looked like people came back and said, you guys are like cacophony, all those men talking. So by second season, we decided to trim it down around topics. And so we started to have ourselves rotate. What was that like though?
Like 5 people.
Yes, 5 people in one season. 5 people in one season. And then having somebody, having you have a go at presentation.
Wow, that was like, I had to ask Lola, please remind me of my lines. That was just say, yeah, okay. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to make a mistake. And throughout, I did not actually have a second take.
Exactly. And then Chisom, at the beginning, in fact, I remember Chisom sometimes, the younger ones on the set, throwing their shoes away or walking casually.
You also threw your shoes away.
No, they had learned from them.
Yes, we sure that away.
I had learned from them.
Anne always removed her shoes, she.
Okay.
I was just very excited to be comfy and just, relax and listen, just soak in from so much knowledge.
So even when we're talking about very deep issues like depression for me, I think it was Dion that opened one of those editions and gave her example and things she'd been through.
It was personal.
It was the personal thing, and I'm not sure how people, how because today depression is an in thing, it's a big thing.
Yeah, and really, we had Dr. Maimuna on set,
and
Dr. Maimuna has done a lot in how people now see depression. She talks about it a lot, and she also talks about mental health a lot. And on that show, we're talking about it, and everything she has done after the show as well is about how people should accept this. But again, she changed that thing for all that. A lot of people use depression, but it's actually not depression. It's sadness.
Yeah. So
we did. Us are really, really sad. Then we just go I'm depressed. I'm really depressed too. But she made us understand that no, you cannot be depressed until you have been
persistently
clinically diagnosed to be depressed.
You
have persistent sadness. You have some symptoms of not being active on being able to do something. Maybe you are forgetful about something. You can't remember stuff. She tried to explain it, but you cannot diagnose yourself and say I'm depressed.
Okay, but that brings me to the millennials. These millennials, because there have been a lot of young people who are killing themselves. They are depressed and they are diagnosing their depression on social media. They're suicidal.
I think we're going through a lot. There's just so much pressure,
From who?
From ourselves.
Exactly.
Peer pressure from ourselves,
I think that came out in that edition that you guys did.
Yes, we also spoke about it, and that was one of my favorite topics as well. We have peer pressure going on. We have pressure from, you know, older people as well.
Really?
Yeah.
How does that work?
How does that work?
I mean, expectations.
So that's not peer pressure. That is, we are like now. When am I getting a shoebi for your wedding?
when it's consistent, you know, then it becomes. It's pressure. You're not allowing me to
breathe.
Know, to breathe.
I don't get these young people, though.
No, who is pressuring you?
I don't get these young people.
Since forever.
And we survive.
In your own time, you didn't have Instagram and
true.
Now
True.
you're talking. Social media. Now you're being bullied not only by us here that say where there should be.
By each other.
By social media pages. You're seeing like your mates abroad in another place that you don't even know. Total strangers.
Yeah.
Saying, I'm getting married, or they're kneeling down with drink.
Yeah.
That can't even be fake.
So are you saying younger people are even under more pressure today?
Yes, I think we're under more
How do you navigate that space?
Personally, I have the saying that nobody can put pressure on me without my permission. So I refuse to be pressured regardless of whatever it is. Not saying that there are no moments where, you know, I feel the need or I feel the pressure. I just take it as a form of inspiration, whether or not to want to do that things. Because some of the things that, you know, I feel we're very pressured about is quite unnecessary for me. Like like being so high fashioned, and I mean, it's
Instagram is always like all the pictures
they
there.
They want to buy Jeep at 28. They want to build their house at 30. Who does that? I remember when
Yahoo boys do. Yahoo boys do.
The VP said that he bought his first car. He built his house at 50.
Well,
what's wrong with you people?
Pressure is good sometimes, you know. It keeps you focused. It keeps you on the track. One thing about me is that I try to focus my energy on the right things.
People.
So yeah, on the right people, on the right reasons.
No, I mean people. I want to eat my puff puff. So I'm going to take a break. Because my own brief right now is that even with all the talk we're doing on Conversation Land, we can clearly say that we've all benefited.
Yes.
But our women didn't benefit from governance. So even after the last election, we are even fewer in the house.
Absolutely.
Very painful.
But we have to find out why.
Why?
Where to lay the blame? Is it us? Did we push ourselves, or did the men push us out?
We'll watch clips from that thing again to see maybe we said some things wrong. But we'll be back. Let's take a break, okay? Puff puff time. Okay, what I hear being saying is that women must organize, but whatever it is we're doing, we're not part of any political party.
No,
we need to educate women more about what they need to do.
Yeah, what the million woman.
Don't educate men.
No, women.
And men too now.
So what we
form a critical mass.
Thank you. What we are doing, like I talked to you about the research I did this morning, and first of all, we have to have a benchmark of what we are asking for, and one of it is the national gender policy in Nigeria already said 35% for women. So, and I've researched it, and I get to realize that what you need to form a critical mass to make any impact on any policy is 30%. So we've already got national policy has given you, the gender policy has given you 35%. So let's say we're
However, it's being used now by men in tokenism.
Yeah, but how you, how you can get that?
I stand up because my time is up.
I think we should continue our conversations. We've done season 1, we've done season 2, and we're feeling our tummies in the process, and that's good. Sorry, the rest of you that didn't make it, and those of you watching at home. But season 3, by that time, it looked like we had all become comfortable with each other.
Yes.
When
I was comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, when we call for recordings, everybody is on time. We knew our schedules, and you just, I remember one edition we did that you didn't do part 2, you did part 1 because you had an event to attend, and then off you went, you know. And people are like, how come Sauda started this conversation and didn't end? No, but anyway, seriously, it was fun. It's a process, it's a journey. We're getting better, but the edition on age touched me till today. You say you look older in less than 1 year.
Less than 1 year.
Wait until you are 55, 56. I'm 56 now, and age still remains an issue. You know, embracing all the cellulite and all of that. So for me, that was quite a personal one, but I realized that it's the mind that matters more than anything else. You say what was important for you in season 3.
I really enjoyed the modern monster-in-law. I loved Fumi's point of view about everything, you know, how her own mother-in-law treated all of them. You know, it was just a learning process. And then also Auntie Fumi's
Anti-Former's perspective on tolerance, and learning how to cohabit with other people, especially people from like different backgrounds and tribes. It was just an interesting.
So you sat to watch that one?
Yes, I did.
Which one did you watch? I remember watching the feminism one with my daughter. That was season 1. No? The whole of season 1, we'll sit down and watch, and they will criticize. Which one do you remember watching with family and friends? I think it was season 2.
I did season 1, we did season 2.
Mm-hmm.
We did season 1 and 2. But there was one we did. I was at one of my mentors' birthday party, and we were all in the sitting room, and they were airing that one. And some guy in the sitting room just said, he looked at the TV, he looked at me. The way he shows, people think it's live. I know that it's an older man, so he was wondering, is this the woman here? Is this the woman here? Then he asked my husband. He was like. My husband said, yeah, that's how. I'm like, yeah.
How did you feel though, being in the living room?
Oh my God, because people start coming into the living room like, oh, it's her, okay, oh, it's you. I'm like, oh my God, and because of that experience, it's actually affected the way I talk, even when I'm on a panel, or I'm giving a speech or something, because before I used to shake. My husband would like, calm down, you got this. But ever since I was on the show and everything we did
Your
on the show,
feet are on the ground.
Going in front of the
Audience.
stage, my frights, no, all that one is off.
Oh, so thank you, TW Conversations. But I think the whole thing about conversations is that because we all used to like sit down and talk freely. And I think that's what the whole issue of the TW Conversation series is. We must learn to share experiences in different platforms. I'm going to take a break, and then I will go to the season that we are rounding up now, season 4. We'll be back. Right, we're back on set now. We're back live because they say we can't continue this, we must finish. Let's talk about season 4.
Okay.
But as I do that, I just realized that, even in that diversity, we did have Rosie come on set a few times. She was so busy and she couldn't make it. Rosie, our Ghanaian friend who works here, and we even had a Ghanaian come from Ghana to be part of our conversation. Renee.
Designer.
Renee, and it was good. I mean, we had your friend that came from Tanzania. Where did she come from again?
She came from Canada, but she's Tanzanian.
She's Tanzanian. Oh, and she talked about sex and being single and waiting. That was season 4. What was interesting? Why weren't you there? You prude. No, but I mean, okay, you remember the edition that Sada had this short skirt that had her legs all out. So hard.
Peng,
Peng is. Anyway, tell me about that singlehood thing.
It was an interesting one, talking about dating.
Have things changed
friends.
since?
Well, I think so.
Oh, for you? Oh, girl. Okay.
I really like somebody.
And he likes you too. So did all those tips about dating and being single, did it come in useful?
Well, yes. On the show, I learned you can go on as many dates as you want, and then you can also be seeing someone. Unlike our generation, where we assume that dating is just seeing someone, and then you're cheating, you're having like as many people as possible. So right now, I'm just enjoying the flow, going with meeting people.
So dating is just because you guys make dating seem so serious, right? Dating is just a friend who's a guy, isn't it?
Yes.
So instead of saying this is my one guy, you are deciding to say, okay, I date different people, and then I connect with one, and I cut other people out.
Yes.
Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
You're sure?
Yes. Well, no, I haven't said cutting people out because we haven't gotten to that stage. But you know what?
You're getting there. So see, another thing that we did talk about in season 3, and which also still quite close, is this whole growing old thing. There was a video I saw, and I just kept on wondering. Now you can do anything. There's Botox. There is anything that will remove whatever. And I was scared to do those things, but I'm not sure I like the frown lines. I'm not sure I like the cellulite. But is it wrong to want to be young eternally?
Well, it isn't. But you see, the thing is, like in the house, my daughter will be like, I have.
Which of your daughters?
I have a 15 and I have a 12. And they'll be like, oh mom, look at this spot. Oh mom, look at that spot. And I say my spot is beauty spot. So now
any spot on your skin.
Now they are looking for spots. Oh, look at me, I have a spot here too. But because I don't want them to feel as if because anything is bad, your frown is bad or this is bad. I have stretch marks on my tummy, and My daughter noticed a bit of stretch mark at one part, and I said, "That is you're growing tall." But look at this stretch mark. That is the mark that shows that I had you.
Okay, so you're saying, so what you're saying is that you're educating your children differently.
Yes.
So they won't get to the point where they worry about these front lines.
Yes.
They are there, but they're a badge of honor.
They're a badge of honor.
Are you afraid to get old? Because you were just 20 when we started. Now you're 22.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're old now?
Well, yes, intellectually.
Intellectually.
I like that.
Intellectually, I've
like
grown,
many people have passed.
Exactly.
Okay, it's been fun. It's been a fun 51, then this 52 editions. We've talked about as much as we've been comfortable with each other, but you know,
51
conversation.
Not 51 years.
51 editions. 51 editions. So we have done 51. This is 52. And last week's edition was on tradition. And I'm hoping that in some ways we've been able to convince people that the most important tradition to have is the one that's open to change. True or false? And change has to start from us also being free to talk about everything that we feel and not judge people. And fortunately, the conversation is going to continue online, and we'll keep you posted on this channel. We'll see you again. Yes. Thank you. You young ones know what to say.
Yes. Follow us on Instagram at TW Conversations and keep the conversation going.
I'll say thank you to all my sisters who've been in the house, those who are not here, and those who we miss you. We miss you. You miss me. But we'll see you again. Bye for now. Bye.
From the star-studded guest lists to the distinctive ashwebis to even the hashtag trends on social media, Nigerian celebrities sure do know how to make a wedding the talk of the town. It's the month of May, the start of the second quarter of the year, but April was a month filled with delightful, attention-catching weddings. Let's have a look at the weddings that caught the attention of Nigerians in the month of April. It's almost safe to say that Rita Dominic's wedding ceremony was the most attended celebrity wedding since Banky W and Adesuwa Itomi's carnival-like wedding in 2017. Rita and her husband Fidelis Anosike said their I do's on the 19th of April 2022 with a long list of Nollywood icons and A-list celebrities in attendance. Owerri, the host city of the wedding, witnessed an influx of visitors as celebrities turned up in their numbers, all glammed up for one of the industry's finest. Guests in attendance included the likes of Nollywood veteran Joke Silva, Chidi Mokeme, Ini Edo, Hilda Dokubo, Uche Jombo, celebrity designer and stylist Swanky Jerry, Uti Nwachukwu, Big Brother Nigeria's past housemates, Ese Iriata, Lucy Edet, and Mercy Eke, amongst many others. Social media was buzzing with the hashtag RealDeal22, which trended on several social media platforms. In a swift succession of Rita Dominic's viral traditional wedding party, multi-award-winning filmmaker and director of blockbuster films like King of Boys and The Wedding Party, Kemi Adetiba, and her Ghanaian heartthrob, Oscar Himan Aka, tied the knot traditionally on the 23rd of April 2022 in a colorful movie-like scene with the hashtag Undeniably Yours 2022 trending all over social media that day. The wedding had a theme flamboyantly African, which Nigerians and Ghanaians stunningly embraced as they showed in their flamboyant African outfits. Kemi's traditional wedding outfit showed her Ekiti, Efik, and her husband's Ghanaian heritage. Her first outfit was a graceful green lace gown that made many stare. She then wore a second outfit, which was a royal Efik regalia, an indication of her maternal roots in Akwa Ibom. Then came her last outfit, which was a mini kente attire with beadings all over, which matched perfectly with her husband's Ghanaian outfit. Simply stunning. The guests in attendance featured multiple celebrities with the likes of Shola Shobowale, Toke Makinwa, Ebuka Obi Uchendu, Zainab Balogun, Toyin Abraham, Sean Fakwa, Uti Nwachukwu, Aka Nnani, Tools, Banky W and his wife Adesuwa Etomi, Ini Dimma Okoji, Big Brother Niger past housemates Alex and Pere, amongst many, many others. We wish the newlyweds a happy and a blissful married life.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
From north to south and east to west, life in Nigeria has become dangerously unbearable. The country is faced with what seems to be endless waves of homegrown security threats and violence. Nigerians live in fear, from terrorism to kidnappings, armed banditry, farmer-herder clashes, ethnic violence, and separatist agitation. To better understand the causes of the unrest, as well as the true agitations of the people, Searchlight travels across Nigeria.
The bandits, I use the dark place, the forest place, to hang around. When our drivers reach there, they will come out and start shooting them.
In fact, if I can give an estimate, I can say that in a week we used to treat not less than five gunshots.
I look people and people living under siege.
Now, Owerri is too hot.
No rest of mind. To see for anybody.
If you sleep now, sleep with one eye closed, one eye open. Be vigilant. This is Igbora for you.
Igbora is one of the 7 communities that make up Ibarakwa land. Ibarakwa land comprises of Igongon, Irua, Ayete, Takpa, Idere, Lanlate, and Igbora in Oyo State, Nigeria's southwest region. There is a long-standing history dating back to the early 20th century between settler herders who are mostly of Fulani descent and local farmers in the Ibarakwa axis. Recently, however, coexistence has become increasingly problematic as the communities are now plagued with kidnappings, farmer-herder clashes, reprisal attacks leading to the forceful ejection of Sarakins and Fulanis in the area.
I have been back home here in Igbora since January because of the armed herders and farmers crisis that has been rocking nearby villages and farms. Although the Sarakin Fulani of Ngongo, Salihu, was evicted in January on accusations that he was helping evade justice, not much has changed. There are still incidences of kidnappings and attacks on farmlands.
This is Shekere village in Igbora.
We live in fear. Had you come earlier in the day and could enter the farm, you would find their cattle eating crops, and when confronted, they attack the owners of the farm. If perchance they meet a woman unaccompanied on the farm, she could be raped. There is no safety on farmlands.
The nomadic ones are moving around. The residential ones, we know them. Some of the residential ones are still within the community. They are peaceful. One incident occurred when our people they are outraged and they burnt all the Karas in the whole Ibarapa land, even that of Erua. In Igbo and here now, there's no Kara again.
If you had burnt all the Karas in the whole of Ibarapa land, I want to think that Kara is a place for residential Fulani.
No, Kara is a spot, a market for them to come and buy and sell.
So you have burnt.
Do you know? Come,
their economic
let me tell you some things about that Kara. Some things we discover about that Kara, especially that of Igora here. That spot is a spot where they do hide their ammunitions. And in the night like this, they will pick up those ammunitions, go out, kidnaps, rob, anything they can do. And when they come back to town the following day.
Kabir, you've done a lot of work out of the Ibarapa land. What did you see? What do you know? Can you share your first-hand experience?
Not just in Igora, not just in Lanlate, not just in Oyo State, but from my experience across the Southwest states, I realized that most of the killings, the kidnappings being perpetrated are being done by the Bororos, who are mostly referred to as foreigners. Some of these Bororos, they come into the country through Benin Republic, some through Cameroon, and you get to realize that in the essence of it all, some through Niger, that many of them are not the traditional Fulanis. And the reason is this. We've had cases where traditional Fulanis, those who are Nigerians, some of them who are from Kwara states, also alleged that they have also been kidnapped. They've also been victims of the attacks of these persons. Most times, those that perpetrate this they don't even have any cattle. All they have is gun, sword, and other weapons.
The violence doesn't end there. Nigeria is faced with the Boko Haram insurgency in the northeast, banditry in the northwest, armed separatist agitations in the southeast, amid communal clashes in the Middle Belt, southwest, and south-south. Increasingly, violence between herders and farming communities is spreading from Nigeria's central belt southward, while kidnappings are rife nationwide. What exactly led to this?
When you see a failure of this scale, of this magnitude, and spread right across the country, the first thing that comes to mind is that somebody somewhere who has responsibilities to secure Nigerians has failed in their duties. There's no other explanation for this. So we have a country that is poorly run, poorly governed, and therefore unable to master the requirements of securing both citizens and the country itself. That is the first one. The second one is that there are a lot of opportunistic criminal activities going on. People understand the weaknesses, they perceive a weakness at the level of the state. They think the state is weak or the state is incapable of protecting citizens from all sorts of attacks, bandits, kidnappers, insurgencies, insurrections, secessionists, irredentists. All these people actually exist because the state has not been able to assert its obligation and responsibilities to protect citizens. And they are emerging and increasing by the day. The third one is the failure of the Nigerian elite to get together and demand that the Nigerian state does what it's supposed to do. The leadership does what they are supposed to do, that is to protect citizens. The voices that are supposed to be heard are not being heard. Too many people are quiet, either out of fear or because they think that they are not likely to make any impact if they don't raise their voices.
Traveling by road is now an extreme sport. On our trip to Kaduna State, we drove along the Kaduna-Biningwari Road. The 123-kilometer road trip seemed easy enough, but we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. From Buruku village, right on the outskirts of Kaduna, there is a fully armored vehicle with soldiers who lead drivers 3 cars at a time from Buruku to Odoa town. This stretch is considered to be the most dangerous. Drivers have to wait their turn as they stand no chance of traveling safely to and fro Biningwari without these escorts. From Odoa, the journey to Biningwari is considered safe from the kidnappers and terrorists, whose victims are not just travelers but also villagers and farmers in and around this long stretch of road.
Our major problem in this area is insecurity. These terrorists have wrecked our town and destroyed our source of livelihood. Nobody sleeps in this town anymore. We take refuge in the neighboring community and come here every day at 8 or 9 a.m. and then leave at 3 or 4 p.m. Look at me. I'm the village head of this community. I used to own a car, but these criminals made me sell it to pay ransom for our children. I can't estimate how much we have paid to bandits as ransom because this community has been attacked more than 25 times.
We have a lot of problems in terms of insecurity on our road, more especially in between Burku and Udawa. So we have a lot of insecurity. We have only one vehicle, which is mobile police. They are the one escorting our members to carry them to Burku. Let's say from January up to now, at least we lost more than 30 of our members as a result of the bandits.
Forests in Nigeria are now hideouts for cattle rustlers, highway robbers, kidnappers and terrorists due to the absence of state capacity or political will to exercise control. From Biningwari Forest in Kaduna to Rugu Forest in Katsina and Zafe in Zamfara, these forests are now referred to as ungoverned.
Arena is in Niger, Shiroro. From there you cross over to Folware.
What security measures have we put in place for farmers and the indigents that are easy prey to these bandits?
Well, I have explained to you that Kaduna is very vast. The state is so huge. We had over 46,000 square kilometers. And I have also explained to you that we are having this problem mostly in locations that are remote. You know, boundaries with Niger State, boundaries with Zamfara, boundaries with Katsina State. You know, the locations are very remote. Even if there's a distress call, before you get there, it takes you time because of the terrain, mobility problem. But the Air Force is complementing the ground troops and the police as well. Once we receive a distress call from a location that is very far, what we do, the Air Force move while the ground troops and the police form a blocking force, and it is really yielding positive mark. We don't have enough boots on the ground. There's a need for us to scale up recruitment. There's a need for security operatives or our security agencies to outnumber the criminals. We are not relenting. We are working and we are making progress. In the first quarter of 2021, we were able to neutralize 64 bandits.
Our schools, just like our roads, have become hotspots of violence. Across northwestern Nigeria, from Zamfara to Kebbi, Kaduna and Niger, about 1,000 students of primary schools, secondary schools and even universities have been kidnapped since December 2020. Most have been released after payment of ransom, while scores are still being held in forest camps. Some of the students have died in captivity and some killed during the abductions. Earlier this year, after the kidnapping of students at Government Science College, Kagara, Niger State, I asked the governor, Malam Abubakar Sani Bello, if a state could guarantee the safety of school children.
No one can guarantee that unless we have the numbers, the manpower of security personnel required. The Niger State, for example, during the military administrations, Niger State had 14,000 policemen. Today we have 4,000. Same Rafi local government where this kidnapping took place, Kagara town itself has less than 10 policemen. So how will it work? How? What magic could you do? We don't employ or employ policemen. I understand in the past, the state police commands had the powers to employ policemen from the states, but it is no longer like that. And that's probably the reason why we're having problems.
That was back in March. Not much has changed since. Many have said that the present centralized structure of the Nigerian police is too detached from local communities. A vote conducted by NOI polls indicates that many Nigerians are in favor of state policing to bring security closer to the people. Experts say there is a need to reflect on the current security approach across the country.
The various institutions need to sit back and, reflect that the current approaches that we are deploying to address security concern, are they adequately addressing these issues? What are the intelligence mechanisms, that you need to put in place to really get information on how crime, is happening across various communities? So I think critically, it is the model. It is the approach that seems to be a bit defective. We are practically waiting for violence to happen before we then react. We talk about community policing, especially for the police especially. I keep making reference to the police because they have the mandate when it comes to internal security. Community policing is very important. Then intelligence-led policing. We are not emphasizing that so much. Intelligence-led policing is that strategy through which you just want to get intelligence of what is happening in a certain community.
In the southeast, insecurity takes a different dimension. According to authorities, agitators for the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, a separatist group campaigning for Biafra independence, have been responsible for a spate of attacks on security forces and innocent people since December 2020. Olu, a local government in Imo State, has become a flashpoint of trouble in the region. On the 25th of January 2021, many Hausa-speaking traders in a market in Olu were going about their business when gunmen invaded the area, killing some and setting shops ablaze.
It is very, very unfortunate that this kind of thing would happen in 21st century Olu, 21st century Imo, 21st century Nigeria. People are not happy with the things, with the way this country is being run. When you talk about security, there is no security in Nigeria anymore.
We are here at the Islamic Central Mosque, Amafeke, and this is the third Friday without holding a Jumat service here because of insecurity issues. There is a lot of apprehension amongst the Muslim community.
This is my third year living in Olu, and I have never had any ugly experience living here until recently. During the NSAS protest, they burnt our mosque and killed some of our members in some part of Olu town. For 3 weeks now, we have been unable to observe our Jumat prayers in this mosque. We now live in fear. More worrisome is the absence of security operatives in the town. Despite all these incidents, the governor has not visited us to assure us or condole with us.
Since the January attack, Olu has had no peace. The people are in constant fear as these gunmen, time after time, unleash violence, destroy shops, kill, and even behead people in the community. In the southeast and south-south regions at large, dozens of security officials have been killed. Biafra agitation and the violence going on in the southeast have been said to be an untoward way of expressing dissatisfaction about leadership failure on the part of all tiers of government.
Well, I feel that there are many voices in the conversation to deal with the disaffection that people have about the Nigerian state. There are many voices, and evidently his is just one of those voices. But that may not be the optimal route to go. There are so many benefits of a functional, democratic, sound constitutional state. But where there are imperfections, you will now begin to see the voice that Nnamdi Kanu echoes or propagates. War is terrible. Sometimes you think about it from a more glamorous point of view, but it's bloody, it's heinous, it's damaging, it destroys families, societies, and so on and so forth. So my preoccupation is for peace. Okay, peace arrives through legitimate constitutional routes. That is what is most paramount. No society can develop without peace. And in terms of the disaffection of those of us who are from the southeast goes, there's a need to hear us and to look at our grievances and to consider them on their merits.
The southeast substantially mirroring Boko Haram. We have not been able to understand and deal with the issue of IPOB. The Igbo leadership allowed IPOB and ESN too much ground to take too much ground to control what is going on in the southeast. So they misread the threat of organizations like IPOB. There was opportunism, crass opportunism. People thought maybe this IPOB will do for us what we want. They will get for the Igbo what the Igbo didn't get through the political process. And eventually now we are creating a monster. And it's a monster that is eating up the local environment. The same way Boko Haram ate up Borno and Yobe and parts of Adamawa. IPOB and ESN are eating up the southeast. The federal government is throwing the military at them, the same way they threw the military at Boko Haram, rather than trying to understand the real issue. What is behind IPOB? Who supports them? Why do they support them? What is the issue that has made IPOB attractive to a large number of young people? Can you do something about it? Is it something you need to do about it?
I would say that the Southeast governments can do a whole lot better. The state governments, they can do a whole lot better in delivering services to the various constituent parts of the Southeast. We don't see enough of government in our rural communities. in the local government. We need to raise the bar as per the effectiveness of subnational entities. All right. Once we've gotten to a point where we can say for certainty that the state governments are operating optimally and delivering their own share of the governance dividend, then we can look elsewhere to seek inputs. But state governments in the southeast need to up their game.
The Nigerian police force, on whose shoulder the responsibility of protecting the nation lies, is unable to perform its basic functions, forcing the Nigerian military to step in.
A society gets the kind of police that it pays for. Over the years, successive administrations have not made the connection around policing and development. So they just see the police as, oh, that is the police, and not critically putting it in a position of primacy, because people need to be safe internally first. You need to take care of the internal enemy before you begin to look at those ones that are threatening you on the outside. So over the years, there's been consistent underfunding, which is very, very critical. You want to undertake police operation, it has to do with funds, it has to do with state-of-the-art technology, equipment, and all of that. And then the manpower, less than 400,000 police personnel currently police a country of over 200 million. So what it means is that there is inadequacy somewhere. The police right now is overstretched. The country is very big and diverse. And then if you look at the scale of insecurity that is happening, it changes rapidly. So what it means is that the security landscape is not constant. You understand? So the police is trying to really grapple with all of this in the midst of very meager resources in terms of training, in terms of equipment, in terms of manpower, and every other thing. Government's approach in trying to address some of these inadequacies by the police has been to set up committees, police reform committees. But the question again is that each of these successive government that comes in set up a committee, do they make reference to the last committee to say, okay, what did my predecessor, found when he talk about policing challenges? How can I build upon that and actually implement this to make the police effective? But no, our approach has been that, okay, I get into office and then I'm setting up my own committee.
Though the carnage isn't over yet, in more recent times, the joint military effort of the Nigerian Army and the Nigerian Air Force has recorded more success in combating terrorists and criminals.
In the last few months, the synergy and jointness among the three services has been cordial and overwhelming, which has resulted in the decimation of most of the criminal elements we have in this country.
While Nigeria may or may not reform its police soon, critics say the new conception of security now places emphasis on human and non-military variables, saying even the best of soldiers and policemen may be unable to maintain security in a country with a whopping 33% unemployment rate. Nigeria cannot solve its insecurity problems in isolation of other developmental issues. Where we go from here depends on our ability as a people, a government, and a nation to make the urgent steps needed to pull our country, Nigeria, from the brink.
How can we have peace without justice?
Class politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a person, I don't want to say a young man. I believe when you say a young man, you are just saying know your space too. But is a man I met about 15 years ago. It was a chance encounter. He's a very serious entrepreneur. He has a lot of energy, and if he loves anywhere, he loves the country. Nigeria. Alfred Okoro, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Nice to see you.
Yes, sir.
You're looking all sharp, sharp, sharp. Well, welcome. I asked you to come on this conversation set because whenever we sit down to talk, the passion I see in you about development, about Nigeria, about getting things right, I feel should be shared with more people than just in our small talk session. So let's meet who Alfred Okoro is.
Wow, okay. That's a summary, right?
Yeah.
My name is Alfred Okoro, and was born and raised here, and luckily migrated to the States at 18, did my college, and came back in 2005 to start a business going into the broadcast media. Fast forward to that, which is when we met, and moved back in 2016 when I got married. And since then, still have this itch that I can't scratch that is bringing me back.
There's still that itch. The
Yes.
itch is called Nigeria.
Yes.
Why Nigeria?
It's home. I don't know how else to explain it. To me, Nigeria is home, regardless of where you go. And I feel that when you consider a place home, everything else is temporary.
So, being in diaspora is temporary. Your home is Nigeria, wherever you go. Okay, but as someone who has tasted both sides now and you're back in the States, yet you still want to come to Nigeria, don't people ask you, what do they do you?
Every day, my mom does, my wife does, and my kids are not grown up enough to ask me, but I'm sure they will someday. But the fact remains that This country is filled with possibilities. It's just mismanaged.
Mismanaged in what sense?
No direction. And by no direction, I simply mean that the whole entity, I'm not sure we know what Nigeria is. I think it's just being called a name, Nigeria. We're divided, a nation divided. That's my perspective of it. And from that angle, I look at possibilities. There is nothing that is not here. Absolutely not. The Nigerians here seem frustrated. Everybody wants to leave. And the moment they cross these waters, they excel. Both Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, South, everybody in Nigeria. We've been ranked the most successful ethnic group in the United States. Why is it that we excel there, but not at home? It can only lead to the direction.
But what do you think can be done to fix that misdirection or lack of direction? What?
Well, for me, just like when you speak with everybody identifies problem. It's easy to identify a problem. A little kid today can identify the problem with Nigeria. I just don't think we have gotten to the point where we're fed up to say, you know what, let us make this place a home. Let us call it a home, not just a place that we find ourselves in.
You know, something that has been curious about you is that all the while that I've known you, I've never heard you say something like, let's go our separate ways.
No, I do not believe that. I completely believe we are better together. The beauty of this country is the diversity.
Can you throw more light on that?
Absolutely. If you ask the normal person, the greatest country in the world, it's called the United States. Who's an American? There's the Indian, there's the Chinese, there's the Asian, there's the African, there's everybody. Our diversity makes us the better. I believe so. I will be one of those to tell you I do not believe this country was designed to succeed. But so what? This is the card we're dealt, and we have to play that card.
But then, even if it was not designed to succeed, can't those who found themselves in there with the benefit of education and vision make it succeed?
Well, education is not knowledge. I feel that we, so far, are individualistic. And that still comes to nobody has defined this entity called home.
By we, do you mean all of us as Nigerians or particular ethnic groupings?
Every single one of us. I do not believe we call this place home. And I say that because where in Nigeria would you say is world standard? Despite all the resources. You look at the South with all the oil there, it's like a dump, unfortunately polluted. You look at the North with the massive land up there. What are we producing out of it? You look at the Southwest with the waters. What are we doing with the marine technology? So for me, I always use the we so as not to isolate everybody else. And I strongly believe that the problem with Nigeria is psychological. I think what we just need is a psychological reorientation. We have the ability, we have the knowledge, we have the talent. We're just not being harnessed and directed properly.
I always share with people the thought that what we need is a psychic reorientation in Nigeria. And I'm glad you said so too, but I want you to throw light on how that can happen.
The orientation being that I think Nigeria has had leaders by the true definition of it. My problem with those leaders is that they happen to be regional leaders, not national leaders. And that makes a whole difference. If you have 3 major ethnic groups, no disrespect to the other minor ethnic groups, but if we were to just work with 3 for the sake of our conversation, an Igbo leader is more concerned about the Southeast. A Yoruba leader is more concerned about the Southwest. An Hausa leader is concerned about the North. Is that what it's supposed to be? If you preach what Nigeria, it shouldn't matter where it is. Any kid from the South, not interested in marine or anything with petrol, go and find where it is. You should be able to move. And for me, psychological, I believe this state of origin word is counterproductive. I feel, first of all, if I ever get the opportunity to advise anybody or to talk to anybody, we should make a state of residence. It doesn't matter where you're from.
Hold that thought. We'll take a break now. When we're back, we'll continue with Alfred Okoro on which way Nigeria. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. Alfred Okoro is my guest. Now, Alfred, you were saying something about changing the state of origin to state of residence, right?
Yes.
But that brings something to my mind. There is the National Youth Service Corps. There's a compulsory 1-year service that every graduate of a higher institution must undertake. What do you think of it?
The mindset behind it is great. The implementation, I believe, is flawed. Because what would you say that a corporate today gets out of that 1 year of service? What really is the objective? You have corporates that are posted to places where they don't have accommodation. You have corporates that are placed in places that have absolutely zero help from the system. You have people pay to be posted to a different place. I mean, it happens everywhere. I just believe the implementation of the system is flawed. And by the state of residence, I don't think that a Yoruba or an Igbo boy born in Kaduna, it doesn't make you less of an Igbo and a Yoruba boy, but you are from Kaduna. Why? I believe you protect where you call home, your organizational behavior. I was born and raised in Enugu State, but my parents are from Imo. Where do you think I actually know?
Enugu now.
But I can't do anything in Enugu State. I have to go to Imo State.
Are you kidding?
No, but isn't that the law?
Is that the law now?
Lagos is a little different, because I understand that in Lagos, it doesn't matter, you've had senators or anything, but that's not practicable in any state outside of this. Legally, you can do something, but you are not from there, this indigenization concept. And I feel that makes people grow where they have no passion for. Let's look at that in law enforcement. You take a northern policeman, let's say a policeman from Kaduna, post him to Ogun State. His family is in Kaduna. He's the only one in Ogun State. There's a shooting somewhere, very violent shooting. What real interest does he have to interfere? What does he have to lose? Now, hold that thought. If his kids and his family are residents of that state and there's a problem, what do you think he would do? It doesn't matter his tribe. It doesn't matter his region. That's his home. So you can't post people where they have no affinity, no family association. And that's because of this indigenization concept, I believe. You have Igbo kids, I would say, grow up in the north. They don't call themselves northerners, but they're more northerners than Igbo. Where is their productivity coming from? For me, I simply believe that if we are able to do so, then you can see Igbos, you can see Yorubas that are in the north say, this is where I'm from. They participate locally, they participate nationally, but in that interest of their organizational behavior, not necessarily this geographical land called Southwest.
But sometime in the past, in our history, we've had people who were not from particular ethnic groupings residing there and even running for public office and being voted for successfully.
It's not illegal, but is it practicable?
But what went wrong? It seems we don't trust ourselves.
Possibly.
Or we're suspicious of each other.
Well, to me, on my own capacity, I believe that's that vacuum of leadership. Because based on my experience, when you say this vacuum of leadership, it's not that somebody is not occupying that seat. But when you have someone unqualified in a position that has nothing to offer, they feed on your fears. When you have an unqualified leader as the governor of a state, they will tell the locals that the foreigners are taking their jobs. Now, without those foreigners, would those jobs exist in the first place? What kind of jobs are we talking about? So it boils down to leadership at the end of the day, regardless. I think every other issue we're identifying as symptoms of a problem. I like using local examples. If you have a stream that is polluted, it's like water fountain falling down and it's polluted. Where do you start treating the water?
From the top.
You have to start from the top. Regardless of what you do on the bottom, the dirty water still comes down. We have to go all the way upstream. Is it going to be overnight? Absolutely not. But it has to be a buy-in from our stakeholders. Without that, I think we're just rubbing Band-Aid on the issues.
Now, you see, I want to dwell a bit more on the role of the youth in nation building. Historically, those who emerged as leaders were young people at some point, some of them even getting elected to the House of Representatives or even the Senate at 23, 25 and all that. And we even had a head of state who who got married in office, and he was in his early 30s. Today, the people in that age grouping seem to be so disillusioned that what we keep hearing most of the time is about them, some of them, not all of them, but the ones that are very popular are those who engage in internet fraud, popularly or called Yahoo and all that, or who just want to get rich quickly. Do you think if the National Youth Service program were overhauled, there could be something in it for the youth to assist them in looking forward to a very good future of service?
The question you hit on, the way I would tackle it is I look at things differently. One key thing is I try to look at things, it's easy to look at things from a first and second person perspective. But to push it a notch, also try to look at it from the third and the fourth person perspectives where you don't see the people that would benefit from your actions. To me, I see the fraudster as a very intelligent person that is misdirected. It's not easy to scam people out of their money. Now imagine that same fraudster in a lab somewhere working on some research. It's misdirection.
Yeah.
The youth of this country, which I believe I'm still a part of, is lack of direction that bothers us. Now, I can blame us for not taking charge. I'm not saying we're lack of blame. But it translates from the fact that we've sold our souls to cash. In Igbo, there's a proverb, it might lose meaning in translation, which says, if you tell a kid what it takes to be successful, he would rather be poor.
Say it first in Igbo.
Okay, what it just means, if you tell a poor person what it takes to be successful, he would rather be poor. The problem with that is people look at success as money. That's a literal translation. But it's a proverb, which means it's not supposed to be a literal translation. Now, if you flip it, that word success could be anything. It could be being a great father. It could be being a mentor, being a teacher that graduates all your students of your class and make sure that they advance. It could be anything. It could be a businessman that takes care of people. It could be an orphanage that gets kids placed. That's success. But what is success to the average person today? How much money is in your bank account? I'm not taking away the merits of economics, but the point is that we have translated success as cash. And if you translate it as cash and I don't have a job, I'm going to do whatever means necessary to get cash because that's what we've translated success to be. And at the end of the day, it boils down to direction, misdirection, I would say, lack of leadership. Growing up, the adage used to be, walk before you run. Technology makes it, you don't necessarily need to walk, you can run. Communication has been hastened, but are we really following? I don't think we are. Look at internet penetration in the country. I wouldn't say it's where it is currently. I believe investment in technology, absolutely. I don't think we are where we are technologically to be able to do anything else. But technology should play a role, and that's where the youths are involved. Mass communication is easy now. You can literally reach masses with a tweet. Yeah. It matters. Yeah. But also, it comes with its own problems. Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news destroys more than bullets because it poisons minds.
Yeah.
So as much as I'm very pro-technology, I believe in technology that is checked also. that's where I am. Everything that has a positive also has a negative.
But
We
you-
have to be in the in-between.
Still talking technology, you know, I know that, for instance, in our space,
yes,
the media space, a lot has happened. You have more people now who watch stuff online than like 10 years ago.
Yes.
Or like even than 3 years ago. But you find that most people still need to subscribe to pay before they can use certain apps and all that. Is it just because it's here in Nigeria and the cost of data and all that?
I wouldn't really say it's because it's Nigeria. I think it's an economic model. If I build a platform, it's all purely economics. I wouldn't fault someone if they make something free or if they make something to pay. I think if you make yours to pay, it creates me an opportunity to have one that is for free. So for me, I don't think that is our problem. I just don't think that our governments, I'm not specific to any
level.
I'm not saying general. I actually prefer to call him general. I don't think his government is at fault in terms of technology penetration or anything like that. What I just think, we don't have a roadmap to be inclusive. What is our rural technology plan? You go to some places, there's no cell reception. But other countries now are making sure that everybody's online to be able to be reached for whatever reason it is. Where we're going with technology, honestly, I don't even think that's the first step. I think we just don't have a roadmap. And personally, I religiously believe for us to get anything right, we have to go back to the drawing board to define this entity called Nigeria, because it's not working.
We'll continue with that definition very soon. We'll take a break now.
Thank you.
So welcome back to the program. Alfred is still my guest. Yes, Alfred. You said something about a roadmap. What kind of roadmap do you want to develop?
For me, my objective is I would like to create a roadmap where an opportunity that will help us define this entity. For me, having met a lot of people in this country, having been to a lot of places in this country, and I've taken pride of going to about 34 states in this country by road.
By road?
Yes. And the beauty about that is you see how beautiful this country can be. My love for this country has no relationship with being north or south. I just look at it from a potential perspective. And it's sad when you see talent being wasted. I feel privileged on my own to have been able to be sent to the kind of school that I was sent to by my parents, to have the privilege to go to a different country. But how do we implement that back home?
But that's your trip.
Yes.
To 34 states.
Yes.
By road. Give me like 2 takeaways.
This country is beautiful.
This country is what?
It's beautiful.
That's one.
Yes. The potential is massive. But it also shows me that what unites us is way bigger than what divides us.
That's deep.
Our similarities are way more than our divisions. Our divisions are probably language, religion.
Yeah.
How does that stop us from integrating? But the unification possibilities that we have in this country are huge, humongous.
In about, say, 50 years, if that were possible, how would you forecast Nigeria would be?
First of all, now I want to go back to walking before we run.
Ah, okay.
Okay, because just like Wi-Fi technology, somewhere at the back, there is a cable. I don't think we can progress the way the system is set up. I do not believe so. Because if you look at a typical Nigerian, you see eyes filled with hopelessness. And that is a problem. If you bring a typical Nigerian that's probably not from what we'd call the middle class or the upper class and whatnot, what is their hope? What are they looking forward to? When you identify the word Nigeria to them, what does it mean? To me, it's hopelessness, and that is the drive.
But how do we address this?
We have to sell hope back.
Sell hope back?
Yes.
How?
By redefining Nigeria. I'm not saying it's... Number one is, if it was easy, it would be a cakewalk. It would be a child's play. I'm not saying that what we desire to get, that what we desire to want to do is, it's not supposed to be easy. But I see a Nigeria where if a Yoruba boy is good in solar technology, we should ship him out to the northwest. No, northeast. If an Igbo boy is good in agriculture, we send him out to the northwest. If an outside kid happens to be one of the best petrochemical engineers that graduated, he has no business in the north. He should be in the south-south. Vice versa. There are so many. The beauty of this country is its diversity. Southwest doesn't have everything. Southeast doesn't have everything. The north doesn't have everything. So we have to break down those barriers to make everyone feel at home, that this is home, so that we're in the southwest, so that a Yoruba kid could wake up and go to Kaduna and meet their residency laws and be a Yoruba person from Kaduna. His interest is now in Kaduna. I don't see how that affects his tribe. But for us to progress, for him to be able to do that, which is what I believe will progress us. Now, this is not something that you say, this is a magic one, let's do this and Nigeria will be better. No, do I expect resistance? Absolutely. But I just hope that my generation will realize that our parents failed us.
That's unfair.
That's our reality. But more challenging that we don't fail our kids.
I want to challenge you.
Please go ahead.
Your generation cannot say that your parents' generation failed you.
They're the leaders.
But they gave you education. They sent
What
you
kind
to
of
school.
education?
They exposed you.
I've met mass comm students that have never touched the camera. I've met computer engineers that have never had a laptop. I have met pharmacists that probably, no, I haven't met pharmacists, but I'm mostly in my technological space. But I have met graduates that only studied what the school offered them.
They didn't have a practical side to it.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I have met someone that desired to, one of my sisters desired to be a pharmacist, but the school she never got a school that offered her that. Actually, now it's automatic for me that if you tell me you studied something of biological sciences, I believe you wanted to be a doctor. That you just couldn't get medicine. That education is flawed. The education we have here is a certificate. It's not practical.
So that's not just about the parents, because some of your group are already in the educational system.
Well,
so maybe that takes us back to your leadership failure mantra.
Science teaches us. I read a book by Marcus Aurelius that said, every complex problem, simplify it. When I study Nigeria from my own lens, from my capabilities, which I want to believe is different from a whole lot of people, if I were to simplify it, it narrows down to leadership. What is the job of a leader? To give direction. Why is this road bad? The road being bad is not the problem, is why is it actually bad? If we narrow it down, whose job is it to do? If you narrow it all the way down, you could do with budgeting, you could do with enforcement, you could do with a whole lot of things. But for me, the leadership vacuum happens to be our whole problem. And I pray and hope that my generation would understand that the only way out of this is to play inclusive politics. But not just playing inclusive politics, the objective should be first, let's redefine this entity called Nigeria in our own terms, where we will all believe that it's home.
Okay, so inclusive politics. Let's talk politics a bit.
Please.
But I will relate it to something about development. Growing up, I know that sports was used as a tool.
Yes.
To harness the boundless energies of youngsters. And there was something you could predict. Oh, this guy, send him to go and learn swimming. This one, train him in track and field and all that. And then, of course, football. How is our sports field like now, as a young person?
We're a sports-loving nation, football-loving nation.
What does that mean?
I want to believe that we are all into the European Premier League, yes, English Premier League. Whenever they're playing, we know everything. What is ours? What teams do we have? What is you hear about our female soccer stars come back and they're not paid. You hear about our athletes go to perform to come back and they're not being paid. What is the motivation to represent this country? That is on the professional side. What is the growth plan? We don't have stadiums. When I was in primary school between 1991 and 1996, there's always inter-house sports. Every year there is an inter-house sports. You look forward to it. We compete with each other. How relevant is that now in harnessing the capabilities of the youth? We're soccer-loving nations. How many mini soccer pitches would you say you have? I'm sure you travel, you go to the UK, which is also a soccer-loving nation. You drive within neighborhoods. How many soccer pitches would you see? It doesn't have to be massive, but you see people practicing. Growing up in the States, we're more basketball and American football. You see basketball rims in virtually every county. You don't need anybody else to just go and practice. I believe sports on its own, even the income it will generate for this government, for the system, but let's not even focus on the income. Let's focus on the human capacity development. But we're not doing anything about it. What are the ministries doing to say, let's find the future stars of tomorrow and harness them? You look at, unfortunately, because of COVID, nobody is really looking at Olympics 2021. But I remember in 1996 in the Olympics, you can identify more than 20 Nigerian names born in Nigeria, not born abroad, born in Nigeria, that naturalized on different countries, just so that they will have the opportunity to participate. Why should that be the case? We are pushing away doctors. We're pushing away lawyers. We're pushing away professors. And in the same space, other people are coming in. Who are those people? Do they see this place more as a home than we do? I don't know. I don't have the answer. But I genuinely believe that running away isn't the solution. But I can share their pain. I can share the pain of a 21-year-old or a 22-year-old that's probably the oldest in their family with no job, with a supposed degree and no job. What is he or she supposed to do? The parent might be retired without a pension. Is someone being penalized? You see a government official or a pension commissioner or whatever loot the pension. I'm particular about the pension because that is the livelihood of families. What happens to him or her? What is this down effect of those? What is the downstream effect of ruining the pension system?
That's the kind of thing that will lead me to ask you about the impact of discipline. That's personal and corporate discipline. In our society, everything seems to have fallen apart.
You can relate it to, I honestly can't even say it's one thing. I genuinely believe we have sold our souls to the concept of cash. Cash is king. Whatever you have to do to make money. I have zero problem with economics. I have zero problem with the pursuit of your happiness. I actually religiously believe that. And if I get the opportunity, what I want to sell people is more strength in your pursuit of happiness, whatever your happiness might be. I can't make you to do good things, but I can punish you for doing bad. the limits to where we have decayed as a nation, I can't put a hand to where it is. But I can say it started from the erosion of the local governments.
Okay, but then what about the home? What about the home? Discipline starts in the home.
Yes, discipline starts in the home. And let's say, for example, a mother is supposed to discipline a child. Fair enough. Is the mother at home? Where is she? What if she's working? What system do we have? I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all. I do genuinely believe that, yes, family plays a huge part in a child's upbringing. But for me to judge a parent, I have to know where you're coming from.
In trying to know where they're coming from,
yes,
you must also try to understand, what the basic thresholds are for us as a society. What's acceptable in our society today?
Everything goes.
Then we're not going anywhere.
That's the decay we have. Let's use driving, for example.
Yes.
How do drivers here behave?
What's the punishment?
There's no price to pay. But the same person, would they do that in front of the cantonment gates? The same driver that would come here, double park, block the road, no care about the backup of traffic or whatever, run a red light, would they do the same in front of the cantonment gates where the military are? Price and punishment.
So then it's
there's no price to pay for anything goes in Nigeria today.
I believe that even the individual should be able to say, this is beneath me, I'm not going to do it.
But then you're taking away the concept of being human. As human beings, we will do whatever we'll get away with. If not, there wouldn't be laws. The law is there to enforce what we desire as a society.
So now, imagine a young person, a person, let's not say is young or old, a person who wants to be involved in politics but who has no personal scruples and all that. What kind of politician is that going to be?
That's a tough one.
Yes, it is.
Because it's intrinsic. My motivation didn't come from anybody. My motivation came when I realized that I mustn't be the king. I mustn't be the number one. Because speaking with my colleagues, speaking with a bunch of friends, speaking with people I believe that are opportuned, the bigger problem that we have, I don't know if it's a black problem, but the biggest problem we have, nobody wants to be willing to pay the ultimate price. Nobody wants to do anything they will not enjoy the benefits of it. Nobody wants to start anything that they will not live to enjoy, which is a big problem because life has a weird sense of humor.
Yeah.
I could start something, and Martin Luther King, did he see the civil rights he fought for?
No, he didn't.
It actually got propelled after his death. So do you think his wife was happy about that? I bet you not. She wants her husband, probably. I don't know her, but I want to assume that she wants her husband. For me, like I said, the itch that is itching me is a selfish interest. Very selfish. It just happens to be that this is home. I'm not doing it because I love anybody else. I'm not doing it because I love the people. I'm doing it because I want my home to be better.
You want your home to be better. You want your people to
and
be better.
And if you're an occupant of my home, your benefit.
Okay, so now let's localize it. You're from Imo. You schooled in Enugu, more or less grew up in Enugu. But what you would like to do, your circumstances will prevent you from being able to do it in Enugu. That's the truth?
Like I said, it's, for me, let me just say something. I hope it doesn't take us away.
Yeah,
I think a few years back, Abia State was created from Imo. But the Abia State governor told the Imo State teachers or something to go home. I had a problem with that. These are people that have lived there all their lives. But that's the issue that we're talking about. Enugu State and Anambra, this indigenization concept of somebody telling you you are not from here. How can you tell someone that have lived in a place all their lives that they're not from there. There are Igbo people in Lagos that are more Igbo than some Yoruba people that probably have never lived in Lagos. My wife was born and brought up in Lagos. She speaks more Yoruba than Igbo. You would actually think she's more Yoruba until you probably hear her name and last name and whatnot. To me, my Nigeria, and I'm internalizing it because it might not be someone else's, and I believe there should be diversity of opinions. There should be diversity of minds. We should not all agree. In my Nigeria, she's a Lagosian.
Yeah, she is.
Lagos is a little different.
No, but she's a Lagosian.
Okay.
She is a Lagosian.
And yeah, an Igbo person from Lagos.
Yes.
That's my Nigeria.
That's who
the
she
way
is.
I want to say it. Well, I'm not sure that's how it is applicable in the whole country, though.
No, well, you said Lagos. That's how it is in Lagos.
No,
I can say
Lagos
that.
is one
and
out
you
of
have
30.
experienced it.
Yes.
So, but what I'm saying is that if it happened that in Imo, no, not Imo now, in Enugu, where you grew up,
yes,
right, you can't come out to run for, say, Senate.
The local sentiment.
Yes. They say,
is
no,
that
he's
you're
not one of us.
No.
How do we prevent that? That's people saying that.
And that's when
That's
words,
not government now. That's people.
Yes, sir. That's when words matter. That's when psychological matter. That's when orientation matters. Because when you look at a document, it says states of origin. You didn't ask me where I reside. That state of origin could be lack of our documentation processes because they're trying to verify a whole lot of things, but it has a gravid effect. Because if all we know is a state of residence, then you should never bring up Imo. You can ask me
Or
place
even
of
state
birth.
of birth.
Yes.
Yes.
If we focus on that, that's the thing about time. It might not be my generation. But my grandchildren, when they grow up, they'll look at their friends and, where were you born? Then we can have that mindset that it doesn't matter where somebody's from. The America we look up to, George Bush is from Texas. His younger brother is from Florida. Obama was born in Hawaii. He was the senator from Chicago. I forgot where Hillary Clinton was born, but she's the senator from New York. It doesn't matter because these states define their residency laws. And the moment you meet those residency laws, you're a resident. That's where you're from. That you were born in America, you're an American citizen, not a state resident. You have to actually reside in the states and meet their residency laws to be a resident of that state. I moved from Boston to Georgia. I'm no longer a Boston resident. I have zero business with Boston anymore. Now I'm a resident of Georgia. Whatever I want to do, if I want to run U.S. local politics, I can only run it in Georgia now. Even though I've lived there less than a year, because I met their residency laws. So it's the downtrodden, it's the psychological effect of words. It matters. If you keep asking me state of origin, the word origin means something. You didn't ask me place of birth. You didn't even ask me if I've gone there. What does it matter? Ask me where I'm born. Ask me where I reside. If you don't have my father's documentation, how is that my problem? But I genuinely believe that word, state of origin and state of, I believe that word, state of origin, should be scrapped.
Okay.
It has a
The
negative
concept
effect.
of state of origin should be scrapped.
I genuinely believe that.
Okay, well, before it is scrapped, I know that your state of origin is Imo.
Yes.
It's Imo.
Yes.
Now, so your parents are from Imo, so you have some very deep affinities with Imo.
Absolutely.
All right, so looking at Imo State today,
yes,
what role do you think not what role, Imo State today,
yes,
what are its potentials?
I have taught the states, even for economic possibilities, when I was running my company here. Just like every other state in the country, in this country, which I believe is blessed, it's blessed with youth. And no nation can run without youth. It's just direction of energy. Where are you directing that energy towards?
So there's youth.
Youth is the power, is the will. The Chinese population and all that, if they get into their 60s now, that becomes a liability. It's that youth from, I would say, for lack of a better word, 16 through maybe 45 or something, that productive youth. The state is blessed with youth. Abundance, natural resources and whatnot. They're just not being harnessed. Now, I don't want to say is this administration or that administration. As a collective, we don't have the kind of leadership we desire or we deserve.
That's generally and then particularly in Imo State. Now, what do you think the youth can do in this particular case of Imo State?
Well, if I isolate it, I think it's going to be rollout and everything because it's the same. But if we trace back a little bit to the end SARS movement, what I got out of that movement is the power of organization. Now, I'm not talking about the end results or what started it, but the power when people come together. What I believe was wrong with it was the direction of the movement. Okay, how, strategy, bullet points, a figurehead. You can't run anything without a figurehead. But let it be a sample, a test sample of how things come up. What I love about what happened is the potential. When people come together, what can happen? And whatever can happen to Imo State can happen to Enugu, can happen to Ogun, Ondo, everywhere. Nigeria is blessed with youth. I'm not 100 on the numbers, but I think about 40 to 60% of the Nigerian population are youths. If we graduate from the 18 to 45 or something, are youths. Productive youths. Are we taking advantage of what is our unemployment population? It's skyrocketing now. So for me, I want to say it's unfortunate because you can't say I want to build road when someone is hungry. You can't say I want to do this, build hospital, when someone is not even eating. I think we have a microeconomic problem and that we have leaderships that don't understand the importance of small-term wins.
So what kind of small-term wins would you suggest in the case of Imo?
A hypothetical.
Yes, hypothetical, yes.
A hypothetical, if I were to run Imo State, number one would be, how do I put food on the table of citizens? It could be a welfare. It could be, give me your documentation. We have NIN now, we have BVNs now, where I find out the people that are not, the population that are not working, maybe the first week, 2 weeks, mini handout just to be able to be sure that people have something to eat. You create a skill acquisition program whereby after 3 months for this to continue, you must go somewhere to get a skill. When you come out of that, I have to also be prepared to be able to offer you something. It could be a credit to start whatever it is you're good at. But it is very hard to talk to a hungry person. And when people are hungry, you could, and I think that's why stomach infrastructure politics works. And I think that's why our politicians today take advantage of it. When people are hungry, they can do anything to eat. Short-term solution will be putting food on the table. Now, that's the end result. How we go about that. We don't have social programs. Who takes care of the disabled? If someone is genuinely disabled, disabled doesn't mean when you have, it could be psychological. It could be emotional, it could be a mental problem. You're disabled. Who takes care of those people? Are they not citizens?
Yes, they are.
What plans do we have for them? Is it when we see them roaming on the streets and then naked trying to eat out of the gutter that we think they have, we call this a mad person? No. It could be a psychological problem that probably just needs health care.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll take another break now. We'll be back. So welcome back to Timeless Conversations with Alfred Okoro as my guest. So Alfred, we're talking politics now.
Yes, sir.
Politics young people are not participating.
No.
Why?
We have political parties not based on ideology. I'm speaking from my
go ahead.
experience,
I mean,
and I want to
qualified.
believe a lot of people share the same sentiment. What really is the difference between APC and PDP?
Title.
Half of the governors from PDP have migrated to APC. What is their ideology? I do not believe we have ideology-based politics. Now, the problem, because I haven't played in that politics, could be completely different, but it doesn't exist. You can't say that PDP is conservative and that APC is liberal. You cannot say that. Yeah. Even though I believe that a party should both have a liberal and conservative arms of it, depending on the geographical region, whereby one party, even let's use APC for example, the northern part of the country are more conservative than the southern part. So I would expect APC members in the north to be more conservative than APC members in the south. But people do not participate because they do not believe in the message. I was here in 2015 when Baba's election. I am not going to lie, I have never been around in a time where people were filled with hope. Maybe it turned out to just be a marketing gimmick. It's not just about me directly, but where is those promises? And for me personally, I voted for General Buhari. Yeah, maybe I think what we have is President Buhari, but what I voted for was the general that was going to instill discipline in us, that was going to bring us this military structure. I'm not sure that I'm sure there are so many things that I do not know that is transpiring, but I don't think we are getting the short end of it.
Well, quite to be fair to the government, they're building some infrastructure, fixing some interstate and federal
One
roads.
credit I would give this government is on macroeconomics. I'm not an economist, so my words might be a little different, but I think I flew into Abuja and I was impressed with the airport. Apart from that, this government, the huge credit I would give to them is from 1999, this is the only government that continued the previous administration's projects, that never abandoned them. Even if they didn't come up with brand new ones on their own, there are no ghost projects. That was very common in our politics, whereby this governor starts this road. Oh, because it's not me that started it, I don't want to give credit to this, I'm not going to. And you see that on the social media scheme, whereby the PDP sympathizers, when a railroad is completed or something, they're like, but he didn't start it. So what? To me, personally, I give them kudos on the macro level. But I'm not sure they get a pass on the micro level, and which is food on the table of everyday Nigerians. And I believe the general that people were clamoring for was the man of the people. I'm sure, like I said, it's not a criticism, but if we are to assess, I think on the micro level, I think we got the short end of the stick, if we were to look at it from that perspective.
So let's flip back to the youth now.
Yes.
Why, how do we get them interested?
Think we need to resell the youth on this entity called Nigeria, because I do not genuinely feel that they believe in this project.
Well, you still fall within that category, youth. So how would you sell the entity Nigeria to your fellow compatriots?
By selling them authenticity, by selling them genuineness, and by sensitization. Because it's easy to fall apart when you don't believe people, and we don't believe our politicians. Where someone, please allow me to backtrack a little bit. During the COVID,
yes,
there was a lockdown, and there was the riots, and people busted into a factory. The word became a social media meme, palliatives. How can we justify that? Food that was destined for the populace was being hoarded by politicians. How can I justify that? We're talking about food. Forget the money. We are talking about food.
Yes.
And people are supposed to quarantine. So let's use the people that are working in hospitals, in hotels. So that means no money.
Yes.
Let's call the transporters. That means no money. Maybe the people the bankers, maybe banks are big enough or structured enough that they could still be paying their staff. But let's talk about the undocumented, the people that feed off of the everyday income. How are they supposed to abide by that lockdown in place? I'm not arguing the lockdown because of the epidemic. There is supposed to be a lockdown. But how are they supposed to survive? So then the word on the street came that there were this food, but some politicians stocked it. How can you justify that? Yeah, maybe not everybody wants to stick their neck out, which I can understand. The role is not for everybody.
So now, let's fast track.
Okay.
Sell Nigeria.
This is home. Nowhere like home. And all it's going to take is for us to get together. All it's going to take is for us to believe in the project. And if we believe in the Nigeria project, we define our Nigeria, not my Nigeria. Maybe my is not the word, because the word I want to use is my Nigeria, internalizing it for your own personal, not someone else's, your Nigeria. What is it you desire Nigeria to be? How do you create that? We need to resell this project, this entity. I genuinely believe that what else would they believe? There is nowhere else to go. This is home. It's just that home is not habitable.
Let me ask you this final question.
Yes, sir.
Is there hope for Nigeria?
Absolutely.
Show me.
We just need to try to get the right hands. And I'm sorry, even though it's your right question, I think people don't understand what the word change means. People got caught up with the change mantra, saying, we voted for change, we didn't get it. No. Change is a continuum. That we changed and didn't get it doesn't mean that we stop. If a female goes to a hair salon and gets a bad hairdresser, does she stop making her hair?
No.
She tries another hairdresser. Why is it that when we change a politician and they're bad, we give up? We change them. One of the reasons why I loved APC winning was that concept of change. It's not about the results. But if we can get the mindset that we can change people when they underperform, in the long term, it's going to be great for us. I believe in this country. It's not about anything else, but it's not a me thing. And I understand somebody that's not getting psyched up about the project. It's fine. That creates work. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. It's not meant to be easy.
So you're saying they should believe in change?
We should believe in the word change, not who spoke it. We should believe that change means that we have to keep trying until we get it right.
And we do that every election?
Every election, we have to participate. We must participate. I do not think that the parties currently existing are ideology-based, but we can change it from the outside. You can only change it from the inside.
Thank you very much, Alfred, for your time.
It's a pleasure.
I've had timeless conversations with Alfred Okoro. Next time, we'll bring you another interesting talk session. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to One-on-One on Plus TV Africa. I am Maureen Menonwezibe. My guest today is Mayoko Christopher Ilo. He is a petroleum engineer, economist,
policy analyst, brand strategist, business administrator. He's a member of the SPE. He's also a member of the PMI and member IIBA. You are welcome to One on One.
Thank you for having me.
People themselves, the followers, we the Nigerians, our mindset, do you see us involved as we should be in terms of owning the country and contributing at our different levels towards the development of the country? Because corruption has also eaten deep into the fabric of the society, as we can see.
Well, at the risk of sounding like a broken bottle, I will reiterate that everything rises and falls on leadership. You know, although some people have said every people gets the government they deserve, but there's a reason why we elect people into office. They are supposed to be the best of us.
Yeah.
They are supposed to lead us in different directions. You know, be like Moses and chart a path for the children of Israel.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome to The Advocate, the program that keeps you educated and informed on current events around you. I will be talking about multilateral relations, the lifeblood of a country's survival. Victor Onyekere will be discussing about NYSC at 50, and Stephen Agiode will be giving us lessons from Sudan as usual. Expect interesting conversations. We will be back after this break. Multilateral relations, the lifeblood of a country's survival. Adolf Hitler once said, when diplomacy ends, war begins. On the other hand, Farid Zakaria, CNN international correspondent, said, foreign policy is a matter of costs and benefits, not theology. Nigeria has always been a prominent figure in African politics, forming alliances with various countries and international organizations to promote peace and stability in the continent. However, the ongoing crisis in Sudan has revealed the need for Nigeria to strengthen its multilateral relationships to better protect its citizens in diaspora. Many Nigerians are currently stuck in Sudan, facing various challenges such as lack of access to basic necessities like food, shelter, and healthcare. Unfortunately, Nigerians' efforts to bring its citizens back home have been slowed down by diplomatic difficulties and bureaucracies. To address this issue, Nigeria needs to strengthen the diplomatic image in Africa by working more closely with African Union and the United Nations to ensure the safety of Nigerians abroad. Inclusivity and progressivism should be prioritized in their approach to foreign policy, much like the new British monarch, King Charles III, focus on strategies that promote selfless service, growth and prosperity for all. This will foster unity and development between African states. Foreign policies and ethics are integral to a country's survival in international system, and Nigeria needs to put its best foot forward to achieve this. The recent example of the peaceful fight between ambassadors of Russia and Ukraine in Turkey during a peace negotiation highlights the importance of diplomacy and the need for mutual respect between countries. In conclusion, Nigeria needs to strengthen its multilateral relationships with other countries and international organizations to protect its citizens in diaspora. Through a focus on inclusivity and progressivism, Nigeria can foster unity and development between African states by prioritizing diplomacy and mutual respect. Countries can achieve a peaceful and stable international system benefiting all. I'm going to start with you, sir. You know, I actually raised 3 case studies here. Case study 1 is the current situation in Sudan. But before we talk about Sudan, let's just quickly say something about the new British monarch. Just something nice. You know, for the past 70 years, of course, Queen Elizabeth reigned after her father. The father tried to take UK out of depression following the Second World War, right? And then Queen Elizabeth came on board as young queen now, and she presided over League of Nations, including Commonwealth, you know, trying to foster prosperity. And then her son, King Charles III, is emphasizing selfless service for all. Selfless service and inclusivity. That's the only way the monarch can be sustained as influential in this. So I just want to hear one thought from you, and then Victor will delve into other issue.
Well, the royalty in England has played a big role in the Commonwealth when we are talking about diplomacy and ability to impact nations. Many Nigerians have taken advantage of Commonwealth scholarships and all that. We have benefited a lot from that. And indeed, sometimes in the economic sphere, it has been useful for us and all that. We come from the background of the fact that they were colonial rulers.
He was good there.
And but then we have evolved over time into becoming partners. The situation is really unlike the one you have with the French and assimilation, where some will say that when the French left, they left colonies. They didn't live independent states. I mean, you have countries without central banks virtually. They rely on France to dictate the value of their currency. Sure, yeah. But with Britain, we have virtually become partners. We have evolved to the extent that the constitution we run today is not even the one they left for us. We use the American constitution to show the extent of our independence. In 1963, we left the jurisdiction of the Privy Council, so we became fully independent. So since then, we have virtually become with them partners, equals. Although under the Commonwealth, we have gained a lot and all that. So it's a point to say to the British, congratulations.
And congratulations to the British.
On the coming into being of a new monarch. And to hope that it will usher in a greater period of cooperation between Nigeria and Britain.
Okay, Victor, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I will just piggyback on what King Charles III said about selflessness and inclusivity. I think it's very important because when you look at it, it's that word selflessness is something that we're very akin to in Nigeria, and I think that if leaders, right, can emulate that certain virtue, which is serving, knowing that when you are in any position of leadership, right, is actually the position to serve people. And selflessness is really, is really about thinking about the highest good of other people and not just, what I want to do with this power, right? But what change can I effect? Where can I take the people to? How can I make things easier, better, more progressive for the people? And then also inclusivity is also very important. We must now shun, like Stephen said, right? Lesson for African leaders. How can we be more inclusive, getting everybody carried along, right? Somebody once said that when you look at people who are quote unquote disabled, they are not. They are just abled in another format. Sure. So it's ability in another format. So, I mean, there's the non-inclusiveness of women, and things like that. So we need to bring everybody together. We need to build, societies that are all inclusive. So, I mean, kudos to the British, kudos to, it was a very wonderful ceremony.
No, you watched it.
So I can only wish...
I couldn't help watching it too.
I can only wish them all the best. Good one.
Okay, I'm going to talk something now. I want us to say something else. The next issue on brand, talking about according to Adolf Hitler, and I just stated it as when he said, when diplomacy fails, war begins. And you saw what happened 2 weeks ago. That was, I consider, quite inhumane and disturbing and perhaps disgraceful. Two ambassadors fighting. You know, you saw it like, let's say about 2 weeks ago, yeah. The Russian ambassador and an ambassador from Russia and an ambassador from Ukraine involving in a physical fight. Like it was like a kind of ugly situation considering what is happening now in Ukraine. So I want to hear your thoughts on this. How do you think world leaders can garner around to solve the problem? There are a lot of persons have died in Russia and Ukraine. So what do you think? I want to hear your thoughts on this from the diplomatic angle.
There are a lot of issues on the ground in Ukraine, and a lot of geopolitics that is going on. You remember Russia is a successor state to USSR, which was engaged in Cold War with the West. What we are seeing, it's an evolution of that, what was going on at that time. Putin is trying to restore the Russian state as it was. The gradual collapse of the Russian state is what led to the emergence of states like Ukraine, Belarus, all these states, is their collapse. But Putin sees the world in terms of that time. Is, in my view, unable to reconcile himself with the collapse of the Soviet Union. What you find in these ambassadors fighting is a physical embodiment of what is happening between their nations.
Russia and Ukraine.
It's a conflict that it would not be easy to solve. I don't envy any diplomat trying to solve it, because in order to solve it, you need to know that these things go back a long way. The history between even Ukraine, how Ukraine came to be part of USSR in the first place, and all that, the history, the cultural differences and all that. You have to delve far back into their history. And then the position of Russia vis-a-vis the West. The different values in terms of democracy and autocracy and all that. There's a proxy war going on between values of between different values and different ways of seeing the world. That's what we are seeing.
But humanity is suffering.
A clash, you may say, of civilizations.
Humanity is suffering, despite the views, theologies, philosophy, whatever. Humanity is suffering. And we help humanity.
Well, the truth is that when war has been part of the existence of humanity, I pray that there can be a truce in the conflict between them. Just that while the principal parties ruling the two nations and ruling on, why the principal characters in this conflict remain in power, I really don't see it. Why the principal powers remain, principal characters remain in power. Putin remains in power, and the American president remains who he is. The Ukrainian president remains who he is. I really don't see how diplomacy can really change things.
Okay, before I come to you, Victor, I'd like us to go to the next topic on our regarding diplomacy and the Sudan crisis. Some people said it's not time for Uhuru. I don't know. I think you've read that book. It's not yet time for Uhuru. Mr. Stephen, you must have heard of that book. It's not yet time for Uhuru.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not yet time for freedom.
Yes.
Not yet time to celebrate. You know, recently the President-elect Ashwad Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he has been on several. Okay, he's out of Nigeria now. They said he's in Europe for is it state visits or working visits?
Yes, yeah.
Working visits, right?
Yes, yeah.
And some presidents of some countries have, or some top people, including organizations, in different countries, have shown interest in wanting to see him or wanting to have his presence because he's a new elected president. And then what happened last week or so, while he was in, is it last week or last 2 weeks? While he was in Port Harcourt, Governor Wiki invited him to come and commission projects. And but some other persons are of the school of thought that we can only have one president at a time. Wait for your turn. Wait for your turn. It's not your time. Wait, relax. Why some other person said, okay, it's a good thing, hits the ground running. So he's trying to prepare himself. So when he lands in Nassau, he hits the ground running. But more importantly, whichever way, I'm concerned more about Nigerian perception. The administration of President Buhari is almost over. It's almost time up. So let's talk about going forward. What better ways do you think Nigerians can strengthen their imagery? We don't use the principle of reciprocity here. You saw what happened between Nigeria and South Africa. Xenophobic attack and all those things. I'm not trying to whip up sentiment here. I'm not trying to cause any problem. I respect South Africans. They are nice people. They have good people. However, some unfortunate things happened. And this issue has not been addressed properly because one way or the other, Nigerians are suffering. And the government of Nigeria has not been able to say, suffering in mostly African countries, image problem. The same, during the period of Sudan evacuation, a Nigerian business, I think a Nigerian businesswoman that deals with selling wigs or something, she was in Ghana for a trade fair. And what did they do to her? I don't know that you follow that news. They asked her to leave or they asked her to shut down. They actually came to destroy her trade fair. That, look, you are coming to spoil market for we Ghanaians. Yeah, it happened. Yeah. So these things, I can go on and on and on. Is it the fact that Ethiopians shut down their borders against Nigerians and say, no, we need visa to cross? Or Egypt trying to, the President Buhari had to call the President LCC before they could open their borders to Nigeria. So is there something that we can do, we can advise the government to do? Because we are talking about promoting African Union, strengthening African Union, promoting free trade agenda and making Africa a strong economic bloc in the world. But if you are having this fragmentation in Africa, it can't happen. So what do you think about it?
Yeah, you see, I think that it's even important what we are talking about now because after African free trade is about to take off, which means that Africans should prepare. We've signed the agreement. We are going to have to get to the stage where we start trading with ourselves. That's what the new government should actually be preparing for, linking up with other governments. Whether we like it or not, borders are going to have to be relaxed. African head of states will have to meet with each other more. And then African trade will have to boom. Nigeria should be preparing itself for such an eventuality now. That's what we should be preparing for. That's what other African countries should be preparing for. Just like Europe has shown. With a united unit, you can go far. Africa should be, our coming head of state should be strategizing along those lines. The problem we had with the South Africans was simple. The average South African does not know how much Nigeria contributed to their liberation struggle.
And being a refugee to Mandela.
Yes, and at the time they first saw Nigerians, they saw perhaps the worst of us. Unfortunately, our economy was bad. And then many Nigerians went there that were perhaps not the best representation of Nigerians. But it is not strange what has happened. What has happened between Nigeria and South Africa actually happened between Nigeria and Ghana. You remember in 69, the Ghanaians deported us and we deported Ghanaians. They first deported us.
And they were deported under Shehu Shagari.
Then later, in the 60s, they deported us. We then deported them. So then the South Africans are like this. Maybe it's a lack of awareness. Maybe our military governments too, the way they pursued diplomacy. When you pursue diplomacy, it's like the relationship between you. You must always remember also your own self-interest, so that when you are doing something, you think of what is in it for me.
Cost and benefit.
The way America goes out and does things for countries, they always think, what is in it for America? How can America benefit? You see what they did for the Koreans, but they ensured that American companies benefited from that. When they go to, even when they did Afghanistan, they ensured American benefited from it. When we do foreign, we went to Liberia and we didn't get anything much from it. When we do our foreign policy, we are not thinking in terms of what we will get from it. It's something that needs to be changed. There's no Father Christmas in the world. Just like an individual, you can't just be giving people things and without thinking of what you get from it. It's a basic concept in international relations. We need, with South Africans, to forget what is happening at the moment. We need to forget and forgive because it happens between nations. What we need to do is, how do we start a new relationship with them in which we show that we can trade together and these two countries can partner to raise the profile of Africa. Sure. Because these are the two powerhouses of Africa today.
It's quite unfortunate that Obasanjo contributed to his peace deal in Ethiopia. Mm-hmm. He was the one that actually chairman on behalf of the African Union and ending 2 years civil war in Tigray region versus Ethiopian government to a halt. Mm-hmm. Then Obasanjo is the former president of Nigeria, and then Nigerians were fleeing a war in Sudan to Ethiopia, and this same Ethiopian government shot their doors against Nigeria. That's quite funny. I know you want to say something, Victor, as we round up.
Well, I mean, as we wrap up, it also piggybacks back to, what I said earlier, which is really about, you mentioned something around African Union. If we're trying to build a lot of solid ties, we're trying to build something that will be transgenerational. Because if we just assume that we'll be here forever, right, you would not be, you're going to play the ball is going to pass to you, you will play in your own time, and at some point you'll be able to play. What legacies are we leaving behind? Why should I even require a visa to go to any African country? Why are we doing this to ourselves? And you go to the UK, you just wake up and you travel to the next neighboring country.
Scotland.
Do you understand? But you can't even try.
You can't do free trade that way.
But the thing is, we also need to, I think something is wrong with us internally. And it's this thing that's also happening when you come down to Nigeria, where, this is not even being tribalistic. It's certain, the Igbos are not united. That's just, is a strong, but that's a thing, right? So there's also this thing of, you are Yoruba, but you are a foreign Yoruba, I'm a deeper Yoruba, all of these things. So if Africa must come together, exactly, we must begin to see ourselves as one. I should wake up and pack my bags and go to Ethiopia without having to worry about anything. And Ethiopians should be able to come to Nigeria. We should begin to, I don't know if you watched that video that's been trending on Twitter, but I forgot, I think the president of Kenya, he was talking, he was talking about the fact that they treated us like kids, put us into a bus, he was trending.
Okay.
Yes, he was trending, so I want to censor some things he said, but it was really profound. But again, he piggybacked to the fact that even amongst ourselves, we don't value ourselves.
Oh, I get it.
We don't carry ourselves with dignity, so in a way, the colonization happened many years ago.
Exactly.
But somehow there's still a mental slavery.
We are even worse off to ourselves.
Exactly. So I'll wrap up with this. It's almost like that king, right? That king that wanted to forgive debtors. So he sent for his servants, get me the debtors book list, and say, you know what? I forgive every one of you that's owed me so much money. And a certain man was owing the king the largest sum of money. He was forgiving that debt. Guess what? The man stepped out, right, and went to grab the truth of somebody that is within his environment that is owing him just 1/10 of that bigger debt that the king forgave him, for. And so he couldn't forgive that small. The thing he heard about it, the king got angry and threw that man in jail. So it's this thing of within ourselves, we don't look after ourselves. We don't see ourselves as valuable. So how are, those that are not of the African descendant, how would they see us as valuable? I mean, it's a deep call of reflection for us.
Yes.
We need to start seeing ourselves differently. We need to start seeing ourselves of high value. Let's put up a solid front. African Union, we must be solid. Put up a solid front such that when these guys come in, right, we can say, oh, this is how we want to do things. We are united. But when you say, let me go to Ghana to do this, and say, no, don't worry anyway, I will go to Nigeria, they will accept. So you see, so when you say, oh no, these guys are united. So if you try to enter through Ghana, it doesn't work. You go to Ethiopia, you're not going to work. Oh, we've given you one voice. We are united on this matter.
Exactly.
But when you say, oh, Ethiopian president is saying no, let me go to Liberia, let me go to Senegal, they will say yes. There's no united front. We need to have that united front. That's what I'm advocating for today.
That's very good. That's fair. That's fair. Thank you very much for your input, gentlemen. Victor Onyekere is next after the break.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam, you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
NYSC at 50. Many social media platforms have been flooded with image memories from people who have successfully passed through the National Youth Service Corps program in commemoration of NYSC at 50 years. Amidst the different images from people, brought back, some nostalgia. Many people shared their NYSC experience. There are several key lessons to draw from these experiences, and if we're to make progressive headway with the NYSC program, we must go back to the drawing board. The NYSC program was created on the 22nd of May 1973 as an avenue for the reconciliation, reconstruction, and rebuilding of the nation after the Civil War. It was established based on the Decree number 24, which stated that the scheme was created with a view to the proper encouragement and development of common ties among the youths of Nigeria, and of course, the promotion of national unity. Some years ago, there had been a movement to scrap the NYSC program, and it had more negative impact than the intended positive impact for which it was originally designed in 1973. It stems from the fact that many young people wasted 11 months of their lives sitting in a remote village where they were literally incapacitated. I mean, if we think about it deeply, we all know that the NYSC program needs a lot of facelift. I personally do not hold the opinion that it should be scrapped, but we can do so much to revamping it into something much better. The program affords the government an opportunity to get real-time feedback from core members, but I doubt that the government has explored this opportunity. These feedbacks will become the necessary tool to rebuilding and restructuring the NYSC program. The program also reveals how much broken our educational system is. There is very low premium on education. There's also the issue of, national safety and national security, which has always been there. I strongly believe that the NYSC program is a massive opportunity for cultural awareness and integration across board. People shouldn't have to influence their deployment and posting, but it's happening till this very day. We won't pretend that we don't mostly know why people influence their deployment. There's a lot of untapped potential with the NYSC program. And I am specially calling on the government this very minute to invite relevant key stakeholders to take another critical look into the program. So I'm going to start with Elijah. You served, during the National Youth Service Corps program, right? What was the experience for you?
I served in 2017, 2018.
Awesome.
August 2017 to July 2018 in Anambra, specifically Onitsha. Well, aside from the nice food, ofaku and rice, I don't joke with that.
Yeah,
aside from
that's
the
like
nice
cultural
food,
integration, right?
Cultural
there.
integration.
Yeah.
I am able to go and test my Igbo understanding. Actually, I understand Igbo language to a very good extent, and I can write to a very good extent. I may not be able to speak fluently, but it was an opportunity for me to test my but the good thing is, during the period of my service, I met people from different parts of the world, Nigeria, that came there to serve, and of course we learned quite a lot of things, meeting people and the rest. But the service itself, the scheme itself, I think there's supposed to be some overhauling. Let me give you an example. They want to emphasize skill acquisition because of trying to give us this idea that don't expect the government to provide job for you. You can actually acquire skill and use this for your own economic advantage. But the process by which they recruit people to give you such kind of number one, the trainings are not sufficient enough. Timing, and maybe some people are not really in tune with what they are in for. So I think they can work with stakeholders to make it more meaningful. Over the years, NYSC had, I wouldn't say it has outlived its purpose. This period that we're having problem of, I don't want to use the word national disintegration, but you know what I'm saying.
Exactly.
People saying, oh, this, you are from so tribe, you don't marry this. I think NYSC scheme should be fostered to help national integration, but it should be revamped.
True.
It should be revamped because I remember a case where, when you go to when we're in camp, we learned quite some things. But if you check, these things they're teaching you, is it relevant to today's market? Now, those days, if you go for and serve, it has served this purpose. They need teachers in villages and all those things. Yeah, it's okay. But right now, Nigeria should not be dragged to that level. Just being a rural teacher, that's all. You want to help the government in helping educate children in a rural environment. What will the government do for you? How can you be able to key into the 21st century business-like era or recommended skill? So I think the government should look into it.
Fantastic.
And it's a good thing that some other countries are copying, I wouldn't say copying us, but they're emulating us. Countries like Niger Republic, I think there was a time their president came to Nigeria, I think some years back, where they wanted to launch their own national service. Even Ghana does same.
Awesome.
Ghana does same. Other countries like Israel, South Korea, their own is more military-like. But I think whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well.
Wow, awesome, Elijah. So let me come back to Mr. Stephen. So basically, right, it's been a long time you served. I don't know if you can remember your experience.
No.
But hold on. So I'd like to share your experience, and also, what do you think? I mean, it would also be good to glean on, several decades since you served, and then looking at what it is now, right? And how can we really tap into the full potential of this program?
Okay, so I served in the last year of the 80s. And
where?
In Niger State, Mina.
Okay,
Mina.
Now, my experiences, well, I think I found in the ordinary Nigerian there a fellowship, a welcome. I mean, on a broad look at it, I was welcomed by people I did not know. Once it was recognized that I was a youth corper, amenities were made, accommodation was made for me. Oh, it's a youth corper, let's see what we can do and all that. So on that level, just imagine if people like us had not gone there, that just seeing people from another culture, just seeing other people would not have happened. So on that level, there's much to say. It's progressive about youth corps. But then we lose a lot when, like we mentioned, you have these manipulations of you transfer, you are doing redeployment and all these things. You miss the purpose, and these days it has become massive. Even that essence of mixing up with cultures that you don't know, we miss it a lot.
But you can't blame them now, considering what happened in 2011 in Kaduna, where core members were killed following the re-election of, or should I call it re-election? Okay, following the election, it was actually not a
very unfortunate
of Goodluck Jonathan.
Very unfortunate.
Security concerns.
Very unfortunate. Also, on another level, I want to take it from the management level. Over the years, I think also what has not been looked at is how NYSC itself has been managed. Has it been prudently managed economically, and all those factors need to be looked at. When you embark on such huge projects, there should be time when you come back and reflect on what you are doing. I don't think that kind of reflection has gone on with NYSC. NYSC is an offshoot of something old. America used to have what they called Peace Corps, but they use it as an instrument of diplomacy.
Yeah.
They take a young person who has graduated and bring him to your country to teach and all that. We, in Nigeria here, we receive such people. They managed it up to the point they realized, okay, are we getting the bang for the buck? And they gradually did away with it. Like you said, other countries do military service. What other countries do with military services, they look at it and say, we are not constantly at war. Do we need a standing army of this proportion? Can we use young people coming up to be stopgap and to keep them in the army as people who can be brought back? America does something like that. South Korea does something like that. And some other countries, Switzerland does something like that, where the bulk of the army is the youth. They are trained. They are part of the army for a number of years till they are 40. But they go to work. If there's a war, they could be called back. In that way, you are managing your resources in terms of you are not wasting money, which is where I go back to what I was talking about fund management and all that. Because what they are doing, they are killing two birds with one stone. They are having an army at the same time.
Working class people.
Working
class people and the army.
Working class people and the army and all that. So those help their security along the line and all that. The issue of insecurity across the country is a big issue that will need us to reflect on the value of NYSC. Nobody wants to train anybody and send him defenseless to a place where he's endangered.
And come back in the box.
Yeah.
Imagine how many people left their father's house, but they were brought back to their father's house in a box, called a casket.
So they can't defend themselves. If to say they were sent into to be like in a military outfit, they will defend themselves. They will have things to defend themselves. They will be part of an army. But here, they are just sent there and they are left at anyone's mercy.
But there was a time one senator proposed the idea of military training for NYSC, and it was turned down. Remember now? That was under
there's still the 3 weeks
right from the beginning. Right from the beginning, it was raised. Right from the inception of NYSC, it was raised. We were a military rule at that time, and the military did not like it. Although, ironically, every NYSC station is headed by military men.
Yeah, by Brigadier General.
Brigadier General still. But they didn't like the idea. So we need to look at the insecurity in the land and ask ourselves whether, in the light of the insecurity that is going on, we we may not need to adjust, because insecurity is not going to go away easily. You have a situation where Boko Haram, ISIS and all that are growing. Above us, you have all kinds of things going on in Mali, Chad and all that and all that and all that. So we like I said, you don't have big projects like this without sitting back after some time and reflecting. Come back, sit down and reflect on what you are doing. What are the challenges? What is the future? What is the forward way forward? I don't see, at 50, you should expect, I don't know whether there's such a colloquium of them coming back to seriously talk about what's the future of NYSC, given all the challenges that is facing.
What's the next 50 years going to look like?
Are we going to move forward towards a paramilitary something, or is it giving us bang for the buck, or is it not? And with these redeployments, what's going on? We need to sit down and think of it, reflect for the future, plan for the future. Other nations which progress, this is what they do. There's no perfect anything. Every time you come and you fine-tune and you think about it, but you must always do it honestly for your own progress.
Fantastic. Profound. All right. So I believe we can do great things within these 12 months. We only need to intentionally create the enabling environment to make it happen. Stephen Agiode is next after the break. Please stay with us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Lessons from Sudan. In the morning of the 15th of April 2023, the world woke up to the news of open armed conflict in the city of Khartoum, capital of Sudan, between rival factions within the government of Sudan. The conflict is escalating and threatens to explode into a full-scale civil war. To be sure, Sudan is no stranger to war. It seems to have walked into conflict soon after its birth in 1956, when its then southern parts, unhappy with lack of autonomy, went to war. Many years after, and at the price, amongst other things, of an estimated 2 million dead, Southern Sudan eventually emerged as an independent state in 2011, and its own internal conflicts promptly began. Nigeria has a human stake in the happenings in Sudan. Many Nigerians go for their education, sometimes sponsored by state governments. Beyond this, technically, Sudan has always been a refuge for Nigerians. If Section 25 of the Constitution is soberly read, it must not be forgotten, for one, that the children and followers of the last Sultan of Sokoto, before the conquest of the Sokoto Empire by the British, Mohammed Atiru I, lived there and called it home. In many respects, our pre- and post-colonial histories are not dissimilar. There are lessons to be drawn from their experience. The first one, many years after independence, the fact is still not recognized that our nations were arbitrarily cobbled together by our colonizers, leaving ethnic fissures that require understanding and careful handling. There can be no sustainable development without peace, but sustainable peace will not be guaranteed by fiat and the martial boots. There must be a continuous and sincere discussion and bargains for the best arrangement of power that will move our nations forward. Here, there have been much discussion on restructuring, some sincere, some in contempt. But what we must say is that serious attention should be paid to it. Secondly, in general, we must do everything to limit foreign interference in our domestic politics. Every nation, like every human being, has its own interest. Implicated in Sudan's crisis is the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Russia, even the EU, which provided funding to a faction there to police a fence against a wave of immigration. This is, of course, not a license to roll out the artillery against citizens who seek foreign aid against oppression. To the contrary, it is an admonition to leaders to avoid creating the conditions that promote helplessness and the sense of oppression and injustice that leads to these interventions by constantly and sincerely taking into account the desires of all their people and not only some. Thirdly, there is a need for African nations, including Nigeria, to develop the capacity of their states to assume full control of the mining and trade of natural resources. One of the factional heads involved in this crisis owns gold mines. The oil bunkering now prevalent here is the cousin of the illegal mining of solid minerals. Sudan teaches us we should not thereby allow ordinary citizens and even foreign bandits to become de facto states unto themselves. Lastly, increasingly, the muscles of the African Union have grown flabby. Since the Arusha Accords that played a part in ending the Rwandan conflict, African leaders have largely stood by as the conflicts in DRC, Libya, Cameroon, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Mali, and others have festered. The EU needs to rediscover its mission, especially in the area of mediation and peer-to-peer review of its leaders.
This is really... You know what caught my attention there was the African Union.
Yes.
The conflict in Cameroon. I remember in 2019, I traveled to Cameroon via the sea from Oran. Took a speedboat to Cameroon. When I got there, it was not really very pleasant. The people are generally nice, but the situation at that time was there was war, civil war.
Yes.
So,
between the English-speaking parts.
The Amazonian, what they call them, the English and the French.
Exactly.
So, at that point, at some point, I was harassed at the border, close to the border, because I was trying to have conversation with a French-speaking military officer. She's a woman. I think one of the gender marine. Yeah, gender marine. She was not very fluent in speaking English. I was not very speaking French, and I was trying to talk to her.
Gender.
She could not understand. She didn't really understand where I was coming from.
Okay.
And I was going back to Nigeria, and I was rough-handed just because of that.
Yes.
And you know what? The excuse. You look at one silly thing they said that really broke my heart was that. The country is at war. We can just label you as one of the troublemakers. I was like, what's the meaning of that? Like, as we Africa, have we gone to this level? Killings in Cameroon.
Yes.
And they won't allow foreign press, especially, not even the press, to even capture anything. And yes, African Union will sit down there and be having general assemblies. What are they discussing in the general assemblies? The conflicts in Ethiopia was one, and thank God Olusegun Obasanjo was able to chairman the peace deal. But we should not wait for outsiders to come and solve our problem as Africa. We can do more. Let's muzzle up. African Union has a lot to offer.
I agree.
Muzzle up.
The conflict in DRC, for instance, for me, is very shameful. I mean, and this is one of the misgivings I have about Kigami, because you virtually have one small African state twisting in its thumbs a bigger African state.
Yeah.
And all that. You have other regional countries involved. These are countries controlled by the same leaders in the African Union that should be making the peace. At a point, you remember there was a point in their conflict where even South Africa was involved. It's a shame.
Yeah.
It's a
Very big shame.
Yeah. It's a big shame. These are the things we should sit down in Africa. As we go into NAFTA and all that, and we are trying to do free trade, that we should think about and talk about seriously. We can't go on like this. This can't go on forever.
The assignment we are giving them is African Union, try to foster unity and peace amongst African nations.
Yes.
Real integration, economic integration. You know, we can become a very strong economic bloc to the world. It's not that every time there's problem in Africa or there's problem in the world, you see different world powers, Russia, US, China, they will come and start picking different states and start giving them something. I want to use and influence you. So
in fact, I'm happy you've mentioned it, because actually that's what's happening in Africa now. You see above us in the Maghreb, you hear the Russian Wagner group is always there. Some say it's even in Nigeria here, and that some of the clashes you see for all these bandits and all that. They're motivated by them because
they were accusing France that they
yes, because where there's confusion, they can mine more. You see what happened in Sudan. The man owned a gold mine.
One of the generals.
The general that is causing the...
Is he the president or the vice president?
No, the vice president.
The vice president.
He owns...
and he's fighting the president.
Exactly.
You see, the problem with Sudan was that both of them connived to remove the president then.
Exactly.
And what's his name again? His name was... He actually set up these two generals so that he will remain in power. One will fight one in case if they want to remove him. The team teamed up and removed him. Now they are fighting themselves.
So what I'm saying is, the point I was making with that was, look, don't let individuals be bigger than the states. We see
government
also,
should be of laws.
We talk of privatization, but let us be careful. And that's one of the lessons I was saying we should draw in Nigeria. Let us be careful that we don't move into oligarchy.
Yeah.
Where
that's the
few
privilege.
Exactly. Where the state is actually controlled by individuals, and the individuals are stronger than the government.
Yes, we should build strong institutions that will outlive any human. Not the other way around.
Not the other way around. So these are the lessons. You can have states. If, for instance, someone corners the oil in Nigeria, you imagine what that person virtually owns Nigeria. It's a cautionary tale that may be happening.
What I'm going to say in all of this is, I think oftentimes the enemy is within. Right? The enemy that we're fighting is within, and not without. If you can conquer the enemy within, then it's easier to, again, picking back to what I said earlier, putting up a solid front. We must conquer the enemy within. We must conquer ourselves. We must conquer our self-centeredness. We must come together as much as, politics is played everywhere virtually, even in the United States and all of that. But there is an approach, right? You know, there's always that, I've been seeing some of these US government political series on Netflix, right? When you see how they govern, there's always that thin line they are not going to go beyond. This is where we draw the line on this, right? So there is this balance, in their political approach, well, most of them. But, when you look at Africa, we don't even value, the value of a human life is almost next to nothing. The value of a human life. What do you say?
It's a piece of bread to some people. Give them a piece of bread and they kill some people.
So the value of a human life is like this, it's just like any, you just throw it away and it doesn't matter, right? So we need to come back again to our values.
And I also want to go to one extreme. If you look at the past history of Europe and wars and all that, you will notice that the wars were fought by leaders to benefit not themselves but the state.
The state, yeah.
If you look at Napoleon, if you look at Bismarck, even if you look at the Hitler you mentioned, he was not fighting so that he could become rich. That's the problem in Sudan.
That was leadership, but of course in the reverse. But that's leadership.
Yeah, that's leadership. There's a negative
part. Bin Laden is a leader.
Exactly. So they are fighting for their state, not for themselves.
For something bigger
than them. Yeah. This is what Africans need to develop.
We must think beyond our pockets, ourselves, and of course, like you said, build a global institution, something that will outlive.
If Napoleon was fighting for himself, he would probably have been the richest man in the world. But he wasn't. That was
something I still want us to drop in our consciousness and to our viewers out there, including government listening, African Union members of member states of African Union. How come we have beautiful countries like Egypt? Yeah, Egypt. They always call them Middle East and North Africa. Middle East and North Africa. Why? I'm not saying it's wrong to form. Anybody can form their own economic bloc, but notwithstanding, Can we associate more with Africans?
Morocco too is also.
Yeah, they're always wanting to be referred to as Middle East. We want to associate with Saudi Arabia.
Well, they will come and play African.
But when it goes to Africa, they don't want to be associated. Let me say something good. We are Africans. When it's something bad, we are not Africans.
Once free trade becomes fantastic here, everybody will. Once free trade becomes fantastic,
everybody has to play their part. President of Egypt, Mohammed El-Sisi, right? He should play his part. Every other president, including our own president or the incoming president.
But you know, right now, what is going on is that every African wants to go out. But perhaps when we are trading together and we see the benefit of trading with ourselves and moving together in a collective and helping to solve our own problems. I mean, sometimes you see a country want to borrow money. Some of the money they want to borrow is not something that cannot be raised in a prosperous Africa. You want to raise $8 billion. If we come together, are we really saying $8 billion is not something we can borrow within ourselves? You know, so
awesome. We'll get there.
Anybody can do whatever they want.
I think Ruto made that point.
Meet with whoever they want to meet, but more importantly, your home.
Yes.
You should also make your home strong as much as you want to explore other continents, other countries, other states. Make your home strong. Africa is our home, so make it strong. So that's the idea. The end always seems to come too soon on advocates. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms. On Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, let's keep advocating for a better society.
Nigeria has produced and continues to produce great writers who have won great accolades and recognition for their work. When discussing African literature, names like Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Buchi Emecheta. But beyond these writers, exist modern writers redefining the fate of literature in Nigeria, Africa, and globally. 1. Chimamanda Adichie. The recipient of a MacArthur Foundation Fellowship was born on the 15th of September 1977 in Enugu, Nigeria. As a teenager, Chimamanda left for the United States and gained a scholarship to study communication at the Drexel University in Philadelphia, then pursued a degree in communication and political science at Eastern Connecticut State University. Her works have been translated into over 30 languages and has appeared in various publications, including The New Yorker, the O. Henry Price Stories, and the Financial Times. Some of her books, like The Purple Hibiscus, Half of a Yellowstone, and Americana, have won various awards. Her 2012 talk, We Should All Be Feminists, started a worldwide conversation about feminism and was published as a book in 2014. Tomi Adeyemi. Tomi, the author of Children of Blood and Bone, was born on August 1st, 1993, in the United States to parents who emigrated from Nigeria. After graduating Harvard University with an honors degree in English literature, she received a fellowship to study West African mythology, religion, and culture in Salvador, Brazil. Her debut novel, Children of Blood and Bone, has spent over 2 years on the New York Times bestseller list, and its film adaptation is currently in active development with Disney's Fox and Lucasfilms. She was named one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people. She is a Hugo and Nebula award-winning Nigerian-American writer and storyteller based in Los Angeles, California. In 2020, she was named one of Forbes 30 Under 30 in media, and her website has been named one of the best websites for writers by Writers Digest. Teju Cole. Teju Cole is a novelist, photographer, and curator. He was born in 1975 in the U.S. He is currently the Gore Vidal Professor of the Practice of Creative Writing at Harvard University. His novella, Every Day is for the Thief, was named a Book of the Year by the New York Times, The Globe and Mail, NPR, and The Telegraph, and shortlisted for the PEN Open Book Award. Another one of his books, Open City, also featured on numerous Book of the Year lists and won the PEN Hemingway Award, the New York City Book Award for Fiction, and was shortlisted for the National Book Critics Circle Award and the New York Public Library Young Lions Award. Teju Cole has contributed to New York Times, The New Yorker, Granta, Brick, and many other magazines. Akwekwe Emezi. Born 1987, Emezi is a National Book Foundation 535 honoree. She was born in Umuahia and raised in Aba, Nigeria. Her adult novel, The Death of Vivek Oji, was a New York Times bestseller, an indie bestseller, and an indie next selection, receiving rave reviews from the New York Times, USA Today, NPR, the LA Times, and the Washington Post. Her debut autobiographical novel, Freshwater, is in early development as a TV series at FX, with Emezi writing and producing with Tamara P. Carter. Translated into 12 languages, Freshwater won the 2019 Otherwise Award, formerly the Tiptree and the Normal Book. It was a New York Times notable book, as well as a finalist for the Center for Fiction's First Nobel Prize, the PEN Hemingway Award, the NYPL Young Lions Fiction Award, the Edmund White Award for Debut Fiction, and a Lambda Literary Award. Beyond these writers are more individuals, old and young, using the power of the pen and ink to change the face and narrative of the country and the continent.
Hello and welcome to Plus Event, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show, we have 3 interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First is on the birthday celebration of Honorable Justice Adedotun Adefope Okoji, retired, as she was joined by family, friends, and close associates and well-wishers to mark her 70th birthday celebration.
It was a dual celebration, retirement from the bench and 70th birthday celebration. First was a valedictory session at the Court of Appeal, Lagos Division, Igbosiri. The nostalgic moment was filled with glowing tributes for the retired Chief Judge, having attained the mandatory retirement age of 70.
She has served extremely well. She has been upright. She has served with integrity. She has served, in such a way that she has left footprints in the sands of time.
In her valedictory speech, Justice Adefope Okoji laments the state of justice delivery in Nigeria. She stated that the pace of justice delivery in Nigeria is in total paralysis. Justice Adefope Okoji noted that the situation had degenerated and a desperate solution is urgently needed.
I encourage our judges, they have to be bold. They should not fear anybody. Once judges are bold, then, you find that litigation is good. People want to go to court, but now nobody wants to come to court. They say go to court as if that's where, you get trapped. And that's why there's so many appeals being filed with people who don't have any right to any relief, but because they believe that there will be an ambush somewhere and there will be a technical victory.
The special court session heralded Day 2, which kicked off with a Thanksgiving service at the Anglican Church of Ascension on Moderate Street, Okwebi, Lagos, to appreciate God's goodness in the life of Justice Adefokwe Okoji, who turns 70. Clad in a well-tailored gold dress and a matching head tie, Justice Adefokwe Okoji, flanked by her children and grandchildren, danced to the faithfulness of God with a heart of appreciation. She was joined in the special church Thanksgiving service by family, friends, well-wishers, and close associates. In his sermon, Right Reverend Dr. Timothy Yahaya extolled the exemplary Christ-like qualities Justice Adefokwe Okoji exhibited throughout her career.
The justice of the Court of Appeal is retiring today. And because the justice of the Court of Appeal is retiring today, the day she told me that it is time for her to retire, I hardly slept that day. Because there are people you call justices that have no justice in Nigeria. And when you see one that is sincere on the bench retiring, you will ask how many more are left that are sincere. And because of that, I was worried for my country, because a country without justice is waiting for anarchy. When people cannot resolve to come again, they will take us into their hands.
From here, the celebration moved to the reception ground. With guests seated, the stage set, here the red carpet was all hers. Surrounded by her children and grandchildren, Justice Adefokwe Okoji danced to tunes provided by a live band. To her children, Justice Adefokwe Okoji is a mom like no other.
She is a truly hardworking woman who works very late into the night, who is very inspired or motivated by the people, the plaintiffs, the defendants who have probably been in court a long time. So she feels that it is her duty to just work and hard to deliver those judgments. So she's a very hardworking woman. She's a woman of integrity. There's no one that can say that she did anything wrong or did anything that was not trustworthy. And so that is exemplary. And then at the end, at 70, people are celebrating her. And so it shows for me that you can be good, you can be hardworking, you can have integrity and still hold your name together. So I'm very proud of her and I wish her a happy 70th birthday.
My mother is a fantastic mother, not just to her children, but to people around her. She has the biggest heart of anyone that I know. She never turns anyone away. She's an exemplary role model. She's honestly one of the best women I know, and it's a privilege. It's a privilege to be here with her today celebrating her 70th birthday.
For her friends and close acquaintances, she is an icon, a hardworking, fair-minded and cautious jurist. There was just a right word for all to describe her.
The Bible actually says it all in Proverbs 22:29. Seest thou a man who is diligent in his business, he will stand before kings and not mean men. We've seen that in her life, a life of honesty, a life of dedication, a life of commitment, a life of love, compassion, and kindness.
Auntie Dotun is such a compassionate family person. She so much care about your life, your family life, your love life, your business. She's just there for you. And when she notices a lapses, she tells you, Kemi, you need prayer. She will take you to the land. Go for here, go for... she was always there mentoring us.
Who is truly a lady that has distinguished herself in so many fronts. When you talk about the legacy she's left behind her in the legal world with almost half a century of experience behind her, the judgments, the integrity, the forthrightness and standing for justice is much that needs to be learned to people who are coming after her.
Attaining 70 is certainly no mean feat. For the retired justice, the moment is one that can never be taken for granted. The occasion brought some sorts of nostalgia feelings to the celebrant as she recounts her school days, friends and family.
My sisters that I have, if you don't want to know the truth, don't go to them. Because they will tell you as it is. You cannot persuade them into the way you want. I appreciate that about you, and God bless you.
At 70, Justice Adefokwe Okoji, though retired, certainly looks not tired.
Well, it's peace of mind. I don't do more than I can. I'm not greedy. I'm a content person. I work hard. I pray. And God has been with me.
Guests were treated to sumptuous meals as they dined and wined. Highlights of the occasion was a cutting of the cake by the celebrants.
I got a wine. And that's the lady.
The next event is on Nigerian chef Hilda Basi Effiong, known as Hilda Basi, who extended her cooking to 100 hours to break the Guinness World Record for longest cooking hours. Hilda Basi made an historic feat on Monday, May 15th, 2023, after she broke the Guinness World Record for the longest cooking time by an individual. As of 4 p.m. on Monday, Basi had cooked for 96 hours to surpass the previous record set by Lanta Landon, an Indian chef, in 2019. Celebrities, influencers, and well-wishers came out to show their support and trust Plus TV Africa to cover this great milestone.
All right, if you're not here, I have no words for you. You're welcome to Plus event on Plus TV Africa. My name is Miles. We are at the Cookathon. We are at the Cookathon, the very first one of its type right here in Nigeria, in Africa. The motherland is breaking boundaries. We break the story. Time check is 93 hours. 28 minutes and 60 seconds so far. Now, Chef Hilda is breaking boundaries, like I said earlier. Chef Hilda is doing amazing stuff. She's cooking. Now, when you say cooking, you might say, yeah, she may not just cook, but can you cook for 4 days? Today is the 4th day, and we're still on our feet. Everybody's here. Everybody came out from all over the world just to support and be with this woman right here. So, do not go nowhere. We'll talk to a few people, and hopefully, she makes it to 100. We're at 93 hours. 28 minutes so far. Hopefully she gets to the 100 and she just breaks that record over and over. She's already broken it at 88.
Please, if you're searching for your press card,
Plus TV Advocacy, Plus TV events, and it's about to be electrified. Let's go.
My take is simple. This is a very challenging call for a lot of people out there. This was there all the while, and she woke up one morning and said, I want to embark on this journey, and she did it. And now see the number of people that came out to support her. So it just tells you that whatever you're doing, aim for the highest heights, aim for things that an average person wouldn't think about. I'm sure people now in their homes are thinking of what is the next record I can break? What is the next thing I can do? So let it be a sort of motivation for you out there. And it's also a source of motivation for me, because seeing her, be on, such a long spree of time doing this, it's really tasking, and I want to say kudos to her.
Yeah, I'm here for Hilda. Of course, social media makes you feel like you know people because we are all in the same industry and space. But when you see somebody doing something phenomenal, the energy and everything, the fact that she wants to even beat and go further is just to show you because of the amount of support she's getting. This is not just a win for Hilda, it's a win for Nigeria, it's a win for Africa. So she's setting the record, for all of us. I feel part of the whole movement, so I decided to come and show my support.
It's a great thing. We're seeing history being made before our very eyes, and a young star doing that as well. And I believe that she's going to motivate other youngsters. Everybody's going to rise up to the occasion and say, hey, we can do this. If she can do it, we can do it. And that's good. And for the first time in a long time, we're having something positive coming up from Nigeria.
She is a superwoman. I'm so proud of her as a woman. I think she's done well, and I think that this is something we should emulate across the way. You can show that young girls can actually put their mind to something and get it done.
First of all, I'm honored to be the host of this event. It has been an amazing experience, rocking and riding with Hilda. 96 hours. She broke the 87-hour, 47 minutes mark set by the First Lady already. Now she's going 96 hours, 4 whole days, 4 whole nights. And the best part is it's all free. She's been feeding people for free. So this is a moment in history where it will be marked for years to come. And I said something, I said, look, icons are not born, they are made. We are watching an icon in the making.
Well, my take is that Nigeria to the world, music industry, entertainment, now the kitchen industry, if I put it that way. So she's making every one of us proud, not just all females, but every Nigerian and African right now, yeah.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Event, stand-up comedy is gradually becoming extinct with the advent of social media content creators. But comedian Olusaleko SLK became the Robin Hood of the craft as he premiered his second installation of his comedy show Tito Tella on Netflix, which was aimed at reviving the stand-up comedy culture. The event had top entertainers and media personalities in attendance, and we also had a talk with the man of the hour who shared his take on stand-up comedy business in Nigeria.
Okay, so here's the thing. Most people don't know that teetotaler is actually an English word. I don't know. I actually did not know until 2009. I heard the word for the first time in 2009, and I just liked it. I just thought it was a great word, and I checked the meaning. Aptly describes me, and I knew I was going to use it for something. So when the time came for my second special, I just figured that I have the title. And if for you to know the significance of teetotaler, you will need to actually watch the special, because I don't want to give spoilers, but yeah, you will need to watch. Once you watch the special, then you will now come back, okay, go. Yeah. I think it's just nomenclature. I think it's just a difference in nomenclature, that's it. Everybody's a comedian, as long as you make people laugh. Whether you're a skit maker, whether you're a stand-up comedian, they're just different genres, all right? As long as you're making people laugh, you're a comedian. Where the dichotomy is, where the difference is just in the ways you express your craft. Of course, I strongly believe that stand-up comedy is a calling of some sort, almost like ministry. It's like a calling of some sort. And so if you're not, I personally see it as the most difficult. And so that's why it seems like some people struggle with it more, because it's in real time. You can't cut. And of course, you have to be spontaneous. There's a lot of factors involved in being a stand-up comedian. And so I would advise that you don't have to pressure yourself to being a stand-up comedian to be called a comedian, because you're already a comedian. Inke Mowo, I've never seen him on stage before, but he's one of the funniest men in this country. Same thing with Sam Loko Efe of blessed memory. And so that's how it works.
The thing is that, well, there are certain times when we need to have comedic characters, and when we need that, it's just best to have a comedian play that. So yeah, it's okay. Not the norm that I want to see them every day play doctors and all that. They should leave that for major actors. But when we actually need a comedian to play, a comedic scene and all that, yes, that'd be fine.
SLK is an actor, he's a comedian, he does stand-up, and he has skits that he puts on Instagram. So he's given us a variety of things that you can see him do.
SLK is one of those few people that can do both of what I just explained. SLK has... I mean, it's obvious, right on. I mean, SLK can hold a crowd. He probably started by being an MC, being a stand-up comedian. So he can read the room, he can feel the energy and spontaneously create jokes. But SLK can also tell stories in a filmmaking way. He can conceive of an idea. I'm not saying this because I've worked with him on both levels before. On stand-up on stage, and I've worked with him as an actor, a comic actor. So I've seen him do both, and that's why we're here tonight to celebrate SLK.
SLK is a friend. I'm proud of him. Plus, this means a lot to not only him, but also to comedians. Him being able to have his special on Netflix has opened doors for multiple other comedians. Because I can see, a couple of other guys who are having their stuff getting on Netflix too. So I'm excited for him. He's a very intelligent comedian. He's very special, and I can't wait to see it.
It's a big win for the stand-up industry, which is my industry. Having a Nigerian have a special on Netflix, a special of international standard. It's exciting. I'm very, very happy about it.
So I'm very excited to be at this premiere. There is what word do I want to use now? We're starting to see a lot more specials like this on Netflix and streaming platforms, and I think that's fantastic. It's allowing us to cross borders without leaving the country. So I'm very excited. He's a solid guy, his brain is working, and yeah.
It's okay. So it's incredible. I think it's a huge step for comedy in Nigeria and all of that stuff. I was there live, and I'm here again, and I can't wait for everyone else to see it. Honestly, it's special. Yeah.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your event to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
The Nigerian music industry has witnessed growth over the years, and with this growth, a rise in international visibility and dominance. A Grammy Award is any of a series of awards presented each year in the United States by either the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences or the Latin Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences. The Grammys, as they are commonly known, are meant to recognize spectacular work in the music industry. In light of Burna Boy and Wizkid becoming the latest Nigerian Grammy Award-winning entertainers, let's take a look at a list of Nigerians who have won a Grammy Award. Sikiru Adekpoju is a percussionist and recording artist and plays primarily in the genres of traditional African music and world music. He plays a variety of instruments and styles. In 1991, he won his first Grammy as part of Mickey Hart's group, Planet Drum, whose title album won the Grammy Award for Best Contemporary World Music Album. That was the first time there was a Grammy in that category. He won again on 8 February 2009 as a part of Mickey Hart's latest group, Global Drum Project. Helen Folashade Adu, known as Shade Adu, is a singer, songwriter, cum actress. She is known as the lead singer of her eponymous band. She holds the title of the first artist of Nigerian origin to win the prestigious award. Her first Grammy was in 1986 for Best New Artist. In 1994, with No Ordinary Love for Best R&B Performance by a Duo or Group with Vocals. She earned her third Grammy in 2002 with Lovers Rock in the Best Pop Vocal Album. In 2011, she won a fourth Grammy with Soldier of Love for Best R&B Performance by a Duo or Group with Vocals. Lekan Babalola is a Nigerian jazz percussionist and musician who started playing the conga at an early age. He has 7 albums to his name and 2 Grammy Awards. In 2006, he became Nigeria's first Grammy Award winner for his work on Ali Fakature's In the Heart of the Moon, which he was credited in 3 tracks. He also won a second Grammy in 2009 for his work on Cassandra Wilson's 2008 album titled Lovely. He began his professional career after joining a band called Samba Samba Band. Cynthia Onyedimasu Erivo is an English actress, singer, and songwriter with Nigerian origins. She is the recipient of several accolades including an Emmy Award, a Tony Award, and a Grammy Award, and has been nominated for 2 Academy Awards. She gained recognition for starring in the Broadway revival of The Color Purple from 2015 to 2017, for which she won the Grammy Award for Best Musical Theatre Album. She began acting in a 2011 stage production of The Umbrellas of Herbal and had a first screen role in the British television series Chewing Gum. Henry Olusegun Adiola Samuel is better known by his professional name Seal. He is a British Nigerian musician, singer, and songwriter, best known for his 1994 hit song, Kiss from a Rose. He has 14 Grammy nominations to his name and has won 4. His song Kiss from a Rose earned him 3 Grammy Awards in 1996 and 2011. He won his 4th award, Imagine. He holds one of the highest numbers of Grammy Awards by a Nigerian. Damini Ebonluwa Ogulu, known professionally as Burna Boy, is a Nigerian singer, songwriter, rapper, and dancer. He is one of the biggest and most successful African artists. In 2020, his album Twice as Tall was nominated for the same category at the 63rd Annual Grammy Awards, making him the first Nigerian with back-to-back nominations at the Grammys. In 2021, he won the award for Best World Music Album for his album Twice as Tall at the 63rd Annual Grammy Awards. Burna Boy describes his music as Afrofusion, a genre that blends Afrobeats, dancehall rhythms, reggae, American rap, and R&B. Ayodeji Ibrahim Balogun, known professionally as Wizkid, is a Nigerian singer and songwriter, one of Africa's biggest artists, and one of the most revolutionary Afropop artists of the modern era. He rose to prominence after releasing Holla at Your Boy, the lead single from his debut studio album, Superstar. In 2016, Wizkid achieved international recognition following his collaboration with Drake on the global hit One Dance. He signed a multi-million-dollar album deal with RCA Records in March 2017. In 2019, he featured on Beyoncé's project, The Lion King, The Gift, on the collaboration Brown Skin Girl, which won him a Grammy Award for Best Music Video. The Grammy winner is presently the most streamed Nigerian artist of all time on Spotify, with a total of over 3 billion streams across all credits.
Alright, you're welcome to the most undiluted show on this part of the globe. No Cap is a show for the free-minded, the radical-minded, and those who always have one question behind their mind. And that question is why. If you're one of those people who get upset or angry when somebody says something to you, like, look, this is not the show for you, because we say it as it is. We do not cover, we do not edit it, we do not filter it. It's no cap. Like, take the cap off and just speak. My name is Miles, the eighth wonder of the world, and I'm flanked by two beautiful women. They say, blessed is he amongst women, and when there's that Bible verse was actually for me, right? To my immediate left, I have the beautiful, always smiling, by the way. We'll get to you in a bit. Why you're always smiling? Frown small. I just frown small. I have the beautiful Booms in the, okay, Booms, sorry, yeah. Oh yeah, Booms in the building. Booms, how are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
And to my far left, I have the always dashing hips to the side. She said hips to the side. We don't edit here. Have you forgotten?
Okay.
All right. I have Rosange in the building.
Rosange.
I like Rosange. Rosange, how you doing?
I'm fine.
You are fine, by the way. Bride price is an important aspect of marriage traditions in Nigeria, but how relevant is it in the light of today's world? Although Nigeria's diversity has created room for different types of marriages, but one thing that has remained constant is the payment of bride price. It has become an essential part of valid customary marriage in the country. Now, bride price is usually the payment in a monetary form to the parents or the guidance of the female partner made by the groom on account of marriage. Now, initially, this issue of dowry and bride price was more like a pleasantry exchange between husband-to-be and the future in-laws when it all started. In most cultures, though, it was little things that were just like little things. But these days, people now see it as, especially the men, they now see that, oh, they are bought over the woman. Like, it's you now belong to me. Like, I have paid your bride price. So now, anything I tell you to do, you have to do it. Now, that's where we are today now. before we get back into the studio and we talk about it and argue, because I know you people are already frowning and ready to explode.
Yes.
We went into the streets of Lagos. We talked to 1 or 2 people, and a lot of people were furious. People were angry. Some people loved it. Some people were excited about it. And they had this to say about bride price. Is it nonsense or is it sense? Let's see this right back.
It's not nonsense to our culture. Understand? We have to pay.
There are norms and beliefs now. You have to pay the bride price.
You have to pay the bride price.
Yes, because it's part of our norms and beliefs.
I said so. I won't collect my bride price now.
So that means you're for sale.
No, that's not what it means. It's just a token. It's just a token. So why are you paying for your wife? Are you trying to buy her or something? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. I don't think you have to pay to get a woman. Like, that's not right. I just think.
Why do they have to pay to like get me? I don't know. You can gift my family every other day, but you can't buy me. Nah. So I don't buy the idea of bride price.
Absolutely nonsense. Absolutely.
Why do you think so?
I feel like I don't know why we pay. Why do you guys have to pay? Like, why? Come on, why can't girls pay? We want it. Yeah, we want it. Like, we want that payment. So why should it be only the girls?
Basically, it's kind of ridiculous, the cost, Like, it's something that is pretty small. So, but I think it's traditional. And based on your culture, you should just adhere to that.
It's sense, nah. I don't know, sense or no sense. I don't know. But my own mom, she's waiting for it because I'm the only girl. So yes, now sense or no sense, that is not my business. I don't have anything to do with that because my mom is patiently waiting as the only daughter. So she don't write list everything. So.
All right, you're most welcome back. Now, did you see that? It's still no cap. If you're just joining us for the first, time, we're like, what are these people doing? Yeah, it's called no cap, where we say things undiluted. We say things the way it is. They say the things, and yeah, we take off the cap. We don't lie about it, right? Mm-hmm. There's no point to risk it about it. Mm-hmm. What? What are you people? Anyway, so yeah, that was the street of Lagos, and you heard what people had to say. A lot of people had diverse opinions about this. Now, let me start with you people in this. You ladies now. Bride price, sense or nonsense? I think Bumi wants to go first. Bumi wants to go first. What?
I feel it's utter rubbish.
What's utter rubbish?
Bride price.
Okay.
I feel it's literally nonsense. In the past, it used to make a lot of sense. But now it really doesn't make sense again. I feel like people use it as an avenue to get out of poverty now. Yes, to be very honest.
Auntie, calm down.
I should.
But yeah, no. Okay. Go on.
But honestly, like, I see lists now and I'm wondering what is going on exactly. What are you guys trying to do? Are you trying to ruin a relationship, a life that is about to start? Because by the time you see what they're asking the man's family to bring, it's enough to start the family they are trying to. Do you get like
open a store?
It's really like nonsense. And the one that upsets me the most is the people that even take it. An uncle that I haven't seen in 15 years, or an auntie that
you've never even met before.
Do you get? And they are claiming rights on, we sent you to school. What? I saw when my parents were struggling to send me to school. Right. So where are you coming from to take? So I feel like it's ridiculous. The money that we spend on these things that other people are going to share, why don't you just give it to the new family to start? At the end of the day, by the time they share, it's little that comes to the bride and the husband. Except for some very few people now that the money, the father hands it over to his wife and then the wife does whatever thing she wants to it. But I just feel like it's utter nonsense.
Okay, Razanj, bride price.
Nonsense. Like today, she said it all, yeah. So it's complete nonsense because, back in the days, I would have agreed to it. Yeah, a few tubers of yam, oil, and these 5, 10, 15 naira.
Do you get?
But right now, you're literally trying to open the store, I barely started life. We're just trying to put things together and all of a sudden you're giving me 4 for scrap paper. Not me. You're giving the man to be. How do you expect him to survive? How do you expect him? What are you looking for, really? And then you now see a boss with 15 relatives that you've never met in your life. They're all sitting and waiting to consume you. No.
Miles is looking like he's interested in paying bride price.
Okay, we'll get to me. Let me throw it to both of you like this, since you're both on the same side now. Now, what happens, right, if the person you've been in a relationship with for a while and you guys are, okay, let's just move to the next level, and your parents just, boom, they bring out the whole bride price thing, this is how much it is, this what, blah, 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 and it's a little bit too much for him. And the guy just feels like backing out. How are you guys going to handle that?
I'll speak to my parents.
What if they don't agree? Like, what's your native name again?
Mwamaka.
Don't
do that. Don't do that. That's wrong.
I will tell you this. Your forefathers before you cannot. This is
my
they
father.
go all that on you.
I hope you're watching this. He won't do that.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, because we'll come to an agreeable terms. Like, oh, okay, so this is what's going on. This is what is on ground now, regardless. And this is my partner. This is my life partner. And this is how I feel would run. So regardless of whatever it is, I mean, you should cut it down. But maybe to the public, we could make it look like, oh, it was
That
extra.
was the list.
This was the list. But I mean, in-house, because we're family. And then family, we cover ourselves up. We're meant to keep ourselves, you know. So
Do you know how many parents and uncles and aunties are watching this right now, and they're going to like, are these actually our children?
You know, I was going to actually say something as regards that, because this bride price thing, it usually doesn't just come from the angle of the parents alone. The uncles and auntie also have
external
a say in
family
it.
members.
Yeah, so if you say you're going to talk to your parents about it, honestly, trust me, they're not going to listen because they have other voices speaking to them. So for me, I'll pull a radical on them.
no, if your parents are vocal enough and they're pretty well grounded, and then they don't allow third parties come into their business, I don't think that even if the rest of the family members will make suggestions and opinions, it really is still what they want for their children that would still be, because the world has evolved right now, and this time,
it just depends on
they're more
families,
exposed.
I feel like most families have the voices of uncles and aunties, grandparents from somewhere,
And then
speaking as regards
they
their
trap
parents'
them
marriage.
based on tradition.
Yes,
This is
exactly. This is
tradition.
how we have been doing it from way back.
You have to.
So if anybody pulls that on me, dude, I'm going to get married to my man. Whatever guy, when
Travel.
you guys are ready for
Jackpot.
bride price, like normal bride
Yes.
price, you call our number.
Okay.
Yes.
That being said, I'm gonna give my 2 cents about this, right? Okay,
Yes.
cool. So bride price has been there before we were born.
Yeah.
Where when we're still in liquid form, wherever it is we were, whatever, if we're in the right sack or left sack, whatever sack we're at, when we're still in liquid form, bride price has always been there, right? So our mothers were paid bride price for them. So what is this new we are woke situation? And people say, oh no, bride price is not a thing. Look, it's just what it is now. The price of let's say your timepiece that you're putting on right now, it's not the same price it was 10 years ago. Right? Now, if it seems like, oh, these guys are inflating things, like, look, a tuber of yam now, it's like a normal size tuber of yam is like 3,500.
More reason why they should reduce the amount of things on the list.
I disagree with you. Now, in some cultures,
yeah.
In some cultures, yeah.
Yeah, her sisters.
In some cultures, they demand 20 tubers of yam. Some will say, oh, 150. Some different cultures will.
Have you seen the new list now?
Wait now.
Okay.
So if for the ones who say, oh, we want 50 tubers of yam, that's what they've been taking. That's what their culture is all about. Are you telling me that? Do you know how much a tuber of yam is? Okay, so do the math, and they are trying to pity you people instead of you people carrying load and bringing load of just. They're calculated and put it into monetary form for you. Like, okay, cool. Why don't you just pay XYZ money? So I don't think bride price is nonsense. I just think it's just what it is. I don't. Okay, well, I have a daughter.
How many?
Now,
how
when
many
I am
sisters do you
wait
have?
now, I don't have. What's your problem?
You want to collect
like honestly, I want to see
when it's time to give my daughter out in marriage, like I am definitely going to list it out. This is tradition. This is where we come from. We shouldn't lose. We shouldn't lose who we are as Africans.
For real?
Because the white man is saying, look, if you want to marry as a man, yeah. If you're about to if you're about to go into a marriage as a man, you should be ready to chest it. It's not for children. It's not a place of management. When we get to one place, so if they're billing you 40 or 40,000,
but do you also know
get ready.
that this is what has sold some women into slavery? Because some men just feel like I can't pay this much as bride price, and then you will not come down and serve me. Like some women go into marriage and they become automatic slaves because of what their parents collected for bride price. The man will just calculate 2 times 2.
They don't have a say in that relationship.
Wait, are you saying bride price now is what is not making them happy? Say. Is it the girl that collected
Well, I mean,
they feel like it's your family. You are part of your family.
Like, I already bought you. I paid excess
I
for
paid,
you. So
if
anything I want, you should do it.
I bought you. I bought your entirety. You know, some parents.
So you're literally a glorified house help.
Exactly. Some parents go as far as saying that, they paid tuition fees, so you have to pay for it. So it's like he was paying for.
I paid for your school fees,
your clothes, and so that's what the husband is paying for. So it's like he paid for what he wasn't there for.
Yes.
And so he's buying you.
So now he's taking responsibility.
Exactly.
I disagree. Your parents are responsible to give you a proper education to a particular level, right? And they are not supposed to be waiting on the fence like, okay, I need to get my payback. Now you're getting your payback when your child starts working and your child wants to bless you, like, oh, daddy, I got your car, mommy, I got you a house, blah, blah, blah. That's different. That's from your child, not like, how will I now milk this guy? Bride price is not about milking anybody.
Okay, so
it's
in
just
all honesty,
it varies because it depends on the tradition, depends on the where you come from, literally, because it's not the same. Every tribe has different ways.
Okay, so which just brings me to what was the idea behind bride price?
From the get-go.
From the get-go.
Yeah.
Okay, now like I read earlier, it's it was just a pleasantry exchange of oh, you're coming to meet. It was like what we do in introductions. Oh, we are coming to your house. So
exactly. Why doesn't it just end here? I bring something to welcome your family, and you bring something to end my family.
Something to welcome the man's family.
That's for introduction. But for the traditional marriage, there's like a prize on the bride. That's what they call it. They don't call it groom prize. A prize on the bride. Like, I am buying this woman. I am buying this woman to become my wife. I don't feel comfortable with that.
But in other tribes, they put maybe 5 naira, 10 naira, 20 naira. I mean, like, that's all you pay.
Do you see that now?
No, they still do it. Depend. I think some Delta State, some other like.
Where are you from?
I'm from Delta State.
Okay, from Delta State. Like, what's the bride price range in your side?
I don't know.
So, but do you have sisters who's got married?
Yes.
Have you heard? Did you see what was brought? Or
no, I don't have sisters. I have cousins. They're Benin. I mean, it's quite different, because it's still the same thing, but it wasn't as much as that. But you see, Imo.
This guy, Igbo and Abia people are coming for you. You keep saying it. Is it that bad?
No, because I had my friends. Like, I'm sorry, guys, but they were crying. Even for us, like, they were literally crying. Like, how do we do this?
I have an uncle that got married from Edo State, and according to the information, he has to buy a luggage box of clothes for his mother-in-law and for his wife,
yams,
like fully loaded box.
So what's wrong with that? That's tradition.
What is the
Before
idea
you realize you're only
behind
spending like 10 million naira just buying things.
What is the idea behind this tradition? Like, why am I not giving my husband something? Why is it only the...
Which brings me to that. God will bless you.
Okay.
Now, why are we not, we the male folk, why are we not being paid for too? Why is nobody giving us groom price? Like,
do you understand my point now? That's why it feels like they're buying the
women
bride.
are marrying men now in other part of the world. So what is your groom price?
Anything.
I mean, in India, you could go get married from India. The women pay.
They pay for bread. Oh, really?
Yeah.
India, here I come.
And that's why, if you notice, the women in India have more say over their husbands.
Actually.
Oh.
Because that's what the idea
are you
is. It's
automatically
literally like
saying,
you're buying the person.
So that's what you're saying now.
Yes.
Do you believe that bride price seems like you're buying the person over? Like,
oh no, well, it just shows that, for me, I feel like it just shows that you're capable and that you are responsible and that you'll be able to literally take care of me or for my father, you'll be able to take care of my child. That's what it just shows, that okay, so for the fact that you can provide this, it just shows that you are man enough to do more, not because that you're buying me off or
I mean, so if that's the case, why not?
That's what it's supposed to be.
Why not ask the guy to set up his house and you guys to come and look at it? How are you going to take care of my daughter?
Is already set up.
What if the guy went to rent the house and you don't know?
At least the rent is still covered for 1 year. Do you get my point? Some people, the money that they're living in 1-room apartment, and the money they spent on bride price is enough to collect a 2-bedroom apartment, set it up well, buy food stuff, like make the woman very much okay for a year, and then I give it to one uncle and auntie that will not see again.
And then they're struggling for the first year of their marriage.
Do you understand? They can't even go for a proper honeymoon
because they borrowed money to make sure things happen. A lot of marriages are like that. Like after marriage, like what next? We're looking at ourselves like nothing to do. We're struggling.
So let him set up the house. You guys come and look at it. Oh, okay, this is what my child is going to eat, and it's okay. You are capable. You are good to go. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Not feeding some people, some ancestors somewhere.
Okay, so let me finish it up on this note with both of you. Again, I'm going to ask. The guy now says, "Oh, he comes to your household and it's like, this I can't do this," and says, "I can't afford this. I have to go." How will you take that? I can't afford this.
No, baby, you're not going nowhere. We'll get to the bottom of this. How? Let's travel. I mean, there are other ways we can do.
There's no access to it. You keep saying Jackpot because there's access to it. Imagine there's no access to Jackpot at that moment.
Let's go to the forest.
I mean, we go radical. No, to be very honest, we go radical. I tell them this is what I can do. If you're not ready to accept it, I will marry this man because I want him to be able to fend for me and not for some people somewhere.
Because the only reason why I have chosen to marry this person is because he's my friend, and then I see that we would actually build stuff together.
And I understand the fact that he can even fend for me. Not
he understands me.
See, what is paining me is the aspect that we are feeling some God somewhere, some ancestors somewhere. Like what? Why? I mean, I would definitely go radical on them. When you guys are ready to take what we have, you just contact us because I mean, someone that I've been trying to
cheers to this. Cheers to this. We go radical.
Someone I've been trying to like build things with. We have been trying to achieve some things. We have a plan for when we get married. We'll not squander the money on bride price. Because we don't do that. No, we will not do that.
Can you make cash for squander?
For squander on better things. For squander on house and cars. Because I'll pay bride price finish. I'm using my leg to walk out on the road for what? All that money put it together.
Now you walk out.
We go to honeymoon. I want to go to Paris.
Do you understand?
Or Italy. Like.
Okay, ignore what I said earlier, but do not ignore it at the same time. Okay. I'm just trying to sit on the fence. But really, bride price is part of our culture. We like it or not. It's not going nowhere. But I just feel right now that the parents now are taking it to the next level. They are overstretching it. When you see some ridiculous amounts, you're like, how is this person that is just about to start his life?
Exposed parents don't do that.
Go all the way. How do you expect them to get all this done?
They gave me bride price list. I mean, 2 years ago or about 3 years ago. And immediately I sat down, I dissected it. I said, this is irrelevant. This is... My big mommy was looking at me and was like, David, this is how they've been doing. I said, when it comes to my point, and you guys are joking. When it comes to my point, this is irrelevant. This money, I can use it to do so many other things. This is what I can use it. They say, okay, they will reprint. I say, I know you people want to do me behind, but I will do you people behind. We will do each other behind because if you bring this thing and go and give my husband, he will tell me. He's going to tell me. Am I married? No, I think it's the bride price.
It's the bride price that chased the guy.
But they pursued you, not pursue the man.
They pursue me safe because I'm like, really, guys.
You see, that's the reason why most. Where are you from?
I'm a Yoruba girl.
Okay, I'll let you say, but most Igbo ladies, they don't marry.
Igbo and who again?
No, let's not do Igbo. Okay. I'm not being tribalistic, but I mean, like, because of this, a lot of people are still there.
I mean, it feels like you are planning for your bride price more than you're planning for your future.
Yes. This actually, like I said earlier when I started the show, it actually happens to my friend, and this is not me just trying to create a story. It happens to one of my best friends. When he watches it, he just shake his head like, this guy had to do this, Like that's did you see that meme where they said?
I saw the meme when my friend was on radio station when he said mention.
I mean, I do that a lot.
This actually, I'm sure he'd be like, God, my house has to take my story out there. Like, it actually hurt him. He was ready. They had done the introduction, right? They've done the, I think, engagement or something. The guy was ready. He had packed everything he had. He moved down to Lagos from Abuja, got a new place, and he saw the bride price. He wanted to kill him. And this is the girl that he loved so much. Now, girl on her own now goes, don't worry, maybe we should just keep saving. We'll get there. Blah, blah. She didn't fight for him. So it really broke him.
You know the annoying part? The guy probably had established the girl in some sort of way.
Yeah.
Do you get? And I'm like, shouldn't that be enough already? Like, these people have established to a certain level. All they needed to do was get married and get it going. And then you guys are trying to frustrate that effort. It's really upsetting.
Why are you thinking all of, where did you go just you just look lost, like you're thinking about it, like, oh my goodness.
I'm just imagining, I'm projecting myself,
what you're going to do,
like what I would do.
I mean, I've thought about it. Like, the moment I saw that list, I thought about it.
Talking about what you guys would do now, moving forward now, right? Since this is the generation of the younger, we are the younger generation now. They are still listening to us gradually. Our voices are heard globally now. We have the internet and everything. Now, let's start with you. Moving forward, you get to that point where you want to get married. Let's start with when you get married. Then, when you start having your own children and you're trying to give them away, what is the way forward for you?
Okay, so the way forward for me is do things.
And if this comes into play, somehow, I'm not saying you're going to marry a mechanic, which there's nothing wrong with a mechanic actually, but if it comes into play.
Okay, so I think before we even get to that point, I would have a chat with my own folks. Like, okay, so it's almost that time. And that time is like almost
Yeah.
now. So you guys have to get your thinking faculty straight.
Wait. So you are doing like this for your parents?
No. I mean, no disrespect.
If
my mother was here now,
Sorry, I cut you short.
Okay, so but yeah, I mean, like we need to get our priorities straight, because consider me, consider my future.
Right.
I mean, like I know they want the best for me, so
Right.
they would not even try to act funny, So yeah, they will come into terms like, okay, so I think this is what we should do. But yeah, tradition will still be played out,
Definitely,
regardless. But don't come and build house on top of. No, it won't work.
All right,
Cool. And then for my kids too, I'll do the same. So
like, will you even take any money out? Or will you just say, you
no,
love him, you love her,
I'll do the
just
normal
go.
tradition, but the whole 1 naira, 2 naira, all the Naira denomination or your currency, everything, all those normal.
All right, Booms. What about you?
Okay, so for me, let me start with my parents. It's already in play. This is what I want and this is what I don't want. This is how things should get and this is how things shouldn't get. So I think we're almost on the same page now. And for my children, I'll just stick to this tradition of money. Hand the money, the bride price to the father hands it over to the child, and she used the money to build her family. I think that's very much okay.
Understanding.
Yes.
All right, cool. That being said, no cap, we came, we saw, we conquered, we spoke it the way it is. They think bride price is nonsense. I think bride price is not nonsense, but don't hike it too much. And you heard from the people from the streets also, they had diverse opinions about it. But you can reach us on all our social media platforms and let us know what you think. If you think bride price is nonsense, please let us know. If you think it's nonsense, please let me know. If you have a fine girl in your house, I will visit. And if you think it makes sense, you'll be fine. Don't let me know. Don't reach out to me. Thank you so very much, Booms. How can we reach on your social media platforms?
You can follow me at mo_Toraya13 on Instagram alone.
Okay. What about?
You can follow me on Instagram at Rosange_. It is spelled as ROS4NGE_.
Yes. All right, cool. Follow her. Don't follow me. I do not have indie money. I'm just saying. All right, we came with Solid Concord. We have to go. When we come back next time, it's still going to be the blast. Still no cap. My name is Miles, the 8th one of the world. Adios.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Governor Yahya Bello and the Social Democratic Party candidate Murtala Ajaka is in a tough battle over Kogi state elections, and court grants factional Labour Party in Imo State right to contest in the upcoming elections. This is Plus Politics. I'm Mary Anna Cole. The political tussle between the Kogi State Governor Yahya Bello and the Social Democratic Party SDP candidate Alhaji Muritala Yakubu Ajaka is taking a new twist as the electorates get prepared for the November 11 governorship election. The election, which is less than 150 days away, is already generating tension. The National Working Committee of the Social Democratic Party SDP calls on Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu to investigate the recent attack on its governorship candidate, Mr. Muritala Ajaka. Nigeria's electoral body, the Independent National Electoral Commission, has scheduled to hold the governorship election of Kogi State, on the 11th of November 2023. Joining us live to discuss this is Rufus Ayenigba. He is the National Publicity Secretary of the Social Democratic Party, SDP. Thank you so much, Mr. Ayenigba, for joining us. Good evening.
Thank you.
Great. Let's go straight to it. Most recent about the Kogi state elections is the fact that a story was put out talking about the attack on your gubernatorial candidate. Let's talk about that briefly before we go into other things. What exactly do you, as a party spokesperson, what do you think would have precipitated or could have allowed for such an attack to happen? Is Kogi State known for these kinds of political violence? Has it ever been the case?
I said thank you for bringing this to the table. We have a governorship election in Kogi State scheduled for November 11, and we have 18 political parties participating. The SDP happens to be one of the frontline political parties in the race, with Alhaji Murtala Yakubu Ajaka as the SDP candidate. Prior to the time he became a candidate, he was actually a member of the ruling party, and they had their issues there, the internal contradictions and all of that. And he moved to the SDP, where he was able to get the kind of ambience needed for a democratic process. A level playground for everyone, for nobody to be shut up on the ground of either sentiments of ethnicity, race, religion, or whatever, or class. So the party provided a platform, and he contested the primaries and got the ticket and was nominated, validly nominated by the party. But the truth of the matter is, ever since he became the candidate of the party, obviously the ruling party in the state recognized the fact that he is a major threat to, that is a candidate to beat. And that is what accounts for all the attacks on him and all the shenanigans going on in the state.
So you just literally played into my next question, because I was going to ask, as he has obviously been a member of the ruling party before now, and then cross-capited into your party, I was going to ask what sort of threat he might pose to the ruling party. Again, you have mentioned that there are 18 other contestants. Why should he be a target?
Now, the threat that he poses to the ruling party derived from the fact that he was a frontline aspirant to clinch the ticket of that party, but somehow he was manipulated out. He was hunted out of the party, and due to his popularity, and if you are popular, you are popular. Anywhere you get to within the constituency, you will be reckoned as such. So he's so when he was unable to be allowed to perform his fundamental right of contesting to vote and be voted for, he moved into a place that that provides the essential ambience for his democratic. So that is how popular he is. He moved in, and since he moved in, he has become the major force. They are saying the Ajaka movement has become a movement, a big movement in going to this electoral contest for the Duba race in Kogi State.
I asked a question that I didn't necessarily get an answer to, so I'm going to rephrase it. At the beginning, I said, I do not know Kogi State to be this ruthless when it comes to elections, nor the violence.
Yeah.
Maybe a few of it could have been recorded in the past elections, the presidential elections. We saw allegedly how the governor of the state excavated a part of the road to stop some contestants from getting across to the other side. But I want to know, why would all of a sudden this election that is keenly contested become so violent? Is Kogi State now gradually becoming a haven for electoral violence?
Well, thank you. There's no denying the fact that Kogi, the record of Kogi State in elections, the records have not been that pleasant. We recall what happened in 2019, how violence was unleashed on the people, leading to the killing, gruesome murder of a woman, a woman leader in one certain local government in the Eastern Senatorial District, who was linked and killed and burned alive in her home, and several other incidences of violence in the 2019 election. So we, to say that Kogi has suddenly become a violence state, this may not be correct. Violence has been associated with Kogi elections, especially the Dubai elections. And we recall in 2019, the action against on our state secretariat there, when we had a female governorship candidate in the name of Natasha Okoji, that hoodlums had to burn down the state secretariat, even to the point of beating her up physically, physical assault, and several other acts of assault and intimidation of. So we just hope and pray that, and in 2019, that the attack on our governorship candidate happened there, right there in the presence of the INEC chairman and the commissioner of police and all of that. The records are there. So we are nothing new. It's just that the dimension is getting so worrisome. It used to be the party in power and possibly PDP, but PDP has become is back to the background. It is SDP now that is the major focus, because SDP is the major threat to the government of the day.
Since you are the spokesperson of the party, let me ask you a very direct question before we go to other issues. Before Ajaka moved from the APC to your party, Can you explain to me why your party did not necessarily have a governorship candidate before Ajaka moved? Did you have someone?
There was a candidate. There was a candidate. We had, the law allows a party to change. There's a window for the change of a candidate provided by the INEC, by the Electoral Act, and all of that. That was what Ajaka explored and became. We had a candidate, but when Ajaka came in, the candidate who was there voluntarily withdrew his candidature, and Ajaka. So that was what really happened. So it was election. Primary election was conducted, and when Ajaka was to come in, a replacement primary had to be conducted, and that was what the process was. So it was not as if there was a vacuum or there was no candidate. We had a validly nominated candidate before the window of the substitution came in, and Ajaka exploded.
Let's talk about some of the accusations that Ajaka has leveled against the governor, the sitting governor, Yahya Bello. He has said, and I'll quote, he said, Bello is in the business of framing up political opponents as criminals. Now, apparently, in a statement signed by the Director of Communications, Farouk Audu, which is of the campaign organization of the Kogi, he accused the Kogi state government of misinforming the public. Now, we obviously know that Governor Yahya Bello is the sitting governor, and many would say that whatever comes from the governors or the governor's spokesperson everybody would want to believe that that is not fake news. But when your candidate says that the public is being misinformed and he's framing his political opponents as criminals, what exactly does this mean? And of course, I know that you are from Kogi State, so you'd have a clearer picture of what exactly is happening here.
The simple answer to that is when you look at the record, you'll recall that the government of the day in Kogi State, even within its political party, there had been cases of people being roped into and being tagged terrorists and all of that for not falling in line doing the bidding of the authorities. The specific point here, the specific example was the case of about 8 or 7 or 8 House of Assembly members of that party that were tagged terrorists because, and they were suspended even from the House, from sitting, until their constituents rose out in strong defense of their integrity and all of that. And they had to upturn that and pass those charges and brought them back. So what we are saying is that it is not a far-fetched assertion that if you have issues with the government of the day, you could. All Nigerians recall the traumatic experience of the Senator Dino Melaye with the government of the day in Kogi in the past. Now it is Ajaka has become the nightmare, and so all sorts of profiling, negative profiling is being directed at him. So to say that for our candidate to have declared that if you have issues with the government or with the governor, you will be profiled as a terrorist or whatever, cannot be disputed because it has happened even to his own members in the same party in the past. 8 members of the APC in the House of Assembly were tagged and charged for terrorism or whatever and framed up until they were not free from all of that until people rose in strong defense and the public outcry was overwhelming. They had to remove that tag from them and got them back to the fold. So it is not out of place to say that anybody who's a political opponent who poses a major threat to the government of the day automatically becomes a criminal. He could be tagged just to discredit them and give them a bad name.
Let's talk more about the personality of your governorship candidate here. Let's talk about Ajaka and his capability or his ability to deliver. Now, you have said rightly that he used to be a member of the All Progressive Congress, working closely with the sitting governor, and now, of course, he's a member of the SDP. Why should the average Kogi person look to the SDP for saving or for good governance? I mean, there are those who would swear that the governor of Kogi State has done his best in putting Kogi on the map, and there are also others who would say that he's not been able to live up to any of the promises that he's made. Why should your candidate be the one to get the votes?
Well, it's simple to put on the table. The SDP has a very beautiful, robust manifesto that and a relatable history. This is a party that is known for social justice, a party that is out there to serve the common man. Is a pro-people and pro-Nigeria political party. So having Ajaka coming in with his zeal, dynamism, and the energy that he carries, is going to run with that manifesto and the ideology of the party, and just make life more meaningful for the Kogite. All these percentage salaries, all these no pension payments, and the basic amenities, social infrastructure that the people have not seen for years, will begin to see a new lease of our life. So basically, it is just doing the right things and doing justice to delivery on mandate is what he's going to do. And you just agree with me that if we are able to get a man who has a vision and who has the right mind to do to unleash the latent potential of the state, in tourism, in agriculture, the humongous human resource that the state is blessed with. Kogi has no business with poverty. Kogi State is bordered with about 10 states, and what that means is that you are having close to over 40, close to 50 million Nigerians around you to, and that is a huge market that you can explore in terms of transportation, in terms of tourism, in terms of even investment opportunities and all of that. And so if you have someone who is willing and who has the right understanding and the right orientation about social development and the right people's investment, who will get the state going and remove from will change the narrative of a state that is nothing is working because the potentials have been largely untapped.
Finally, for an Ajaka, many people would want to, for those who do not know him before now, what has he done that...
Oh, he has not, it's not that he's a complete...
yes, I know he's been in the political circle, but for the average person who wants to know who he is, what has he done that would make people say that, well, we've seen what he's done here, and then we can trust him with the state and the affairs of Kogi State? What has he done?
Yes, Ajaka has been in the political system for over 15 years. Don't forget, he was a member of the National Working Committee of the ruling party as the Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the party for years, and sitting at the highest level of decision-making and of the party. And the record of what he has done in touching lives in Kogi speak volume across the 3 senatorial districts. So, and this is in his own private capacity. So how much more if he has a platform of the state, the instrument of power to sit over the affairs of the state, to administer, to bring creative ideas and creative solutions to challenges as the difference will be felt. Greatly, Kogi, we don't need, we are not looking for any miracle worker. What we need is just somebody with a basic understanding of development and the right vision and understanding of right investment in unleashing our potentials, getting people inspired, galvanizing the populace, and attracting.
I'm sorry. When you say getting people inspired, I mean, if we're all looking for, you know, one of those inspirational people, then we'd probably go on Instagram or go to your pastor for inspiration. Why would we have to vote for somebody who's going to tell us to aspire to?
You have to get people galvanized to positive actions, to believe in the state, to really even look in the direction of that. A lot of Kogi in diaspora that they don't have any business. They're not even in touch with the state in the last 8 years because the congenial environment is not there. So if you have somebody who will make living in Kogi, putting the basic infrastructure in place, they'll get inspired to look in the direction of the state to bring their own contribution in terms of their foreign direct investment, in terms of bringing their expertise and network to the table to add value to the development process. That is what I mean by getting people inspired and galvanized.
Well, I want to say thank you, Rufus Ayenigba, I beg your pardon, is the National Publicity Secretary of the Social Democratic Party, SDP. Thank you so much for joining us, and we wish you all the best come November 11th.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we will be discussing the court's approval of the Labour Party faction to participate in the Imo State elections. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Ahead of the governorship election in Imo State, the factional leadership of the Labour Party in the state says it's been strategic in its efforts to take over power from the All Progressive Congress-led state government. Confusion trailed the governorship primary of the Labour Party in Imo State as three factions held the party's primary election in different locations in the state. 10 of the aspirants settled for the landmark event centre at New Owerri with their delegates for the election, while 3 other aspirants held their elections differently along MCC Road, Urata in Owerri North local government area. Joining us live to discuss this is Nze Akujobi Ikechukwu Cyril. He is the Imo State chairman of the Labour Party. He's apparently the factional chairman. Thank you so much, Nze, for joining us. Good evening.
Thank you for having me.
It's interesting that the Labour Party that many would have made reference to as the third force, or more like a savior of sorts in terms as far as political parties go, would not be found in this kind of imbroglio. But this is the case where we've had parallel primaries held for the same elections. Explain to me why this came to be.
I thank you very much for the question. But I must confess, it's very, very unfortunate. All these issues, I will tell you, is from the national executive, the former national executive, that were overwhelmed by the sources of Labour Party. You know, in sources, you have to be able to manage it. Otherwise, you will have problems with it. So that's the only thing I have to say for now. But further, if I must say something about it, our former national chairman, Barrister Chiropractic, messed the system up, and that is the problem we're going through today. But we are trying to do a kind of crisis management. Thank God he shot himself on the feet, and the Court of Competent Jurisdiction told him to step aside. And the National Working Committee, in their wisdom, raised another person, somebody I would call a godsend, to redeem the image of the party. And that is what we have been going through since then. Thank you very much.
How is this addressing the situation in the party? Because from what we know, or what has been reported in the news, you had a four-way parallel primary. And so whether we like it or not, even though it might be that the court has allowed you to contest this election, there are still people who have frayed nerves. There are people who are unhappy with the system. As you have clearly stated, that this might be a problem from the top. But now that the top has fixed someone new, how is he addressing the issues? And of course, trying to mend fences. Is there any such thing happening right now?
If I understand you very well, you mean what is the fate of the Imo State...
Labour Party in general, yes.
Having been clearly stated by the Court of Competent Jurisdiction in Bayelsa and Imo State that Alhaji Bashir Apapa is the authentic acting national chairman, it simply means, which they have voiced out as well, that Chief Ikechukwu Joseph Ukebu is the authentic candidate of Labour Party in Imo State, having emerged from the primaries of 16th of April 2023, which was conducted by the National Working Committee led by Alhaji Apapa, and not the one on the 15th, which was conducted by the Abure-led executive. So now, having got that one clear, and having advised INEC to do the needful, we are a camp party now. Even though in one of the press conferences I gave, I said I've come to reconcile those aggrieved people, because I know that people are aggrieved. You cannot pay 25 million naira and the things went the other way around and you'll be happy. But I'm working hard to make sure that I reconcile everybody, because election is a let's go team, not a one-man business. So all of us are coming together. I assure you that in little than no time, Labour Party Imo State will be an enviable party that will win this election come November 11, 2023.
I always like to, and do not take this the wrong way, if you are, as a party, do not necessarily have your house in order, how are you able to convince the average voter, who obviously might not necessarily be having it good? I mean, we'll get to talking about what's happening in Imo State in a few minutes. But how do you, try to get the average voter, convince them to vote for you when your house is on fire?
In fact, as far as I'm concerned, we are doing our best, because the Labour Party executive people, they are coming together to do justice to the reconciliation agenda we have. And I believe you people in the media, you will help us to like this interview I'm granting now, you help us to air it so that people will sincerely see the truth. Like me, the problem is that when you don't know what is inside the house and you come and start operating from outside, you mess everything up. I joined Labour Party 2014. Even before then, I've been a sympathizer of Labour Party. But I officially joined 2014. And I've been consistent with the party. Then somebody cannot just come today and tell me that he will know the constitution or the runnings of the party more than me. And this, our present acting national chairman, joined this party inception. They are the inaugural members of Labour Party since 2002. So nobody will say he's a new person or he just came from the blue. Even Abure himself joined a little ago before me. He joined around 2007. He has been a member, but I'm not envying him for being the national chairman, but he messed everything up. That's why this thing. And a court of competent jurisdiction in a city in Abuja, Federal Capital Territory, said you are restrained from parading yourself and the three others. And he still continues in misleading his cohort and his followers. That is what is causing the problem. But I think in little than no time, like he has seen the truth and he's facing his case now, everybody will know that the Labour Party is in peace and we don't have distractions again.
Let's talk about the capabilities of the Labour Party in Imo State. As we know, the Imo State obviously has its own fair share of troubles. Imo State does have a sitting governor who is of the ruling party. You also have, of course, candidates from other political parties that would be up against the Labour Party. So my question is, how do you hope to surmount all of this? Because like you started at the beginning to say that the Labour Party's success is what has somewhat become its destruction. I didn't quite understand what you meant by success. Is it the success of its spread and, the following, or what exactly were you talking about? And how will this play out in Imo State in terms of getting the votes of the people?
The true position in Imo State, if I understand what you mean, is that there's no gainsaying that the citizens of Imo State are not happy. You cannot go to your house and sleep and close your eyes. And even operating the roads, you are not safe you are not sure of getting to your house from one point to the other because of the killings and the bloodletting and whatever. So we are telling the people we can do it, and they know that Labour Party, being a social democratic party, is a human-based party. Like our slogan is Papa Mama Pikin, and it's enshrined in our logo. So we are human-based party. We want to work for Imo State people, and we want to show them how governance should be run. But the issue is that the incumbent, you don't underrate the powers of the incumbency. We respect him for that. But the truth is that these people want to know what you do for them. And we know what we can do for them. And that is what we are telling them. We want to at least put Imo State in a state that people will believe tomorrow. People will hope to see tomorrow. Not just being afraid of what will happen tomorrow. So hunger is killing people in Imo State. Apart from hunger, you are not safe in your house. Some areas in Imo State, even in that low zone that the incumbent is from, some houses have been bamboozled and the citizens have run away. That is the ones that live, though. Some of them are dead. Even recently in Uguta, they bombed a lot of places. Even yesterday in Mbiso zone, a sitting monarch was hacked down by you. And you tell me you're the chief security officer of a state. It's unfortunate.
Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you for bringing that up, because I was going to talk about Imo State. Imo State has gradually become a hotbed of insecurity. You would call them all sorts of names, terrorists. You'd call them unknown gunmen. The latest is the sit at home. I think I heard the Enugu State governor put out a statement today saying, yesterday, urging its citizens to go out and do their businesses. And if any of them were caught sitting at home or businesses were seen shut, those businesses or those premises will be reclaimed by government. But the big question is, why are the governors in the southeast allowing for some faceless men to take over the state and cause this level of mayhem if they are supposed to be the ones who protect lives and property?
That will tell you that that will prove to you that a man cannot give what he doesn't have. The truth is that the incumbent in Imo State, we have tried him for 4 years. He doesn't have managerial ability that can make peace in Imo State. So we have to bring in another person. And I'm happy the citizenry, the leaders of Imo State, they are coming together to say let us try another person. Because if you have a home that you give somebody to manage for you and you couldn't manage it, the best thing is to quit that person and put another manager. Because the goodness of a home depends largely on the manager. So I'm 100% sure the candidate of Labour Party, Chief Ikechukwu Joseph Okebu, is the best hand for now to manage the affairs of Imo State and redeem them from the eminent blunder that will come more on us if we make any mistake. And that is why somebody like me is pleading with all and sundry to come together. We have a common enemy. We cannot deny that. So let us set aside what is happening in the Labour Party and let us come openly and sincerely face our common enemy and achieve goods for the citizens. Because you cannot say you're running a party and the citizens are crying every day. I mean, it's something we have to look inwardly and know what is wrong. And we know now that the wrong thing is that the government, based on what General Abacha said at the time, the government have compromised. He said any problem, any fracas, any insecurity that lasts more than 72 hours in a state or in a government, that the government is aware of it and they have compromised. So that's what I believe. If the government haven't compromised, why all these killings for 4 years now?
Finally, before I let you go, as a citizen of Imo State and someone who's from the southeast extraction of this country, what exactly do you think that the governors of these southeastern states are not getting right or overlooking, which has continued to, which has allowed for this insecurity to continue? Because I mean, the federal government on one hand has sent security operatives, soldiers, but then, just as you said, there needs to be some form of synergy and cooperation. Sometime last year, the Southeast Governors Forum had a tea party, that's what I'd call it, saying that they were going to deal with the situation in the Southeast. But here we are, almost a year down the line, nothing has really changed. What do you think the missing ingredient is?
The missing thing is that you cannot run Imo State from Enugu State. You cannot run Enugu State from Imo State. Every state is peculiar to their problem. Like all these things they are doing, it is different in Imo State, it's different in Enugu State, it's different in Ebonyi State. The basic truth is that a sitting governor who is the chief security officer of that state should plan the best way to handle his security system and marshal it out. But the basic truth is that they are even rumored in Imo State that the incumbent is hiring local vigilante from across border to run the state. It doesn't work out that way. So let us use our local content, what we have here. In my village, the village head knows almost all the criminals in that village. So you cannot go to another village to bring people to try that to trap those criminals. I believe that the governor in Imo State, with all the security apparatus around him and available to him, he should know who is who and he should know how to control this thing. But when he cannot do it or he has compromised, then we don't have alternative than to bring in another person. We don't have option at all than to bring in another person and let another try. And I'm sure Chief Ikechukwu Joseph Okebu, being the authentic candidate of Labour Party, will do justice to that. And everybody will be happy after January 2024 swearing in.
You know, it sounds very political to me, and I don't blame you because you're a politician, to say, oh, you know, everything would change after the elections. What happens in the interim? Just as you said, what happens to the family of the chieftain that was hacked to death? What happens to people who go about their business, they want to open their shop because they want to make earn a living and be able to feed their families, and then they're beaten and battered and sometimes killed in the process? What happens in the interim to those people? Because you see, we're very short-sighted. Everybody's looking at their own win. What about the general interest of the average Imo person or the average person in the Southeast? Because you keep talking about the elections, but in the interim, what are parties like you, or the Labour Party and other parties willing to do to help the situation right now in the interim, as opposed to waiting till your person is sworn into office, if he gets into that position, and then you can come up with the, let's say, the bright idea? What happens now? This is my question.
In fact, after this interview, my team have planned to pay the family visit tomorrow. And the basic truth is this. The sitting governor, the incumbent governor, still has up to November, January to stay in that position. So what we'll be doing is to sympathize with the families and praying to God that at least we'll be remaining. Some people will still remain till that day. Because with rate of things now, myself that is saying here, I'm not even 100% safe, but I know that God has my life. Nobody can take it from me unless you are God. But the basic truth is that we are working hard. It's not one man, it's not my fight alone. Even that family that have lost somebody, would they be happy to lose more people? So all of us must come together. You know, I know it has happened. It's very unfortunate. Everybody should criticize it. But the basic truth is that to save the remaining people, we are working hard to make sure that everybody come together. Let us leave this stomach infrastructure. He's sharing monies, like they said, even that yesterday, they sworn in 247 special assistants. What are they going to do in government house? So the people that have been doing that work, those works since 3-4 years now, they are not doing anything. Okay, sack all of them now and bring new people. You see that he's distributing, sharing monies, our common patrimony to people that he wants to better their stomach and buy them over. It doesn't work like that. I know that I believe that people will still collect those his money and do the needful.
Finally, I just want to quickly ask you, you can choose not to answer. Do you think that if the federal government were to release Nnamdi Kanu as the court has ordered, it would one way or the other quell the situation in the Southeast, or is this beyond Nnamdi Kanu?
Let me give you another shocker. I am not 100% sure that it's IPOB that have been doing this, or the unknown gunman are IPOB, because they have continuously denied that it's not them. Maybe somebody somewhere is putting his own people to scatter the place so that he will be using the crisis to fuel his security vote and the rest of them to cover these monies he's spending.
Are you one way or the other accusing the governor of fueling the insecurity in Imo State? Is that what you're accusing the governor of?
People have accused him severally. Even the man they call Ugochinyere, he came Ugochinyere from the North and South Federal House Representative. He has accused him openly. He hasn't come to court to contest it. He said it's him that he has compromised. He's the a problem of our security system in Imo State.
Why would a governor want to kill his own people? Why would a governor orchestrate these level of killings of his own people? To what end?
I don't know. But what I know is that, like the question you put before, if the federal government should obey the law, the court, and the others that have said releasing Nnamdi Kanu, at least we will now know definitely if such a thing happens again. Now, IPOB, you said it's not you. Now we have released your man. Why is this thing still happening? Then from there, even the IPOB can help fish out all these people blackmailing them. But for now, I'm telling you the truth. There is problem in Imo State, and we must do something about it. And there is nothing best to do than to say, this man, you have tried your best and your best is not enough. Go home, let another take over. Thank you very much.
Finally, looking at the Tinubu administration, which is 40+ days in office, do you think that he has the wherewithal to face squarely what's happening in the southeast? And of course, do you think that he will pay attention to what Ohanaeze and the rest of the people have been advocating for? That is the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Do you think that Tinubu will be in a position to do that?
Personally, or every Igbo man that is saying don't release Nnamdi Kanu is a sellout. It's not a true son of Igbo man. Because whatever happened, the young man, if the court have said he's free, why don't you leave him? It's your own court. You set up the court and the court have said release him. Why don't you leave him? Why should they be holding him? That's what we are asking. Whether Ohanaeze or nobody, any average Igbo man should say release Nnamdi Kanu. One man, a tree cannot make a forest. If you release Nnamdi Kanu to Ohanaeze can sit him down and say, my son, what is the problem? We can negotiate these things. But everybody knows that Oji Zokalo was crying on camera the other day that they have marginalized him. But you see, so every Igbo citizen have been marginalized. But the truth is that we must come together to forge ahead and fight a normal cause.
Okay.
If we fight it from left, from right, we might not get there. But if unity will stand. So if every average Igbo man will come together and they march to Asurok, I think Asiwaju will listen to them.
Okay.
Well, in their own side, they have somebody they call, I've forgotten the young man's name, Ateta Igbo or somebody like that. But when he did what he did, the people sat and they released him. So let them release this young man to the Ohanaeze people, who is our cultural organization here. Okay. They can discuss with him and whatever will normalize it. Instead of holding him, if he dies there, it might be another thing.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to say thank you. Nze Akujobi Ikechukwu Cyril is the Imo State Chairman of the Labour Party. He's a factional chairman of the Labour Party. We want to say thank you for joining us on the conversation tonight.
Thank you very much, but I'm not the factional chairman. I'm the authentic Congress-produced chairman of Labour Party Imo State, who have been reinstated. Abure removed me out of his malice because I told him the truth.
Okay.
But Ababa came and called me back. So I'm not factional. I'm not that chairman in Imo State now than myself.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming on the show. We appreciate it. Well, that's it on the show tonight. My name is Mary Anacon. Thank you all for being part of the show. Don't forget, you can play catch up on all of our previous episodes. Just go to Plus TV Africa on YouTube, like, subscribe, and follow all of our programs. Have a good evening.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Dramatic shawarma, yeah.
Lagos Island has imposing architectural structures dotted on each side of the road, filled with people who are not sure if they will be locked out from their homes next year due to rental fee hikes. The buildings on the other side of the road wear an empty, forlorn look. Beggars are always on the streets. A thin, middle-aged man in an oversized jacket comes towards my window. In impeccable English, he explains that he is not a beggar, but a medical doctor who worked in the hospital about 3 blocks from the right side of the street we were on. He has an accent that must be from Cross River State, unmistakably lyrical. He says his daughter is in terrible shape. She has a ruptured appendix and was admitted in the same hospital where he worked. I'm trying to raise money for my daughter, but we haven't been paid for about 6 months now. It was difficult to tell truth from falsehood in Lagos. Poverty taught most people the art of deceit as a means of livelihood. Today, I discover an even more ingenious way of begging meant to jolt one's physical and spiritual sensibilities. At the junction just before the traffic lights, a man who looks like he was a few seconds away from being called to be with the Lord is being pushed around in a wheelchair by a dreary-looking assistant. After a few minutes, the assistant stops pushing the wheelchair and takes up his bullhorn to tell the story of how the man has an orange-sized tumor on his face. He makes a feverish pitch for funds that will be for treatment. God bless you as you give. God shall water your garden as you donate to this cause, he bellowed. Motorists avoid them as if they just escaped a leper colony. The 2 men are indifferent and remain resolute in their quest. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I work in an energy company, so apart from being an author, that's what else I do. So to be honest, so I used to work in another company, and you get to that stage in your career where you feel like your life is stuck in a rut. Like you wake up every morning and you're like, okay, we have to do this again. Nothing is challenging. It's just you just know you're built for more. So that's the stage I was in. I'll go to work just completely dissatisfied. And, we had friends, how it is in the office. We'll talk about, all the things happening and not happening to us. And then it was just every day we were complaining. And then one day I said to myself, I said, Eri, but you're right, yeah? Because I started writing from when I was like 8 years. And I said, instead of complaining, look inwards and do something. And literally, that's how Dear Alare was born. So it was at a point in my life where I was just completely yearning for more and dissatisfied with where I was in my career. I like that question because when I was writing, for me, it was almost like a sense of urgency to pass a message, and the message was principally to live your life, your best life, in spite of anything that may be happening around you. You would have challenges, but own your voice, tell your story, and just be authentic. So for me, it was very important to pass that message across and let anybody reading to say, you know what? I mean, these challenges are not uncommon. Everybody faces them. But you can still live your moment. You can still live your best life as you pass through these challenges. For me, when I wrote that in particular, I was looking to talk about life in Lagos. And I use Lagos as a metaphor for Nigeria because, Lagos is where everything happens. So for me, it was important to bring out all the kind of things that we see in society that should not be, poverty that really shouldn't be because of the abundance of resources, and the fact that you see a lot of people who don't have as much just
more or less just tending towards, okay, we need to have more babies, almost like a pastime. Like, okay, since I can't have this, I can't have this. So that was the thinking behind, this. In terms of themes, I thought to look at the patriarchal culture in Nigeria. I thought to put an X-ray on life in Lagos and the fact that really and truly, at the end of the day, we sort of exist in Lagos. We don't live, we don't thrive. You wake up every day, you spend roughly, depending on where you are, roughly 4 to 5 hours in traffic. And you get back home and you sleep, and it's like an endless rot. Yeah, so those are the kind of things I was trying to look at, the challenges women face in the office. Not just in the office, what they're going through internally. For Alari didn't have a child, so she was facing all that, and yet she needed to be in the office to be her best. So things like that, those were the kind of things I was looking to talk about: the patriarchal culture, infertility challenges, just the whole chaos, what it really takes to live in a place like Lagos. Because it was important for me to tell the story that the fact that a lady gives birth to a girl has nothing to do with her, and the fact that as a girl does not lessen the significance of the child. So that's very important for me to say there. We find it, like you said, in Nigeria, and it hasn't changed. Well, maybe, our voices are being more amplified, so people are getting more aware, but it's still there. When a child is born, depending on the sex, the blame game, shifts. And another thing I wanted to point out so strongly was, what if it's the man at fault? Because what tends to happen in marriages is the lady takes the blame, because society has been trained to see the woman to blame where there are challenges with childbearing. But what if it's the man's fault? So those were the kind of questions I was trying to throw light on in the book. Not very well, to be honest, because growing up, it was almost like a taboo. My dad didn't want to hear anybody speaking pidgin, so it was like, well, I say by force, we had to learn. But, a story like that, I had to use pidgin to reflect the characters. So someone like Alhaji Wasiu, typical characters that would necessarily speak pidgin English. It was important for me to reflect that in the story so that the reader understands that, just the different strata in society and the levels of people that we have. I would say, tell your story unapologetically, because somebody also asked me, and I said, but you can't live life just expecting to be validated or not validated. Yeah, so for me it was important to pass a message. For me it was important to tell my story. The validation, secondary, because I will do it the same way, whether or not whatever anybody thought or thinks about Dear Alari, I will tell my story, because it's important at the end of the day. When you go to bed, be satisfied that you have done what truly makes you happy as a writer. And some people just have a lot of stories in there just waiting to come out. But it's that fear of acceptance. And really and truly, you can't live life waiting to be accepted by everybody. It's just not the way to do things. I would say that is changing, to be honest. I mean, a lot of reading clubs springing up rather. A lot of, I will say it's changing. I know that, just even surviving in Nigeria is an art. So you find quite a number of people probably not having the time to read, but I don't think it's fair to say that we don't read. I think things are really, really changing.
Switch to on, light on.
Switching command to internal. Expected leave at DW. Fuel tank pressure 55. Your nav state with back and is perfect.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to this edition of our program, Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is someone who has played such a significant role in the development of hip-hop music in Nigeria, which has actually now transformed into what is popularly called Afrobeats with the S. You understand me? And today he's functioning not directly as a practicing musician, and we'll get into that, but he's functioning as an administrator of sorts in the world of music. He is currently the president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN. Let's welcome together Pretty Okafor.
Thank you so much.
How are you
Thank
doing?
you for having me. I'm good.
Nice to see you. If you recall, there was a duo called Junior and Pretty back in the day, and they caught the nation by storm. Their music was very original. Their songwriting was simple, direct, and everyday. Nigerians related to it. There was one of their major hits. There was Monica Monica. And then after that was Bolanle. But I'm going to ask him a question now. How were you able to cope with the loss of your brother, friend, colleague, Junior?
It wasn't easy. I think till date it still affected me because we started as teenagers. Mm-hmm. Our first album were teenagers.
Yes.
With the Monica thing, and so that means we grew up as children till when we became teenagers and to adulthood. So we've known each other for close to like 40 years. Mm-hmm. Then we're used to combining in the craft of songwriting. Yeah. Creating rhymes. We were the first people that started creating rhymes from our local content and all that. Yes. So the encouragement, may he so rest in peace. When Junior left, the encouragement wasn't there anymore. But I had so much responsibilities to handle. I had to now look after his family, my family, and the extended family. So it was a huge tax, but I thank God I survived it.
Mm. Yeah, one of the things that happened to you was that you went quiet, very quiet, and you look quiet naturally. So
I'm quiet.
Yeah. So you went quiet.
No, not really. I didn't go quiet. Like I said, I had to concentrate on building companies because Gina wasn't around. So making money from what we were doing, because from playing the concerts, we started producing and anchoring Benson and Hedges Golden Tones.
Yes,
you
I remember that.
So we're still doing that when he had that crash and passed. So I woke up one day, I just got irritated or frustrated, and I resigned. I don't want to work with.
That's going quiet.
Eh?
That's going quiet.
Yeah, but I went quiet now, concentrating, paying attention to build companies, to build structure.
So what companies were you building?
Okay, I was building Pretty Boy Entertainment. Pretty Boy Entertainment is the biggest. Pretty Boy Entertainment used to produce Mega Jam.
Okay.
So built Pretty Boy Entertainment, built Red Worldwide, and a whole lot. Red Worldwide is a marketing communication agency. So I was paying attention, building all those structures, making money anyway, so I could look after.
You could satisfy the responsibilities.
Responsibilities
that had fallen on you.
Yeah, and again, also remember at that era they weren't making much money. We weren't making much money like this. This youths are making now. So you had to do a whole lot and pay attention, be focused to succeed in those things.
You guys were first striking at the glass ceiling. These guys shattered it.
Yeah. So you could say we prepared the path for them to excel, and that's why till today I get excited. I'm happy with what is happening with our music scene and the growth.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you, having seen what you did back in the day, how do you feel with the exponential growth that could only have been dreamt up back then?
I'm sure wherever Gino is, he's very, very excited, because while we were 1989, 1990, while we were working seriously to build this same genre of music, what we wanted to do was, how can we surpass the growth of reggae music? We're in Nigeria, so every other brand of music is excelling, but no one has crossed Nigeria or crossed Africa. But reggae was everywhere.
Reggae came from everywhere.
Yes, so we wanted to create a genre that can beat reggae. Though it didn't happen while we were still performing, but it has happened now.
Yes.
Like I said, Jen is very, very happy wherever he is. And I'm excited because what we planned, like I keep telling people, what happened to Afrobeats now was a predetermined progress. It was a predetermined structure that me and Junior built. We were chasing it. But again, if you're building something, I learned it with experience, if you're building something that is fantastic, you might not be the one that will take it.
It doesn't usually happen like that.
So where the music industry is now, I'm excited, I'm proud. I keep telling it to everybody, just do what you can do, that is your part, and the rest will take care of itself.
I'll take up one thing you said. You said something about collaborative songwriting, right? Between you and Junior in his lifetime. Is there the hope that the songwriting segment of the performing arts would be built up to international standards, where people can write songs, give to somebody, license to somebody else to sing, and then they make money from it? Or they just have to keep selling?
No. It's already happening.
It is?
It is already happening. Like, luckily, I'm the president of the Performing Musicians Employers Association of Nigeria. Now, PMAN is not a music association. It's a trade union. It's the only trade union in creative industry.
Okay.
It's entertainment industry. So, now going through that and also working, like a whole lot of people like, okay, we know pretty what he can do. we try to portray and push forward where songwriters are making money, composers are making money.
Okay.
They are sharing, splitting revenues when it comes to royalties. So now, if you write song, you don't just write and they pay you off. You write and share split royalties. There's a split contract.
Okay.
So once that song start raking in billions, trillions,
No, you can even start with thousands.
Yes, but you start
Yes.
making money. So there's a whole lot of the songwriters now that don't just write song and they pay them one peanut. They write song and they do a contract.
Okay.
They can also pay them money, but they do a contract. And the contract is the split sheet contract that they will do with the artist. So once the song goes viral, the songwriter is also making money.
Is also making money, which brings me to this point, and that is that there used to be this issue of royalty, collection of royalty and all that. And recently, I think MCSN has been recognized as the only collecting society in the country licensed to operate within the country. Is PMAN part of that, or how does that impact PMAN and its members?
First, if getting into the system, if and knowing what the structure of PMAN or authority of PMAN is, if PMAN does not agree, have a contract with you, you cannot collect from musicians.
Okay.
That's one thing for sure. So what MCSN is doing, because there's an agreement between PMAN and MCSN to collect for our members.
Okay.
And because we're a trade union, for our member means whether registered or unregistered musicians. So MCSN is actually the ones that are licensed right now to collect royalties for musicians. And PMAN supervises that collection. PMAN makes sure that the corporate bodies pay. MCSN collects and MCSN distributes to the members, to the owners of the rights. Of the rights, yeah.
Okay. Now, the process of collection should suggest that there's some level of registration, and you seem to have alluded to it when you said that whether you are a registered member or unregistered member.
That's for PMAN. That's for PMAN.
Yeah, I'm going to PMAN. So how does PMAN ensure that all musicians register?
Now, if you don't have to be a PMAN member before releasing a song. That's our work is to monitor that structure, that scene, that music, and music entrepreneurship and music performance. That's what we do. So, but to collect your royalties. Now, they've been collecting royalties. Some of them don't register in Nigeria, some of them register outside.
Outside, yes.
But first, to collect your royalties, which is not your master royalties, is your mechanical royalties, your performance royalties, your digital royalties, or your needle time. We call it neighboring right royalty, but it's needle time royalty for you and your members. For you to collect that, you need a CMO, a copyright management organization, to be able to collect that. And for you to collect that and register in your account, you need to be a member of the CMO.
Okay. In this instance,
MCSN.
MCSN.
You need to be a member because MCSN has a reciprocal agreement with other CMOs around the world.
Around the world. Okay.
So when they collect rights of Nigerian musicians and all that, they channel it to MCSN. MCSN collects it from them and distributes. So for you to get your money in Nigeria, not just collecting in South Africa or in Ghana or that, to collect it from Nigeria, you need to be a registered member of MCSN.
Okay, so that's MCSN. Now, PMAN. Is membership open to anyone who is into music, or who is an instrumentalist, or who is what? And how does that happen?
Now, to be a PMAN member, you need to be a musician. You need to be a music practitioner. You need to be a music producer. You need to be a music director. You need to be a music promoter.
A promoter?
Yeah. Because the union accommodates people that work around music.
Okay, around music.
Yes. Yeah. So that's it. your DJs, your dancers. Now, the reason why they created that body, and I'm sure when my leaders created it, they didn't, maybe where it was just me and my team that found out that we're actually a trade union, not an association. They were calling it an association until we got hold of the certificates and all that. Now, the reason for government to give PMAN that certificate is so that you could protect the rights of the musicians and the music practitioners.
Okay.
So the music practitioners could be all those people that I mentioned. And why they need to register so that PMAN can take care of their welfare. Now, like what we created recently, once you register, you get automatic medical insurance. You get a life insurance in case of eventualities. You get a pension plan in case when you get to 65 to 70 and you want to retire from active performance. Then you also get a backup for legal assistance in case of contractual issues. If you know, recently since we came up, it has died down. Contractual issues, then visa assistance. Also, PMAN is the only body that can give you a notary document that will make any country give you a work permit to do your tour. So if you're going tours around the world or any country, they definitely need a work permit in that country. And the only union or association that can give it to you
from here
is a PMAN.
So now, you see where you spoke about welfare. You will come to expatiate on it, but let's talk about what propelled you to run for the presidency of PMAN.
Wanted to do things the right way. I'm this person that believes that our country can be the biggest and the most beautiful country on planet Earth if we have fantastic leaders. So I've always said that. I've always worked towards that because I'm saying this because of how I've been able to manage my own company. Wanted to do something differently. The union was lying fallow until I was called upon. And I'll tell you again, they called me because I was successful in my own businesses.
What is the
elders in PMAN.
Name them. A few of them.
Kenny George, Zima Coy, Murphy Van Anthony. That's the era when they were having. So I came in and I said, okay, let's look at it. But we were able to build the structure now because I came in with the business background attitude. I came in and they were using some kind of funny lawyers, and I said, no, I need to bring my personal lawyer in here. I need to bring my personal accountant. I need to bring my personal finance director. So we started adjusting. We worked so hard, and we wanted to prove that, yeah, there might be some mistakes formally, but we're here now to take the union forward. And everybody can testify to what has happened. Recently, we purchased the first ever PMAN edifice for the past 40 years. And we moved the headquarters from Ikeja to the island. And then we're now springing up radio stations both in Lagos and Abuja. So
you have radio stations that are yours? Oh, that's good. Now, what's the significance of moving from Ikeja to the island?
Okay, we wanted to. I'm the middle school. If I should use the word, there's old school, there's new school, there's middle school. So me, Junior, and the rest of Sonny Neji,
people of your
Zaki, we're middle school. We're not new school. So actually, they voted us out, the younger ones. We have these other younger ones, Roger Man, Asha Gangali, and the rest.
Yes.
So when we got the fund to purchase the property, so I wanted to buy it in Ikeja. But the way I run the association, I run an open office. So we all voted. And I found out that it was only me and Sonny Neji that voted for Ikeja. The rest voted for Island. Like, what are we going to be doing on the island? What are we going to blah, 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 blah. But these boys sat us down and made us understand that the music industry has moved from Ikeja to Lekki. So if we want to get these boys to recognize, they know PMAN, some of them might know PMAN, but they don't understand the worth of PMAN. For them to understand that...
Or want to associate.
We need to buy the property where they reside, so where it's going to be closed. I doubted it, but again, we voted, so I allowed it. But I'll tell you the truth, at the time we purchased it, we're just doing all the renovation and all that. These boys still trooping in. The younger ones, the new car, the whole of them were trooping in. They were excited that PMAN that they know is actually has actually been revived and all that. So,
so it's like this is now our PMAN.
Now, no,
they have brought it to us.
Is their own PMAN now, because I keep telling them I'm old school. Yes. But the beautiful thing, like what we keep telling them, once I leave, we're handing over to the younger ones. They are running it. We won't do that same mistake that the older ones, they want to stay put there and all that. So we're actually bringing them on board for them to understand how the structure works and how what you must do to progress and what you will do that will make you fail. So that's where we are.
Now, you said something about welfare for musicians. Now, the welfare in the Nigerian sense, it seems as if someone just takes over all your responsibilities. Is this clearly defined?
Yes, it is. For your medical insurance, is for, first, for you to understand the structure, is a group.
It's a group life thing.
Yes, a group life thing.
Group health thing.
Yes, because we are huge in number. I actually didn't know that we're this large musicians. So we're able to negotiate a reduced rate for group life and all that.
Yeah.
If you're a PMAN member, you get opportunity to have 4 members of your family to be looked after with insurance.
Okay.
Now, the insurance is basic malaria, this bed rest, drip, but once it comes to critical ailment like kidney and that will require approval again from from ESCOs and all that. But the regular, you go to the hospital or your wife is pregnant, those ones have been taken care of. That's the welfare.
That's the basic one.
That's the basic one. Then the life insurance is for death and accident.
Okay.
In case of you have permanent disability.
Okay.
If it's not dead, permanent disability. So that there's a particular money that will go to you for permanent disability, and there's a particular money that will go to the member of your family for that. That is for life insurance.
All right.
Then for pension plan, once you're 65, 70, and you've submitted your application that you are retiring from active performance. Yeah, it happens, a whole lot of them.
They submit to the union?
They submit to the union that they're retiring from active performance. So once they submit that, the process will go on, and the particular musician will be getting 100,000 monthly.
Really?
Yes.
You're saying that PMAN has that kind of...
PMAN
has that kind of policy in place?
PMAN has more than that. PMAN is likened to American Union structure. Okay. That's the way we built it. And if you've been to our edifice, our office, that is the standard. Because we have Afrobeat that has taken over the world. So these people started visiting. Like the first week we opened, we got people from America, people from Sweden and all that. It's been happening to be hosting them. So if they come, because I've been to their own offices, if they come, they're like, how did you guys get this idea? How did you build it? I remember the American people, entourage that came said, this is more like their own office.
Are you kidding?
In Nigeria. So that's what we're trying to do. We're not seeing ourselves as, I don't like using the word, we're not seeing ourselves as third world country.
As far as PMAN goes.
As far as PMAN goes. You know, as Nigeria, because we have the highest natural resources. But I keep saying management has been the issue. But
that's very true.
Yeah.
That's very true.
So that's the mentality that my team and I are working with. We are not seeing ourselves as lesser people or we're from the third world. We're seeing ourselves as God has given us everything, so we need to find a way to manage it properly.
But you see, you and your team seem to have come in with a vision. That vision we're going to discuss when we take this break. After this break, we'll come back and discuss it. Please stay tuned.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Yes, welcome back. Pretty Okafor, PMAN President, is still my guest. Your team has a vision. What's the broad vision?
Putting a geopolitical structure for the music industry. What we're doing in Lagos right now and what we're doing in Abuja, where before I leave, I'm sure we would have imputed it in the remaining 4 geopolitical zones. Lagos has a music academy, right? So where musicians will come and learn rudiments of music and also business of music. So we're having that in Abuja, and we're having that in the remaining 4 geopolitical zones, because we want to be able to match the international popularity that's already going before our brand of music. We're doing that so that musicians can have access to the facilities.
Okay.
Right. And these other facilities will also have the radio stations inclusive in these other facilities. That means at the end, yes, it will be a network. So it's a planned stuff. We are also building affordable homes for musicians.
Affordable homes?
Yes, in these geopolitical zones. We've already started. It's not I told you about the radio. Radio is already on.
Yeah.
Is on your Google Play Store now. But the equipment have arrived, so it's set up. So whatever I'm saying is what is going to is a legacy. What is going to be there after my tenure, after the tenure of my other parties.
You're sounding like somebody who has made up his mind that, okay, after this period, I'm not going to be directly involved in administration of the union again.
Yeah, because we've trained a whole lot of people.
How many years have you spent?
The years of the fight and the years of the settlement, or okay,
I've done of you being in the saddle.
I just done my first.
So how many more years do you have?
I'm supposed to round up by next year.
Is it just one term?
No.
So they can still bring you back now. You see, you're sounding like, oh no, I've had enough of this wahala. I want to go and face something else.
No, because it took way too much on me, and
good things don't come easy.
And because I was smart enough, I was able to juggle my business and PMAN. But PMAN needs like 100% concentration.
Keep juggling.
And we were able to. But I also have my first vice. There's a first vice. There's a second vice. There's media. There's Rugged Man. There's Asha Gangali, Zaki Aze, Sonny Neji, Two-Face, MI. So these guys, Terry G. So these guys are learning. They've seen the successes that we've been able to achieve. So they are learning. They can go from wherever. I won't decide on the next tenor.
No, I will just wait. I will wait and say to you that there is the possibility that they will say, all right, let's have 4 more years of your time or 5 more years and all that. Because, you see, those geopolitical zones that you want to develop, they need the drive of someone who is the visionary. Apparently, you're the visionary. Yeah. They are supportive of the vision. They've bought into it. You can't leave it midway. You can't. So maybe I should start on their behalf, appealing to you, not to think of going anywhere. Because
no, sir, but I think I'm working with some of the smartest people in the industry.
I agree with that. I agree with that, and I congratulate you.
Thank you so much.
I congratulate you. Now, there's something about developing the music industry in Nigeria. You've spoken a little bit about it, but I want to particularly mention the issue of instrumentation, instrumentalists, singers going to learn how to sing, and then you said something about the business end of the music industry. How can we sustain our global attention now if we don't intentionally train musicians and hold up musicianship as a way of life?
Like you mentioned, sir, the building those structures was because we wanted to sustain the growth of Nigerian music. The growth of, I keep telling people, is what God gave us, the growth of Afrobeats. Now, is there, but we need to sustain it for the next 30 years. And sustaining it means we need to put these structures in place. So those structures are coming with music academy, music school, business academy, business school, business of music school. Meaning you've gone to learn the rudiment, playing the guitars and all that, to learn to sing, write songs. But you now need to learn how to manage your talent, how to monetize every aspect of your talent, how you could coordinate the business of touring, the business of releases, record releases and all that. So that's the actual side. And that will create another empire, another brainwave of young people paying 100% attention to that business of music. So which is going to create the sustainability for our industry and the Afrobeat genre.
Yeah, but you mentioned something about managing the business of your talent, or the business of your talent. It's not everybody who can manage themselves, you know.
Yeah.
There must also be an intentional attempt to develop trust in others who can help manage.
Now, if maybe not all the superstars, A-listers, B-listers, and C-listers will have time to go to the school, right? But other music managers, business, your road manager and all that, they will go to the school. So now we're creating more employment. You, the artist, the talent, will employ those people that are already be satisfied as gurus when it comes to business of music management and employ them.
Okay.
So that extends, that also sustains your popularity, that also sustains your touring, that also sustains your monetization in every aspect of the business. Okay. So these people might not have the time to go sit in a classroom and learn all that. But the road managers, the artist managers, the tour managers can learn. And now the main artists will start employing them. So it's also expanding and creating avenue for more employment.
Okay. And this you will do in all the 6 geopolitical zones?
We're already doing it in 2. So we'll do it in the remaining 4.
In the remaining 4. All right. We'll take a break now. When we're back, we're going to visit the Bolanli days of Pretty Okafor. Stay tuned.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
You're welcome back. I still have Pretty Okafor. By the way, why do they call you Pretty?
My name is actually Pretty Roland Okafor. I'm actually from a royal home.
Okay.
But my first name, Pretty, is actually my native name. It's Machuku. It means beauty of God.
Well, yeah, no.
But my mother preferred
Pretty
instead of beauty.
Okay. Now, welcome back. We've been in the studio whilst we took a break. Now, Bolanle was a monumental hit of Junior and Pretty. It took you outside Nigeria, like you said. That's the album. But what would you say was responsible for the hit?
Because we were dealing with the commoners. It was the first time we bridged the gap between the young and the old, between the rich and the poor, between the high class and the low class. So everybody could understand the message. Everybody could understand the rhymes. Everybody could understand pidgin and even the vernacular, because we use the popular vernaculars. So people could associate with it. We didn't create music for one particular section of Nigeria, one particular section of people. So we created music for everybody. So it was a drive that the music was for all individuals. But the truth is that we didn't even, me and Junior, we didn't even know that it was going to be that big. We didn't even know that people will accept it, because before we did Monica, we've been discouraged. Our demo tape has been thrown out from, like I used Polygram, went to Polygram and they threw our demo tape like 5 times out from the window. And they were like, what are you guys doing? You want to do something better. But when our record label, Storm Record, discovered that this brand of music can actually sell, because they are talking to the crowd. And when they now ventured into it, releasing our first work, which is that Monica, it sold everywhere. It had sold them. They couldn't manage the hype. So they had to broker a deal for Polygram now to come into
Polygram that became Premier Music.
Yeah, the Polygram that became Premier Music. The same Polygram that threw away our demo.
Now came back.
So it was, so that's why even with live, I do not take no for an answer. And I don't believe that to say, it's not possible, it's not in my dictionary, I don't talk about it. Just work towards it. Consistency, keep working, it's going to work.
Okay, so that's like a life lesson for you. And it's something that you used to drive yourself, drive your vision.
Yes.
Now tell me about the day the Puman House was opened. What was that like for you and for King Sunny Ade?
You know, a whole lot of the older musicians didn't even believe that it was going to happen. When we announced that we purchased our own house, first time, not rented, a whole lot of them didn't believe it. King knows King Sunny Ade knows us. But again, he came because he wanted to witness. He wanted to be sure. And it's actually the first time I saw King when he came actually in my office, and he was speaking to me, and I saw King was emotional about. He said, "I never thought that P-Man would ever succeed
in his lifetime."
Yes, in his lifetime. And that he's happy. Why he's like this? He's happy because it's happening while he's still alive. And that was when King actually confirmed that the property actually belongs to P-Man. Not to Pretty and his team or to Pretty, yeah. So the excitement and again the surprise, like I like pulling surprises at people. When you think it's not going to happen, I like proving you wrong. So it keep happening. I'm excited because the older people are excited. If you get into the gallery of the foyer of P-Man, you see the past P-Man leaders there. You see the legends who are on a particular war. You won't see us there. You won't see me and my escorts because we're serving. Maybe when we're done, our pictures will be
come
there. But it shows that yes, people also contributed. We respect, we appreciate them. But again, they paved the way to a better P-Man.
Now, because there is a better P-Man now, there is the fear of continuation or continuity. How are you going to ensure? You know, I remember we were saying something like, don't run off. But there will be term or tenure limitation. Whenever that is up, how are we going to ensure that it doesn't go back again? Especially since it's been proven now that you have a large membership that is believing in the leadership. So how are you going to ensure that that belief is not wasted?
Sustainability. While managing P-Man, we're also training a whole lot of people. Fortunately, they've learned the structure of my business ethic. So this range of people that are working in P-Man now know about integrity and transparency. And that's the watchword. That's what has kept the union moving forward. And over the years, I've tested them in a couple of other things to handle. And I know that's why I said, I'm fortunate to have the best brain, the best hand, the most sincere people working with me at this time. Along the line, a whole lot of people fell out of us because, again, you see, again, when you're sincere and you're working in the truth and spirit, negativities will be falling off. So only the truth remains. So that's what has happened. I'm not scared. If I formally, I would say, if I leave P-Man, they will sell the property. The radio station, they will sell it. But right now, if I leave, they can sustain it for the next, because there's a structure, there's a program, there's a rudiment of training that we've been able to put everybody through, and they're still going through it. So the structure has been monitored. That's why the structure has been monitored. Nobody can come in and do anything there because there's a trust that is monitoring the structure that's going on.
Okay, now, see, talk about development of trust, development of musicianship and trainings. Who are your partners for these academies that you are setting up?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
We have 10 strings.
Okay.
10 strings is, should I use the words? I think the biggest music institution for the younger age.
Okay.
Now, yeah, so we're partnering with 10 strings for...
In Nigeria?
In Nigeria, yes.
Okay.
We're partnering with 10 strings for that. We're partnering with an U.S. creative industry business group. We're partnering with a Canadian music business school too for these whole academies that we're building. And we have also partnership with a bank that saw interest in what we're doing, and they partner with us all this while in managing and regulating the industry for us.
Okay, but you talked of banks. Do banks support music now?
They weren't supporting music before, but right now they are supporting music. They are supporting music because of what we've been able to create. I could tell you a bit. If you're a card carrying member, if you're a registered member of PMAN, and you need a loan to do some particular things, and you go through your application to the ESCOs and it's approved, the bank will give you the loan.
Okay, because you're guaranteeing it.
Yes, because they are not going to come to that particular musician anywhere he is in the state, in 36 states. They are dealing with the ESCOs. For the ESCOs to approve, that means they know that person, they know they can. The ESCOs are going to monitor the growth of that person. So the banks, we have that agreement with the banks, and there's arrangement where we and the bank also monitor what they're doing with the money.
Yeah, we were talking about the membership. You said you believe that you're over 5 million.
We are over 5 million. We're over 5 million because I break it down. A bit. I'll use the example of Burna Boy. Burna Boy is on tour. Now, Burna Boy is not on tour with himself alone or himself and his band people. No, Burna Boy is on tour with his band people, his dancers, his management team. When I say his management team, his road manager, his music manager, his top manager. He's on the road with his fashion designer. He's on tour with his makeup artist.
Is the fashion designer also a member of PMAN?
No, if he's a team.
Okay.
Wardrobe. Okay, use the word wardrobe manager.
Okay.
He's the wardrobe manager. So wardrobe manager that works with an artist is a member of PMAN.
He's a member of PMAN.
So
must be registered.
Yes. So when he's on tour with about 60, 100, 120 people, they are all PMAN members. So when we're designing this thing, like how many years back, I was wondering how come we're this much? How do we break it down until we started doing a couple of researches? At the time me and Junior started, just me and Junior were I think we're about 22 or 24. Yes, on the road. Because our
the
peace
act,
band.
Okay, the act
band,
was 2.
The act was 2, but our band, another 14.
Yes.
Now you now have your manager, have your
road manager,
have your wardrobe manager, and all that. So everything was about 22 or so. So we're going on tour. That was then. So these guys go on tour with more larger people. That's why I keep telling people, they will say, the crew that are going on film set and all that are huge. I said, no. If 5 major artists go on tour, they're already employing like about 500 people or over 1,000 people. So you understand how. I'm also giving you the statistics so you understand how we're able to make money from purchasing.
Towards purchasing.
And
then sustaining your insurance policies.
Sustain our insurance policy and also be able to do our license for the radio and purchase the equipment for the radio.
Okay. So when are you likely to come on the air with your radio station? That's in the Lagos area?
Yes, in the Lagos area. Right now it's been installed.
Okay.
So all the equipment are in. So it's been installed, I think with, what do you call it?
Before the end of the year?
Yeah, it should be before the end of the year because they are coming to do the inspection and all that.
Inspection, okay. Okay, and then the zonal offices that you're planning, or let's not use the term offices, zonal operations.
Zonal operation, yes.
You understand me?
Geopolitical operations.
Geopolitical. The control is still going to be from the head.
It's going to be centralized.
Okay.
We don't want to leave any loophole in operations, right? Since we've gotten it right, we want to keep it that way. Okay. Because once there's a loophole, they take advantage of that. So what we've been trying to do since we got into PMAN is to close all the gaps and close all the loopholes. So the control from the control is still going to be from Lagos. Even we're having an office in Abuja, the control is still going to be from Lagos. So whatever that is happening in Abuja, happening in these other 4 geopolitical zones will be managed from the head office, Lagos.
And all the academies that will be over the 6 political, geopolitical zones, they're going to be running the same program?
They're going to be running the same program. Now, excuse me, because people in Calabar can't come to Lagos. Because if they come to Lagos, they need to...
It will be expensive for them.
So that's why we're taking the schools and the business...
As close to them as possible.
Close to them. Now, also understand that we have a huge number that we're controlling. So if we say everybody should come to Lagos or go to Abuja, there won't be space for learning. So that's why we're creating those geopolitical zone schools that are close to where they reside.
Yeah. Now, if we go back to your personal business, you from a musician, a performing musician, you morphed into a consultant. What do you do now?
I still run it. I still run my promotion outfit. I still run my marketing communication firm. I have a technology firm. If you Google Go Create Africa, I'm the owner of Go Create Africa. So I still run my technology firm.
Go Trade Africa.
Go Create.
Go Create
Go
Africa.
Create. One action word. Go Create. Like go and create.
Okay.
Go Create Africa. Yeah. I still running. I still own a music distribution platform.
Okay.
Go Distro.
Okay.
So somebody say my hands are full. No, I'm still young, so
you're still busy.
Still busy. That's the word.
You're still busy. Now, your vision is driven by somewhat personal commitment on your part. You told me that your children are musicians too.
Yeah. Not only. At the time I came in together, I discovered that Sonny Age's children play guitar and they sing. Zaki's children play and they sing. Then back home, my daughter plays violin. She sings. My son plays keyboard. He sings. My second son is a vocalist. He sings like man. My last son plays drum. So now I am this kind of person that will not tell them what they should do.
That's the best thing.
No, I don't get involved because I had issue with my folks, and if I had listened to them, maybe I would have been a poor man. But I refuse listening. So I refuse listening to them. So I don't try to force my kids in whatever they are doing. So I just guide them. So the drive why we're able to get P-Man together is also to prove that what if these kids decide to be musicians? Are we going to leave this whole messed up structure, messed up industry for them? At one time, they might ask, Daddy, you used to be a P-Man member. What did you people do?
What did you do?
So you understand? So I'm trying to avoid that question. That's why we paid 120% attention to get P-Man working.
Okay. So, are you satisfied with what you're doing?
Satisfaction is understatement. I'm excited. I'm pleased with what we're doing, but there's opportunity of doing more. There's opportunity of getting it better because, like I said, Lagos is going to be Mecca for global music industry. We are running against the time. So the speed where Afrobeat has gotten to, we didn't know it was going to get there.
That fast.
Yeah, that fast. So we need to also keep the pace.
Yeah.
So we're doing more. There's opportunity of doing more. There's focus and consistency of doing more, and we're going to do more.
Yeah, because why I agree with you is that I was reading this song by CK, Love Wanted.
Love Wanted, yeah.
It's that it's the first African song to achieve the 1 billion stream mark
yeah.
on Spotify.
Yeah. Never happened before.
No, you didn't say it, but that's unthinkable.
That's
unthinkable, you know.
So you understand what I'm saying? So you can imagine what these boys are doing. Now, the Americans and the Europeans, they are running after to catch up.
Yes.
How am I, is that the word I'm using? Am I using the right word? We're so much on a speed that they are trying to catch up.
Yes.
You can see what Rema is doing around Asia.
Rema. Even CK, I heard that he played a concert in India and the whole place was filled.
Yes. Now,
and they were singing along.
They were singing along, but let me tell you, that is they are closing down stadiums that even the Americans couldn't do.
Yes.
So that's why back home we need to
be organized,
properly organized.
Yes.
We need to put all our thoughts and focus together. It's an opportunity to take over the world, both in music and in structure. So we need to work towards it.
Okay. Let me wish you the very best as you lead the team and you realize the vision that you have set for yourself. My guest has been Pretty Okafor, P-Man President, Pretty of Junior and Pretty. But more than that, he's an accomplished gentleman who sees a bright future for the performing musicians of Nigeria. Thank you very much, Pretty.
Thank you.
Nice
Thank
to see
you for having me.
Nice. Thank you so much. Thank you. Until we have another edition of the program, it's been Timeless Conversations. Have a good time.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Nigeria is a country that God has really blessed for real, but it wasn't like this before. The situation we are passing through now in this country is, I don't know what to say, but I just pray that God should help us. Nobody is free now in the country. Things are happening every day. There's no security. People's life is at risk, and even their properties. We don't know why it shouldn't be like this. But it's only God that we were praying for him to interfere for us.
We don't have the security in the country, and it's giving us problem. Like me now, I have to attend a burial in my village next month. I have been praying over 2 months ago that God secure my going and my fro and my throw to come back. So we are fear. We are even fearing that the Taliban will not take the control of the government in Nigeria.
Actually, the way things are going in this country, I'm not happy personally, because I can see Nigeria with AD is not be like before because of the settlement, and number two, economy, that the way they are using things to us, we are not happy. I wish Nigeria can be able to buckle up, we be one according to what they are saying. I did not see that Nigeria be one again. The settlement is too much. Tribalism. That is why it makes things difficult for this country to us. We are praying to God may God give us the righteous person to rule. Who is the righteous person? So only God can prove it out to us.
The insecurity thing is too much and it's getting more worse each and every day. From the rural areas to the towns to the cities. And most especially at this very particular time that the election is about to take place, people are not secured, things are not moving fine, maybe that's why. So I believe that the government should do more to make sure that they secure life and properties, individually. Each and every Nigerian has the right to live free in any part of the country.
The issue of security for Nigeria today, it become critical. And the solution, not that there's no solution, there is solution, but those that are standing there does not want to bring the solution. How can you say security go like this, then another person come like this? The people that come like this, the security is supposed to attack them. They leave the people that the security is supposed to attack the innocent ones. So my own opinion for concerned issue of security is that let them resolve the security, change the old ones that is there, bring the new ones in.
family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
As far as I'm concerned, I guess it's the lady. The ladies, the sacrifice man. Because, okay, let's assume now, this morning, I have to be in the office by 8:30. So she have woken up before 4 a.m. I'm still sleeping by then. So she sacrificed her time to make dishes for me while coming to the office, you know. And some other things like that I cannot do easily if she's not there. So
well, the relationship is virtually about sacrifice. So, and both parties should be willing to make sacrifices. So there is no law that says the man must sacrifice for the woman or the woman must sacrifice for the man. Even among relationship of the same sex, normal friendship will still involve sacrifice.
I think both the husband and the wife, they make sacrifices for each other. And it is sacrifice that can even make both couples to be in relationship. Because without sacrifice, sometimes one can just say wants to back out. But both parties, they make sacrifice. And I cannot say one make more sacrifice than the other. So it all depends on the area where the sacrifices are being made.
And the reason why I conclude my own that is the man is that the man is the one that be the NG body that is financially, spiritually, and in all aspects of life. He has to provide everything that is necessary to sustain the relationship.
It's a woman that make real sacrifice of marriage. She will be praying that God should sustain our husband, our home, and our children. So men will be looking for the money to please the wife and to pay for the school children. But women will be praying that God should give them life. There will be no death. Men are not, they don't believe on death. But women fear death too much. That's why we are always, if you see the congregation of the church, in the churches now, women are the ones that are much, because they are praying for God's sustaining of their marriages and their homes, on their children, and on their husbands, so that God should sustain them and bless their lives. So men are just looking for money. They don't pray. They don't believe that prayer is the one that sustains life, providing for house, but they depend on their labors. So that is why women are more so sacrifices on relationship.
That's a very, very corny one. Because if I say a guy does, the ladies will be like, no. If I say a lady, the guys will be like, boy, you're a guy. But I would say both of them do sacrifice. But if you were to ask me who sacrificed the more, I would say it is the lady, because in most cases you see her doing more. Let me just, by doing, I believe you understand, doing more, because ladies are more of a multitasker. They know how to multitask, but guys are more like the passive ones. So I guess the lady do sacrifice more in a relationship. Thank you.
The most important and the biggest sacrifice ever is time. Then if you are able to give your time to your partner, you've given the best. Then after time, of course, love and affection follows. But time is actually the most important thing. Then I can give my money, my material things, you understand what I'm saying by material things. So I can share anything with my partner as far as she's worth it.
I will not say man or woman make sacrifices, so it depends. As occasion demands it, the man can make sacrifice. There will also be time for the woman to make sacrifice. And evil among them, if you check within her assemblies, she will make sacrifices for some of her assemblies, some of her female friends. She will equally make sacrifices. Some will make sacrifices for her too. So life is about making sacrifices. God already makes sacrifice for all of us.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
The federal government announced earlier last week that it has approved an accruement allowance of 25,000 Naira per quarter to medical and dental doctors in hospitals, medical centers and clinics in the federal public service. However, NERD's president Emeka Oji said they will be rejecting the offer as it is a paltry sum and does not meet their demands. These are the first hot topic this morning on The Breakfast.
And still talking health, in order to ease the pains in our bodies, especially the back and joints and the muscles, we may not always need to pop pills. We may just need the services of a chiropractor. Today we'll be looking at who a chiropractor is and what services they can give.
We'll be taking a look at the stories that made it to the front pages of some national dailies this morning on Off the Press, with an analyst joining us this morning. Hello, good morning, and welcome to The Breakfast. I am Maureen.
And I am Nyamgul. It's always a pleasure having you join us every weekday morning to enjoy the breakfast with us as it is, even though we cannot give you the tea and bread and the eggs and all that, even if we wanted to.
Oh, but what we're giving is,
we
like
dole
tea,
out,
bread,
we dole out
and
the
even
food
coffee
for the brain, things to think about and maybe improve your lives and all that. Today is Mindset Monday, so we're hoping that your mindset this morning will be so positive that it will affect the people around you, because it's positivity at the end of the day that we need. Positivity comes with the fact that you still have hope that there will be a better tomorrow.
Yes, let's hope that they have hope.
Yeah.
Let's hope that you still have hope. So let's go straight to our very first top trending this morning. Ecowas imposes no-fly zone on Niger Republic and other restrictions in a swift response to military coup in Niger Republic. The Economic Community of West African States has enforced a no-flight zone over the country. The decision was announced on Sunday by Ecowas at an urgent meeting following the increasing tension stirred by the military actors who are attempting to take over in Niger. This significant move, which includes air and land border closure, is seen as a crucial reaction to the recent ascendancy of the junta, which has stirred significant unrest in the country and poses a threat to political stability within the region. The ECOWAS leadership believes that the imposition of a no-flight zone will help curb the junta's influence and hinder any potential allies from providing aerial support, even as leaders of the coup fear that the regional body could stage an imminent military intervention in the capital of the Sahel country. Well, other restrictions imposed by ECOWAS include closure of land and air borders between ECOWAS and Niger, institution of ECOWAS no-fly zone to all commercial flights to and from Niger, suspension of all commercial and financial transactions between ECOWAS member states and Niger, a freeze of all service transactions including energy transactions, a freeze of assets of Niger Republic in all ECOWAS central banks, a freeze of all Niger state and the state enterprise and parastatals in commercial banks. And then suspension of Niger from all financial assistance and transactions with all financial institutions. They also imposed travel bans on the military officials and other families involved in the coup including anyone who accepts to take a position in the military government, policies, and all that has to do with the junta.
Well, I just, when I see this report and when I see reports like this, I just ask myself, why does this keep happening in Africa? And sometimes my answer to myself seems to be the fact that because people are not held accountable or are not accountable to the people that elected them there, this kind of things will keep happening. You see, when military take over in any country, the first thing people do, place sanctions on them, ask them to return the person who has been ousted or something, and nobody seems to ever ask the question, why in the first place was he removed? Did he do well? And if he didn't do well, what is the mechanism for checking our leaders not to have absolute power that they can suppress the people all the time? And all these sanctions, will they work is another question, because they give sanctions, or they place sanctions on Mali, on Burkina Faso, and all those people. Now I don't think those sanctions are even working anymore. So is Niger going to wait it out, or these sanctions will actually make them have a rethink of what they have just done now. People are on the streets rejoicing.
People are on the streets rejoicing. ECOWAS has given the military 7 days ultimatum to reinstate Bazoum, but they are saying they are not yielding, and they are warning against any kind of counteroffensive, any kind of military attempt to, disturb what they are doing in their country. They believe they're on the right path to protecting and preserving what they have as Nigerians. So, military rule is not one to be desired by anyone or any country. But it's unfortunate that it just keeps happening on the continent, and it's also unfortunate that leadership problems have continued. Poverty has continued to be an issue on the continent. And as long as those who are democratically elected are not living up to expectations, they leave room for things like this to happen, which is so sad and so unfortunate.
You'll ask yourself, they say the best form of military government is worse than the worst form of democracy. What has democracy really brought to the table in Africa? Because it's about the people. Democracy is about the people. Government of the people, for the people, by the people. But is that what is really happening in the African democratic setting? Are the people carried along, and in all the scheme of things? Okay, for instance, let's just use the Nigerian experience that, okay, palliatives are going to have 500 billion, and then 70 billion out of the 500 is taken out for 500 people or less. The National Assembly will enjoy that. And the rest of the people, over 200 million, will have to share the remaining 430 billion naira, which they also have acknowledged that they are going to be giving 8,000 to poor households. Who is not poor in Nigeria nowadays?
Who is not poor right now?
So, and then who are you giving 8,000? What will 8,000 do in any household? And the people you're calling poor people, maybe because of the fact that the poor have just themselves and no other assets that will keep them busy, they have more children than the people who are elitist. So you're giving 8,000 to a family of maybe 5 for a month and for 6 months, and after that you're on your own. And then you ask yourself, will this kind of thing stop happening? Because military rule, okay, it is very bad. Okay, and democracy is very good. But how close is democracy to the people more than the military?
How close, and how much is democracy being practiced in the real sense of democracy? Yeah. We've seen court orders being disregarded in democracies in Africa. Yes. We've seen the lack of accountability, which you just alluded to, and which has led to so much poverty. Look at what's happening in Zamfara. What happened in Zamfara?
Look at Adamawa, for instance.
Adamawa, they went there to break the
private warehouses were broken.
Even government warehouse was also broken into, which has led to a curfew there right now.
And what were they taking? Food.
Food.
Just simple food.
And they're crying that they are hungry. And a lot of people, millions of people are hungry. And there is a huge concern that this may spread to other parts of the country if this is not nipped in the bud with active response.
Yeah.
Active response of providing food for the people and measures that would cushion the effects of the removal of fuel subsidy.
But if the fuel subsidy will bring us too much problems, more than the problems we had when the fuel subsidy is still there, will it be so wrong to have a rethink about this fuel subsidy? That was the only thing that didn't have...
Nyamgo, was there even a fuel subsidy in the first place? A lot of things have been unearthed. A lot of things are being unearthed.
Whatever they were doing that was giving us fuel for 200. When it was described
as an organized crime by Peter Obi, some of us and lots of people didn't quite understand to what dimension he was talking about. It wasn't just that people were siphoning it, but was it even in place at all?
But whatever they were doing enabled us buy fuel for less than 200 naira.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So whatever organized crime they had made, now we know, life a little bit easier than it is now. Fuel is selling for 620, and there's a possibility it will go up, which means that was something that cut across all strata of our life in Nigeria. Whether you were poor or rich, everybody was affected.
Yeah.
Now it is removed. Now we know who the rich person is and who the poor person is. And people are hungry. So if it continues like this, you know, my fear is when it happened somewhere in the Arab world, it started in one place and it was almost like every Arab country was affected by this uprising and all that. I do not pray for that kind of a thing to come here. It has started in Niger. In Nigeria, Adamawa is on curfew right now because of the kind of uproar that has come. What if it spreads to other states and then it degenerates into something that we do not want to even imagine?
They never should have removed the subsidy in the first place. What they should have done was to go after those who were criminalizing the whole process. Those who were stealing, who were lying about it, make them account for all the monies they have been given in the name of subsidy and all the oil theft that's taken place. That's what they should have done. And instead of removing subsidy, because how do you not subsidize this sector of the economy? Is there any country that does not subsidize some things for their people?
Education gone, fuel gone, everything, just health. Everything, subsidy and everything is just gone. And then you expect the people to just sit down and watch. Well, I don't know how that is going to play out. I hope that the peace will continue. But right now, President Bola Tinubu has said that the federal government is receiving support and commendation from global communities over the removal of fuel subsidy. Are they here to enjoy with us what this is? And the foreign exchange regime policies also, that he's saying that they are yielding positive results. I don't know the yardstick that they measure the results. Tinubu stated this at a gala award night on Saturday organized by the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation to recognize and honor outstanding civil servants to mark the 2023 Civil Service Week. Represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, President Tinubu appreciated civil servants for their numerous contributions to the economic development of the country and all that. So he's receiving commendation from the outside world. Is he receiving commendation from the Nigerian people who this subsidy removal was supposed to help? And will that fear go away that this fuel subsidy removal will now put money into different pockets, if not the same pockets, because palliatives will be used? And palliatives, whenever we talk palliatives, we remember COVID-19, we remember the palliatives that we've had in Nigeria, and we don't trust the government enough to believe that these things are going to play out the way they're saying it. So I think government should be deliberate about policies that in the immediate will bring succor to the people. Otherwise, let me put ... I'm not
All I know is
that
that from what we can see, from what we are hearing, it's looking like the more we see, the less we understand. Or you know what I mean? Because like, as I said, a lot of things have been unearthed, all right? There are lots of questions begging for answers from the NNPC, from those who are, from some marketers of this oil, the crude, those who, from the politicians that have been in power over the years, from the leaders that have been in power over the years. Lots of questions are begging for answers. It's not what it looks like. You know, it's not as simple as it looks. There's a lot that needs to be done to correct so many things that have gone wrong over the decades in this country. And until there is a political will to go to the bottom of some of the wrongs. Look, we may just be treating symptoms when the real issues are there. To be a waste of time and a vicious circle, which will lead Nigeria to nowhere.
And clamping down on people will not always be the solution. NLC said they were going on strike. Mother of all strikes will start on Wednesday. And the federal government came out and said, you are banned from strike because there's a court action and all that. You want to gag the people. Even if the court will give you that, the courts can give you that, fine. But will it be the solution, just going to the court to get a ban on industrial action?
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense. And they're still insisting. NLC is saying, no matter what you're saying, the court doesn't ban us. We are going on strike. And if it happens, what happens to us?
They're going on strike on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
They're going on strike on Wednesday.
The doctors are already on strike.
The doctors are already on strike. We don't know how far this is going to go. Nigerians are hungry. This is a very peculiar situation. The strike this time may be different from the previous strikes we've seen because there's so much anger, there's so much hunger too, and there's so much frustration. And so how is this going to go? Only God can tell right now, Nyamgo.
I can't see it being peaceful for more than 2 days because people will take advantage. Once people enter the streets, there are others that may not know the real reason why people are demonstrating and the reason that it is supposed to be peaceful demonstration. People might enter the street, take advantage, and
hoodlums will abuse the whole process.
Yeah, and people
cause
who
so
even
much damage, collateral damage.
People who didn't even intend to be hoodlums, who are hungry enough to do to do what is wrong, may enter the street as well. So a statement should be made, and the president being silent about this is not good for me.
We've passed the stage of statement, Nyamgo.
Yes, so
actions. Nigerians are looking for actions that would change the situation.
It starts with
Labour is saying
talk.
we want the price of fuel to go back to what it used to be. As I said, a lot of things have been unearthed. So Labour is even beginning to shift ground from we want 200,000 naira minimum wage to take this fuel price back to what it used to be.
Oh, God have mercy. Well, this is our country. We hope it continues to be peaceful, but we do also really, really hope that the government will show the people some level of integrity, so much so that the trust level will go up. When there is trust, people can be patient enough. They can wait for you knowing that you will deliver. Right now, a lot of people do not have hope, and that is where the danger lies. And everywhere you see, people are saying, just like the former president Obasanjo said, we may be sitting on a keg of gunpowder. So something should be done about this. Whoever is listening to us or watching us right now, who is a policymaker or who has the ear of a policymaker, should say something in the next few days. A statement should be made, and actions, like Maureen said, should start so that people will see and believe that the government has the people at heart. Well, we'll take a short break and return to face what we have on the papers. Stay with us.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
My ID starting salary is 150, and I believe in every company, if they should be paying individual or average Nigerian people to be collecting that such amount of salary, I think it would be beneficial for the citizen.
I would say a typical Nigerian working on a day-to-day job, I would say my salary will be nothing less than 70 to 80,000 naira. Because of my skills, I would say I'm a professional cleaner, though I own a cleaning company, but because of my skills and everything, I would say my salary will be like, if I'm working for someone, it would be like 70 to 80,000.
Presently, our ideal salary is 100,000. My best work experience is a sales consultant, and I love the work presently, and the work is making me to have boldness to talk to people. Like, I've gone to several places that I've never been before. I've talked to people that's not even up to my caliber, and I've mingled a lot with kind of big men.
At least with the recent condition of this our country, if the minimum wage should be between a region of 60,000, at least for a start now, compared to the inflation we are facing now, the cost of living, accommodation and other charges. So at least for a start, 60,000 is not bad.
To me, probably if I say like 180,000 naira is manageable, that's as the way the country is right now. It's better than just sitting at home or for me to being frustrated and misbehaving. So instead of that, so let me just doing it. At least I can see at the end of the day, I won't be able to save anything down. I'll be able to use it to eat. That's all.
If you pay me 1 billion naira, I will not mind. If you pay 1 million a week, I will not mind. But the point remains, we are running an economy that ought to have grown. I don't belong to the class that say a growing economy. We ought to have grown. We are an overfed baby as far as Nigerian economy is concerned. Howbeit, given the society we are in today, some of the boys, I call them boys, at the National and even the State Assembly, earn close to 2-3 million naira a month. So for some of us who've paid our dues, especially in the media, if going by the standard of living in this country today, 1 million naira will not be a bad idea.
My ideal working salary has been from 200 to 400 to get, and that's what I prefer to always get from any company because I'm always a strategist.
All right, welcome back to the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time for Off the Press, and our analyst, Opunabo Nkoteria, political affairs analyst, joining us from River State, is very much around with us. Good morning to you, Opunabo.
Good morning. And good morning, Nigeria.
It's good to have you join us, and we're going straight to the papers and hoping that we can make sense of some of the headlines that we are seeing in the papers. We're beginning with the Guardian newspaper this morning, the Guardian newspaper. And the biggest or the boldest headline there is Economy, Rule of Law, Foreign Policy, Security, Top Agenda for Nominees. Those are the terms of reference, as it were, for the new nominees for the ministerial appointments and all that. From the trajectory that has been set by this government, do you see that being achievable in the nearest future?
I must be honest with you, because we don't have time, I'm very good. I must be honest with you. Of course, these are the normal rhetoric. We had the same thing under Buhari, and what did the education minister say to you? Just 7 years, few months into the end of his tenure, he said, they got into the education ministry, but I must confess I know nothing about it. And this was a man who was at the head of the education ministry for 7 or 8 years. So these are just the normal rhetoric. What else did they discuss? Security, of course, the economy. What else did they discuss? Would they discuss Biden? Would they discuss King Charles? That's what they were going to discuss, because these are the burning issues. The question is not what you're going to discuss. The question is whether we're going to have square pegs and square holes. Whether we are going to ensure that we have the competent people to run, not what you're going to discuss. What you're going to discuss is known. What else are you going to discuss on Community Dialogue? You're not going to discuss on Community Dialogue. You're going to discuss the economy. You're going to ask you questions on if you're made education minister, how are you going to turn around the education ministry? If you're made petroleum minister, what are you going to do about it? You are doing subsidy or not? These are the kind of questions you have.
But now their portfolios are not yet revealed, so being able to make sure that square pegs, being able to ensure that square pegs are put in square holes, I don't know how that can be achieved if the portfolios are not yet defined.
That's the conundrum there, and that's why a lot of people advocated for the portfolios to be attached, so that the questions are going to be specific, and your understanding of what you're expected to do will be ascertained. But unfortunately, no. But again, there's another argument that the president can always regime. In other words, he can always move it from one ministry to another ministry, even after the appointment. That is it. But that, to me, is not a good enough reason not to attack the facility. At least let us have some confidence that you are getting square pegs in square holes and not square pegs in round. Let us have that confidence. But are they bothered about you? They're not bothered about you. Most of these appointments, just like Sani said, the president is embracing serpents with no history of threatening. And those who are playing the Judas, that was Sani, that is the truth. All they are after is how to compensate their political promise, how to compensate all those that assisted them in getting in the but certain names ought not to be there. That's all they're doing. Because when they talk of being a minister, it's not just your performance as a governor or your performance as a former minister. And if you look at most of the performance, a lot of us have this warped understanding of performance. If you like build the whole roads in this world, and if you don't save the human capital development, you are failed.
Okay.
Because even if you build the whole roads, as far as I'm concerned, the roads are built, you're concentrating on them because you're also going to feed or line your own pocket. Why not human capital development?
Okay, well, let's move from that. This screening, I don't know how many Nigerians are going to really spend time to watch it, because from what we're seeing, the grilling that Nigerians would have loved to see on the house of these people on the list may not be. So Nigerians, I'm not sure that I would take my time to watch it. I wish I had reasons to. I really wish I had reasons to. But from what we've seen over the years, it's just take a bow and go. And I mean, we have how many ex-governors there?
That's another annoying
we
thing.
have ex-members of the House there. Are they going to question these ones and grill them?
Take a bow.
Take a bow, take a
bow. And I can tell you, a lot of them would have been rich even before now. I can tell you that.
Okay, so talking about human capital development, there is a smaller headline here. Unemployment concerns as 7 firms lose 624 billion naira to Naira depreciation. Open up, but this is a major concern.
Yes. This is the concern, because talking of the coup, although I've told people we've always had our coups every 4 years, covered up with niceties and complexities. We've always had our coup, because what is a coup? When somebody is imposed on you, that's a coup. So we're talking of loss of jobs, and exactly most important, the loss of hope. Because what keeps you going is hope. These are the problems we have in all the Sahel regions. They're talking of the contiguous countries and so on. And that's why a lot of us have this fear, because when you have these schools all over, it becomes irrational. A lot of us have this fear that what is going to happen. Some people say you don't pray for it. Some people tell you the worst democracy is better than the best military. I mean, that is stupid. I'm very sorry to say. You can't tell me that, because I want to use an example. We have Gaddafi, that was the dictatorship. We had this man in Iraq. That's the dictatorship. But today they are regretting it. So don't come and tell me the worst democracy is better than the best. It's a lie. That's a lie. Once the government is able to meet the demands and needs of the people, that is good. That's all they need. It's not about the government. It's not about the government. It's not about the name, the nomenclature rather. It's all about governance, not the nomenclature. So look at Iraq today. Is it Iraq? Yes. Saddam Hussein. People are weeping. Gaddafi, people are crying. That in Nigeria we have military, we have democratic, civilian regime, and people are dying. So which one will you prefer? Which will you prefer? So the truth about it is that yes, lots of jobs as a result of these policies that are not people-centered, policies that are egocentric, policies that are meant for the few. Now I told you last time, I said what we practice is socialism for the rich and capitalism for the poor. They are not bothered about the masses. You do your things. And that is why you have the loss of jobs, because they come up with all kinds of anti-people policies. No conscience whatsoever. You say, okay, these things we are doing. What are we going to do? You must have procedural obligations. There are what we call the principle. If we do this, let's test run it. If we do this, what is going to be the outcome? Before you go ahead. These are things they do in civilized class. And you come here to tell me, for example, petrol. Is Nigeria petrol is least expensive in Nigeria. How can you tell me that? Do you think at all you're telling me petrol is least expensive in Nigeria? Yes, It's expensive in other areas because it is covered up by other things like national health insurance, covered up by, you abroad, you want to buy a car, all you just do is show proof that you're working and you can pay back. You don't need to stress yourself to get your car. Is that what is happening here? Can you afford to go to, you find our health centers, are they working to start? They're not working. There you just walk in, even if you're dying, you're sure that the nation is going to save that money, and you pay gradually. Is that what is sustainable here? So don't make those comparisons. When you also compare the social welfare. Also compare social welfare.
And
just saying petrol. And we produce the petrol. And now, what are the problems? Have you addressed the problem? For 8 years, you have the Minister for Petroleum, who was Buhari. So when they say a cabal, I get really anger and incensed. Because Buhari was also part of the cabal. Why did I say so? You were the one paying the money for turnaround maintenance. Who were paying? So you were paying money to cabal. Cabal refused. So you are paying the money. You are oiling the cabal. Because you are the one paying. You are the Minister for Petroleum. You approved the payment. And you told us you knew the.
It makes him the head of the cabal, as it is. Yeah, if you are petroleum minister.
So you are the head of that cabal.
Yeah. Okay. Well, talking about human capital development and unemployment and petrol and everything, it brings us to the point where NLC is mobilizing as we speak. Even when the federal government has said that they are banned from strikes, that was the word they used. They are banned from strike because they had a court order that they cannot strike and all that. But NLC is insisting that on Wednesday they are still going on that strike, mother of all strikes, as they're calling it. What are your thoughts?
It is a right to protest far right. You can't circumscribe my right unnecessarily. Why would it come? But you see, I don't have. My dad was a judge, so most times I find it quite difficult. He was the very first black judge in all the But I find it very sad when I see most of these compromised and corrupt judges. Of course, right now I can say Bukashaw also said that his wife was corrupt. Whatever he said, that is it. His wife was corrupt. He said he influenced him. That's it. Of the court of appeal. Now, the truth about it is that my problem is I don't even trust NLC. I don't trust them. I see the NLC as looking for how to also do. I said this is my opportunity. Otherwise, how can you tell me you want to embark on this strike? You know the shenanigans of the government, the antics of the government. You say you want to embark on this strike. They invite you to a meeting. You suspend this strike. When already you would have gone ahead with the strike. While your strike is on, you're negotiating. That's the best way to go about it. Because we all know the antics of the government. While they are trying to negotiate, if they employ what we call the stadium policy, they just hire you. While the strike is going on, or while you're negotiating, they go behind. They go to court. So I'm Christian. That's what they do. We all know that the government can never be sincere. Can never be sincere. So why do you have to strike? Because you are thinking that they are going to invite you and give you envelopes. I'm very sorry, but that's my conviction. The NLC has failed Nigerians completely. I was looking for the NLC of Kokori of those days. Thank you, of Kokori of those days. Those are the kind of ones that, not this butter and bread envelope NLC. What have we done? Look at every day, look at what is going on. Things are getting worse and they call us NLC. They are just there to feather their own pocket. That's as simple as that. So I don't believe in NLC. What will save us is a spontaneous reaction. Something like the NSAS. Like the NSAS. That is what is going to save this country. Not what is being planned. Because the situations, our situation is assuming apocalyptic dimension. We're already there. We're already there. Just like the Obasanjo said. We're already there. They're sitting on the gunpound.
Okay, let's move.
The small thing to ignite it. Even if I light my pipe now, I believe that it might ignite. We're already there. I'm sorry for this country.
Okay, let's move to the next newspaper, Opunabo. Let's move to the Punch newspaper. And the lead headline on the Punch newspaper: Uncover CBN, NNPCL mess. Economists group tell Tinubu's special investigator. Well, the writers there. Tinubu appoints Obaze special investigator, EFCC, police, others to join probe. investigators to go after ex-Buhari appointees, private individuals hiding government funds.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. Did you lose connection
Hello?
at some point? Open up or we can hear you.
Okay, so it seems you can't hear us anymore.
Hello, Openabo. We can hear you. It appears.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can't hear you.
Oh, wow. It appears we're having a bit of technical glitch. We are having a bit of technical glitch with.
Yes, we can hear you.
Analyst.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So we'll take a break and tidy that up and come back. Stay with us.
guys, you're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, like no question. He's a living legend.
No, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire. No.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking...
Welcome back. We're still on Off the Press. We had a little technical glitch, had to take a break to tidy things up. We're back now. Opunabo Nkotaria is still with us. Hello, Opunabo. Can you hear us better now?
Yes, clearly.
All right, so let's go back to that headline on the Punch newspaper that we were taking before we went on that strike.
You want to join NLC to go on strike, right?
I mistakenly said strike. All right, so Uncover CBN, Uncover CBN, NNPCL mess, Economist Group tell Tinubu special investigator. Tinubu appoints Obaze special investigator. EFCC please others to join probe. Investigators to go after Buhari appointees. Private individuals hiding government funds. What's your take on this, Opunabo?
Well, I would be very happy. I'll be pleased to see that the so-called impurities they want to clear will start with. I'm very sorry. We'll start with certificates and all those stuff before we go into NNPC and that's on the light side. But it's a brilliant idea. I'm always in sync with what I would call investigation. If you believe that you're free and you have those skeletons in your cupboard, that's no problem about it. But what I hate is witch hunting, and I think that is the problem with the CBN government. The CBN government is one person that I've never liked because of his disdain for court orders and so. At the point, he arrogated to himself powers he never had, assumed so much, and was quite egoistic. I don't like such characters. But that does not mean that for whatever it is, that anybody should treat him as a common criminal, even when the court has not pronounced him one. Otherwise, I'm so happy what is going on with the CBN government. I'm very frank, very happy. So that they will learn that when you're in office, it's function, and that everybody is equal in the eyes of the law. Now, having said that, talking of NNPC, I have my sincere doubt, because mark my words today, if NNPC is genuinely proved and the white paper is out, the president of the country will be involved. Because he was with Uando and so on. When we are doing all the turnaround maintenance and all this stuff. When we are fleecing our credit dry, the president was fully involved with Uando and other oil business. So I am waiting to see that investigation. That's the most important.
It does appear that
the CBN's own. The CBN's own is because the policies were anti the president. He said it himself. You remember, he said those policies were against him. He said it, not that Okoro said. So he had that, not that hatred and animosity, and eventually he got into power and he felt, well, it came back time. That's the CBN. Although it rubbed off negatively, and the CBN, without governor, as at that time, without the field of function, went on with those policies that said, to hell, you all can die. Now I think that decision. I want the rule of law to take its place, but I pray that he will convict as my prayer for him. Because he started to generate the whole problem we are having with all those ill-applied policies. Yes, he started.
Yeah,
the issue of NNPC, I am waiting to see. Buhari will go to jail.
The unfortunate thing is that NNPC is not part of the terms of reference as it is. It's only
the CBN. This investigator, his assignment is to investigate the CBN. But it is economists. It is economists and groups. Yeah. It's economists and groups that are saying,
they are saying include NNPC.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Oh, it's not. I was wondering. They will not investigate NNPC because they are involved. They will not investigate. From Owando to turn around maintenance to the ones Buhari paid. Buhari was minister for petroleum. He will go to jail because Buhari himself said the fraud in subsidy was so much that the federal government could not continue. That's what Buhari said. Who was in charge? Who was paying the turnaround? That is better that you did than a bit. You call this fraud, yes, you paid. Who was the minister for petroleum? Buhari. So what are we talking about? So Buhari will go to jail. And I'm waiting to see that day that he will be in prison the second time, so that people will learn. So that people will learn. The first one, people were not happy because they felt he was a man of rectitude. Now we come to see. They say the movement slowly, but I gave it as from the start. That Idiagbo was actually the man of rectitude. Not Buhari. Not Buhari. And Tinubu too, they should not bother themselves. Tinubu will not investigate anything. He will not, because they will trace it back to Wando and all those. He will not now. Well, no, they should leave that one. So anything concerning investigation, concerning whether certificate, the petrol, anything, they should just forget it.
Well, Kanu, all right, let's touch a bit on Kanu. Kanu returns to DSS custody after checkup by a personal doctor. We learned that he was allowed to go see his personal doctor, and then we also learned that he has returned to the custody of the DSS. Does this disappoint you, Opunabo? Are you one of those who believe that the first step in bringing peace to the Southeast is to release Nnamdi Kanu, or not?
No. You see, the truth is, you don't stampede the government in such manner. Otherwise, you're going to have pockets. Like now, you see people brandishing guns and so on. Then,
what about the court order? What about the court order that has ordered his release?
The court order, I completely agree. But don't forget, Kanu also jumped bail. And this case is complicated. He jumped bail.
No matter how complicated it is, shouldn't the court orders
that's what I'm saying, more. The point I'm making is this. You know, there are conflicting court orders. That's what you should also understand. And where you have conflicting court orders, of course, the first takes preeminence, no doubt about that. Because they actually they are courts of co-equal jurisdiction. Of course, the first will take. The only court order that should supersede to be a superior court. But that is one. We agree the court has given orders. The country, the DSS must obey. I don't know why that the DG of the DSS, I don't know what to still be there. That man ought to be in jail, right? He ought to be in jail. Therefore, what he did the last time, he ought to be in jail, right? But we all know what is going on. If you talk of Kanu, a man like, I think Imaya, that's their Igbo team. Or Hannes Igbo, something like
that.
Yes, such persons with the obio for nature, if they can hand it over to such persons, because we are actually looking at security situation. If they can hand it over, if for example, you've been admitted to bail the first time, and you jump bail, it will be very difficult for anybody to trust you. Yes, we agree it's court order, but we're also looking at the security. It's very difficult for anybody to trust you. That's why when you keep making those incendiary statements, let us be honest, because you've now become a national threat. You're a threat to the nation. That's why if you're not remorseful, if you're compunctious, yes, people will say, okay, let us see. But if you're not, now they would like to be very difficult. Yes, you're going to argue against that court order, whatever it is, good or bad, you must obey the court order. I completely agree with you. That's why I say it's a little bit complicated. I think it's more of the Igbo leaders sitting down with the federal government to discuss.
Let me digress.
That is the best way to go, so that they can hand them over to either the Obi of Onitsha, for example, or to not a government, forget the government, or to the President General of our nation. I think it's a man right now. Hand them over to such person after reaching certain accommodation. I think that's the best way to resolve it. I think it's more of like mediation than litigation.
Okay. So that we can just wrap up, but we have so many.
Sorry, my brother. In that way, they have also obeyed the court order because they must have released it. Now you understand. Yeah.
Okay, so like I said, we have so many things that we could have discussed, but we need to wrap up. But before that, we'd like your comment on what is happening in Niger. Ecowas has given marching orders to the military junta that has taken over and said that 1 week after that, they are going to take action. And they've placed so many sanctions on Niger and all that. We also saw this like a deja vu. We saw it on Mali, we saw it on Burkina Faso, we saw it on so many other places that have had this kind of things. Now, we also are afraid that there is a possibility that the Arab Spring or anything might be coming to the West African nations right now. We'd like you to comment on the actions of ECOWAS and the actions of the Presidential Guard in Niger.
Toothless bulldog. ECOWAS, toothless bulldog. It will be a splitting illusion to think that they will force those military men out. So, you know those kind of characters, those Nigerians, you know how they do. You know, they don't care, they are prepared to die. I don't know what's coming to Nigeria. Have you been able to contain the ones in Nigeria? They belong to all those Boko Haram and all those. What have you done? Have you been able to contain them? Now you want to go to their own country. Let us see how many of them will go. And they will have support. Once the ECOWAS moves in, of course they have support from other countries. What do we have? We cannot even contain the insurgency in our country. We want to go and a big brother rubbish. Empty big brother without brains and without. What are you going to do? Who are you going to send? Even the Nigerian soldiers are going to send there, we just go there and sleep. The ones you send to Sambisa Forest and Co, you do take care of. You've not solved your problem, you're going to look at another. And would you allow them? If they have a president that is draconian, a president that is selfish, egocentric, why would they kick him out of the They are doing all this so that they will protect themselves. Because they know that they are like that president. And they want to protect themselves. They are not doing it in the interest of democracy, in the interest of the people. They are protecting themselves. Let them go, and I pray they will all be wiped out. Allow them to rule their country. Let them know that they want to do that. You come and rule your own. You've not taken care of your house. You've not removed the log from here. You're seeing the peg in another man's hand. That's what they're trying to do. Not because of you. It's to protect themselves. It has nothing to do with democracy. It is to protect themselves because they are all behaving the same way that that man behaved that they kicked him out. And I pray they will all be kicked out someday. Not the same way.
Open up.
Then you come and tell me the worst Democrat is better than this. You have a mental problem to tell me that nonsense.
Open up, Uncle. Thank you so much for your time. And it's always explosive with you on Off the Press, and we just love you for that. Thank you for your
thank you.
brutal honesty. Thank you for your time. Open up, Kocharia joined us from River State and Off the Press. You're still watching The Breakfast. We'll take a break and come back with our first hot topic. Do stay with us. Grab your cup of coffee or tea because it's getting hotter.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I'm a makeup artist and I started doing makeup because it was the next thing to do. Common sense to find we're struggling. Today I'm going to do the makeup for a bride. I'm going to take you through the process from wearing of the coral beads to the ashoke, and I'm also going to tie her gele. The gele is a head wrap. It's a traditional head wrap worn by women in Nigeria for during occasions or ceremonies. I understand the emotions a bride goes through on her special day. I mean, I've worked years in the wedding industry, and I know that everything culminates into today, the engagement day. My job is to present, is to pack all those emotions and present the bride in a fantastic way. She's coming out, she wants to come out beautiful, but I also want the groom to recognize her. I don't want her parents to think, oh wow, what's this masquerade alighting? From the mix of my eyeshadows to the way that I press pigment onto the lids and apply the lipstick or lip gloss or the blusher, everything is a process that
us our demands, which we gave during the ultimatum that we gave the government. We have been joined by Dr. Caleb Ekuri, President, Association of Resident Doctors, Cross River State. Good morning to you, Dr. Ekuri.
Thank you. Good morning. Actually, the President of Association of Resident Doctors, University of Calabar Teaching Hospital, Calabar, Cross River State. Thank you very much. Okay. Good morning, my host.
Okay. Noted. So, talk to us about this development. Give us what we need to know with the latest development since the strike and this offer that your association is rejecting.
Thank you very much. Actually, on the 26th of July, 2023, the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NAD, commenced its nationwide indefinite strike, following the expiration of our ultimatum that was given to government on the 5th of July, 2023. And we met on the 21st of July, and of course, decided to go on this indefinite strike. And of course, from the 24th to 29th of July, we were here in Lagos, in LASUT, the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, for our statutory National Executive Council meeting, our NEC meeting. So it was at the end of the NEC meeting that we had some observation. And the observation, one of them, of course, let me just try to get people to know the observation, so that we observed the avoidable strike that commenced in Nigeria since the 26th of July, 2023. And we also observed the attempt by women Nigerians to solve the issues. Of course, we also saw the slow wheel of progress by government in implementing our demands, which have taken years and even months while awaiting implementation. Of course, we observed that the circular for one-on-one replacement, which was promised to us since 5th of June, even towards the last days of the previous regime, have not been settled. Our 2023 medical residency training fund, have not been paid up till now, even though it was captured in the 2023 annual budget of Nigeria. We also observed that the arrears of salaries, arrears of consequential adjustment of minimum wage owed to our members, the promotion arrears for our members and the medical officers in several federal and tertiary institutions have not been paid. We also observed the downgrade by the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria of our membership certificates. And then, of course, one of the things we observed was what is our topic this morning, where the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission released a circular, the government has approved 25% quarterly allowance, or what is called a core treatment allowance, and also 25% increase for our basic salary. And of course, we also observed in that meeting about the casualization of doctors in the federal tertiary health institution across the country. And of course, again, we observed the rising state of insecurity, especially in Cross River State and Calabar in particular, where a professor of neurology in the Department of Internal Medicine, University of Calabar Teaching Hospital, was kidnapped from a house and is over 2 weeks now. In fact, it's starting day 18, 17 or day 18, in the hands of her abductors, and they have not released her. And of course, finally, we observed before they also have that in the state tertiary institution, some states are owing doctors up to 24 months salaries, like in PA State. Their salaries are still being owed. And of course, the general issue of brain drain, our severe brain drain, which I've mentioned as non-release of the one-on-one circular. And then, of course, even generally, the hardship Nigerians are going through, following the removal of fuel subsidy and the recent hike in the prices of the premium motor spirit, commonly known as petrol. So that is it. It's just one of the 25%, is just one of those several things that are bothering us and which we have not seen.
Well,
thank you very much.
I don't even know how to begin to fathom.
It's a myriad of problems.
Yes, and then 24 months for doctors to be owed. I'm thinking about when I'm hungry, I don't see clearly. And then someone has to go do operations, someone has to minister. A hungry doctor, I can't just imagine. But now, let's just begin with what we're talking about today mostly. What were you asking for? The government has given you 25% quarterly allowance or something, and a raise, 25% raise in your salary. What is the doctors, or what are the doctors asking for that the government is not giving?
I gave you 8,300.
Yes. Yeah, we were just calculating if it is quarterly.
Is it 8,300 naira?
Oh,
doctor.
But he said 25%, not 25,000.
25%, then there is the 25,000 naira quarterly. Is that what it translates to? 8,300 naira a month?
About that?
Yeah.
So he's asking what exactly is a doc? I remember before the strike you had asked for 550% increment. So he's asking what's the stance now? What are you asking? Is there any shift?
No, well, as Association of Resident Doctors, national body, we, as at the 17th of July 2022, we wrote to government, asking for 200% increase, which of course have now been overtaken by events. When we say 550 and all that, you people need to know that we are not just calling an amount arbitrary. We know what we are talking about because we are only trying to reverse the salary to what it was as at 2014, which was supposed to be reviewed after 5 years, but it has taken 10 years and have not been reviewed. So that we are talking of when you put it, in direct pursuit with the price of fuel, the cost of living, the rising cost of living, taxes and everything in Nigeria, we are only trying to go back to what we were. So as NAD, Association of Resident Doctors, we had asked for 200%, and of course, which have been overtaken by them with the current price increment in fear. And of course, the other allowance they call a cut treatment, like money given for clothes or equipment, is even laughable because we had asked them for several allowances. We even specified what is called specialist allowance, especially for the senior registrars in our institution that are undergoing residency training and other equipment allowance. So to come and give 25,000 Naira and what you have translated to the amount you mentioned for a month is quite laughable.
Well, you doctors have described it as a paltry sum. I don't know if the government is willing to shift ground from the 25% increment in salary and the 25,000 special allocation that they've given to you. But the thing now is that, you see, when two elephants fight, as we know, it is the grass that suffers. The Nigerians who will not have their doctors in hospitals and clinics are the ones that are going to bear the brunt of this. And you, as your association has said, this is indefinite. What are we looking at here? How is this going to pan out? What next? And I ask for the ordinary Nigerian. I ask for Nigerians. Okay, so I'm asking, because the government has said this is what we're going to give, and the doctors are saying we're not accepting it. So it's two elephants fighting, and the grass is suffering. The masses who will not have their doctors in hospitals, in their clinics. What next? What are we looking at? How is it going to pan out? Any ideas?
Well, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
If the patients are the grasses, I want to also say the machines have suffered, and the machine cannot even cut again, or even the cutlass cannot cut those grasses again. We can authoritatively tell you that doctors are dying due to this severe brain drain. People are leaving the country because of this hardship, and even when research was made, it's mainly because of this poor remuneration, and of course the poor working environment that is in this country. So we are left so few, and we are overworked. So you should understand that the grass cutting machine is even more affected than the grass as we're talking to you now. It can no longer cut the grass. So we are doctors, we are suffering, and that's why we are calling on the federal government. And we are also calling on those patients and those people who we are talking about to join hands with us and call on the current federal government of Nigeria, led by Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to do the needful. These things, as we have said repeatedly, can be done. Some of the demands we're asking for can be done within days, within 1 or 2 days. Some of these things can be done. So we are looking for commitment on their side. But like I said earlier, the slow wheel in the progress of implementing our demands is just the issue. So the way forward is for everybody, stakeholders, let's come together and call on this government and put all the pressure. Our traditional ruler, our real fathers, traditional rulers, and everybody, we should come together and put an end to this strike. They are avoidable strike, if you ask me.
You know, when during the last administration, Dr. Chris Ngige was in charge, and we weren't sure if he handled the situation well. There were divergent views with regards to how the situation was handled, especially since he is a doctor himself. And so here we are, a new administration. We're not yet sure who's going to be heading that unit. How disappointed is your association with the way the last administration handled this? And what are you hoping to see with regards to who is going to replace Chris Ngige?
Okay, please, your question again. The network is actually fluctuating. Sorry.
All right.
What are your expectations of this administration? You know, what do you want? Do you not want to see that will be carried over from the last administration? We know who was in charge last administration, and you seem disappointed. What is it that you are expecting from this administration, especially who is going to replace the man in charge that will be listening to you?
That you guys were negotiating in the last administration.
Ngige was the Federal Minister of Labor and Employment, but primarily we are under the Federal Ministry of Health. And we had the minister then, and we also had the Minister of Labor. So what we're expecting from the new administration is that they have hit the ground running, and it's more than 2 months, going to the third month. Of course, we have seen some approval of certain huge sums of money. You know, we saw 70 billion given to the National Assembly, 35 billion to the judiciary, and of course, the initial attempts to give 8,000 per month to poor households, about 12 million of them. We are saying that they didn't wait for the formal, they didn't wait for the formal executive council, National Executive Council to be formed for this approval to be done. These things we are talking about, you know, like the MRTF, the Medical Residency Training Fund, it's already in the Office of the Accountant General. They can approve it. The issue of the secular one-for-one replacement of doctors and nurses that have left, that are in IPs, those things doesn't need them to come. However, for the incoming ministers of labor and productivity and also the Minister of Health, well, when they come, they can only continue. In fact, even if all the demands that we have asked are done today, there are still things that need to be done in our tertiary health institution so that we can give good quality of care and ensure patient safety. So we are.
So should you have waited? Should you have waited? Yeah. So should your association have waited for all of that to be established before going on strike then?
No, we should. Government is a continuum. We should not wait, because even when they came, they did not wait for those ministers who approved the 5 billion naira. We still have a government in place with the structure that they have gotten now. It's enough for them to even do all we are asking for. You know, some of the things don't even involve money, like we used to say. Imagine them just asking the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria to reverse the downgrading of our membership certificate. It doesn't need 1 naira. It only needs will. So in the midst of our strike, we just saw a circular from the National Salaries and Income Wages Commission, okay, bringing out a circular. So who told them to bring out that circular? It's government. They can work. I don't think we should wait for the Federal National Executive Council to be formed. We have a president, we have secretary, chief of staff to the president, and a whole lot. The Accountant General is there. Let them do the needful, and we'll find our way. And when the new ministers come in, we'll continue. If not, we'll keep on waiting endlessly for people to settle down. And like a very dirty water of a flood in the rainy season, I don't think it will settle down in good time before things run out of hand.
Okay, we're wrapping up now. Just finally, if you were to choose the lowest hanging fruits, what will they be? Because government definitely may not solve all the problems that you have enumerated here. There were quite many. So what are the most pressing ones that, even if they cannot solve the other ones in the shortest possible time, they have to do maybe within the next 1 month?
1 month is too far. All our demands are very pressing about state. whether involve the state tertiary health institution or the federal, including the release of our trainer in Calabar, like I told you earlier, who has been in the den of our doctors up till now. They are all pressing demand. That's how some of the government officials or one of them asks us, what can I do? Let them start doing it. Then we sit down. We are on recess from the meeting. The meeting that we went on strike is on recess. That was on the 21st. So we went on recess. We reconvened again and called this strike. We're on recess for that meeting. What have ended is our statutory next meeting. So we are just willing to reconvene anytime they show working. But as at now, nothing really has been done. What was done is not accepted, is rejected. So let them do the needful. With the demands are before their eyes. Let them start, and we will meet to review what they have done. And I can assure you that the welfare of patients, of Nigerians, is really in our heart, and we will not hesitate, to review and possibly come back if they start doing what they should do. And those emphasis, like I said, the issue of brain drain, let them replace doctors. Let that circular for one-on-one replacement be released. Let them, tell the relevant government agency to release that circular, the head of service of the federation. And then, of course, the 2023 MRTF members have borrowed money to go for exams. Let it be paid. Let other issues, the areas we are talking about, these things can be done. Reversal of the downgrading of our membership certificate. And then the states, they can also call on the governors. Well, since we are wrapping up, I want to also commend some governors in Nigeria that have done well. In fact, notably, and I think not too long ago, the government of Benue State, among some other states, about 5-6 of them, have paid this MRTF 2023. The revised version, they paid it, and some of them have approved the commerce salary scale, which we are still struggling. The full one, while others are also not doing well. Okay. So when they do well, we commend them. When they don't do well, we can't commend them, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Caleb Okoro, for your time. And we hope that this is resolved as soon as possible for the sake of the people. For the sake of the people.
Yes, and we are the people. The doctors are the people.
Yeah, you're all part of it. We are all part of it.
All right, doctor. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Caleb. Dr. Caleb Okoro has joined us to take a look at the unfolding drama with the striking doctors, between the striking doctors and the federal government. We'll watch and see how all of that unfolds. Stay with us as we come back with our second hot topic on The Breakfast.
ẹgbẹ́ ilé tí mo ṣe mechanic wà ńbẹ̀ bó ṣe máa ń tú bó ṣe máa ń ṣe mo ohun mi mo ṣe decide pé okay nǹkan tí man ṣe yìí màá try láti máa ṣe mo explain for ọ̀gá mi pé this is what I want to do pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ máa fún mi láyè pé tó bá ti di ìrọ̀lẹ́ màá lọ sí school Parental college fún theory for theoretical aspect so màá lè máa ṣe practical níta ọ̀gá mi dẹ̀ allow mi so tí n bá ti kó níbi iṣẹ́ ní nǹkan bíi 4 so màá lọ sí school so àǹfààní yẹn mo rí pé ó really help mi gan pé àti bí mo ṣe máa approach customer nsìn ó máa yàtọ̀ sí bí mo ṣe wà lọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá mi báwọn ọ̀gá mi ṣe approach customer bí mo ṣe máa approach wọn nsìn there is a difference and the way mo ṣe máa handle iṣẹ́ ìyàtọ̀ wà ń bẹ̀ náà fún àwọn tó máa sọ pé tíyẹn bá ti kàwé pé kò lè dèèyàn tíyẹn bá ti kàwé yẹn kì í ṣe excuse pé èèyàn ò lè make ẹ̀ ẹni tí ó kàwé yẹn ó kù sí ohun gangan fúnra ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ láti make up mind ẹ̀ No, it's not like that.
I see this work as my ladder of progress. I see it as something that if I am serious about it, I'm going to make it in life. I am very proud of this work because it's a work of an idea. It's an idea work. It's a work that you can boast of. Maybe when you fix a car and it's work fine, you are good to go. I see it as a very fantastic job. In the nearest future, I want to be a very great man and how to mingle with people. I like music, I want to be a musician, but at least I need something like handwork to help me, and at the same time I want to have my own mechanical company that I will be in charge, and that's all. My very advice for those that are not in school, go and sit down and think of the kind of vocational work that you can learn that you will gain from. So they have to sit down, think of what to do. If you can't learn handwork, go for something creative, that create something and sell out, do business and make money. Before you know, you make it in life. Instead of roaming around with friends or wasting your time.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Niger, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
I had no desire to study law, none whatsoever. I was more inclined to fine arts. My only ambition, I would say, was to become the chief prosecutor. For me, politicians are a bit too playful. That's what I believe. And since '99, we've seen how much investment in social events, in launching some streets that you just started, and the whole day will be spent on this occasion. British people are generally law-abiding. We are not law-abiding. So another problem of administration is that people don't follow the rules.
Timeless Conversation, showing on Saturdays at 8:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
We're glad to know you're still there and watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. And right now we're going to talk about a medical practice that may not be very familiar, or people may not be very familiar with. In fact, when I saw the name, first of all, I was calling it Chiropractic. But that's not how it is pronounced. It is called chiropractor. We have a chiropractor in the house, and today we're going to do everything from definition to what services this kind of people offer. We're glad to have Dr. Paul Chima in the house. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Dr.
Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I know it's Cairo, which is not the capital of Egypt, but it's Cairo and Proctor together. Now, tell us what a chiropractor is.
Okay. So chiropractors first are health practitioners who detect discomfort in your body and help you fix them. So, for example, if you have shoulder blade issue, you have new issue which is arthritis, or frozen neck, frozen hand, you can't lift your hand, or you have stroke, or you have waist pain. Yeah, they can detect which nerve has the issue, which spinal vertebrae has the issue, and then correct it. So they manipulate bone. They know how to stop one to move the other. So that's just why they are professionals.
And you don't have to pop pills?
No. So I've been practicing for the past 11 years now. I've never told anybody to take pills except it's critical, right? I will ask you, go to your doctor, and then I'll talk to the doctor to tell you what you need to do, and I'll tell you the duration because you're under my own care. So that's.
So how do you go about it? Is it acupuncture? Is it massage?
Yeah, okay, so first of all, there's something we call bone setting, right? You crack and fix the bone, put it in position first, and then massage, work on the nerves. And then after that, you can now do your exercise or go to sleep or relax, take good hot shower, and then...
When you say crack the bones and put it back in order, what do you mean? Because it's scary.
Okay, so we have 206 bones as adults here. If you don't meet a chiropractor in your lifetime, then that means you are only cracking about 50 of your bones if you crack, like, the one you do like this and all that. There are others that are meant to be handled by professionals. That's what bets chiropractors, because we know how to manipulate people, put them in shape, right? So some people have pelvic tilt, some people have scoliosis, lordosis, some people have neck pain, some neck pain, headache, and not because you have neuro issues. It's just because your bones are not aligned and they are compressing on your nerves. So that can give you a lot of discomfort.
You talked about arthritis being part of the things that you handle. So
exactly.
What do you do?
So some arthritis are not from the disc, they're from the back or from your foot. So, but you will not know because some
you feel it on the knee.
Yeah, you feel it on the knee. So your knee takes the pressure, right? Your knee, because you walk, you run and all that, takes the pressure. So that's different from when the pain is coming from your pelvic, or the pelvic controls the whole body, from your brain to your hand. The pelvic control is the center of all. That's where your foundation is. That's where your body balance is. So if anything happens to the pelvic, it's in the part that has more of the pressure and the nerve that is compressed. If it's sciatica, if it's any kind of any part of the neurons, it affects that part of the body more. So for example, if it's on your pelvic and then it is compressing on your L4, it affects your left leg. If it's on your L5, it affects your right leg. That's if it's compressing on your sciatica nerve. But who do not know will go and keep working on your nerve, But that is just a step to what the problem is. The most of it is from your vertebrae. That has to be aligned first. And once that is aligned, then you can...
All right, you said if one does not meet a chiropractor in one's life, that means you've only cracked 50% of your bone. Explain that further.
Not 50%, 50 bones.
50 bones.
That's about 10%.
So explain that to us. So what happens to the others? Are they redundant? Or?
So you will agree with me that most of our mothers who didn't have the opportunity to come over to new life, when I mean city life, right, have some back pain, they complain of waist pain, they have arthritis, they have headache, they have tilted neck, and some of them bend down and all that. Yeah, it's not because their bones are so weak. Yes, that's what the layman will understand. But it's because there's just a tilt, maybe during childbirth, maybe during when you're bending down, carrying children and going to the farm, and there's a tilt. That is normal. So I normally use this as an example. If we drive, we know how it is when your car is misaligned. You can't leave your tire, you can't leave your steering. If you do, to take it to one side. So that's what happens to the body. Except you realign it, it will always give you discomfort. Always give you discomfort. And it's normal, it's called stabilization. So it's like dislocation, but it's partial. And it's only a chiropractor can fix it. Because if you come to me and tell me you have headache, I know. Okay, for example, you say you have what's this normal headache, migraine. I know the nerve, I know the vertebrae that controls that part of the body. And I know what to do. If you say you have pelvic tilt, if you say you wake up in the morning and you have pain, if you say you can't run fast, if you say you can't walk fast, if you say you can't do some things that you normally do because of maybe some pain, once you explain it to me, I know the nerve, the vertebrae, and the reason why you're having that. That's why we are in practice. That's why we are trained. So it's not everybody that has a kind of pain that is supposed to take pills. I'm not saying it's not good, but some is just to correct that.
So how useful, sorry Nyamgo, how useful are these cracks that we do for ourselves? You do this, you do that, you twist your neck, we do that on a normal. How useful are they? Are they harmful in any way? Are they useful to us? Okay. Should we do that more?
Yes, we should, but the thing is, I was telling somebody, there's something we do, there's a way we hold people to crack them. So if, for example, you're cracking L4 and you don't stop L5, you are cracking the boot at the same time. So if the compression is between L4 and L5, that means your disc is suffering, and then the nerves that are on that L4, L5 is suffering. So as a chiropractor, we know how to stop a particular vertebrae to crack this one. Right? So they are just like that. To take this as 1, 2, 3, 4, right? They're just like that. We know how to stop one to fix one so that two will not have issues. So these are things that we do. For example, you crack your neck, those cracks is good because at that time it gives you some moment of relief. But the thing is, as a chiropractor, we know how to stop it so that the essence of it is that compression, because it's compressing on the nerve. That's why each time you find out that people try to do their head like this, or maybe they always do it, it becomes a pattern for them, and subconsciously you do it, not even knowing if people are watching them or not. So the thing is, by the time you meet a chiropractor is trained to know how to stop all the vertebrae, all the joints, to fix that particular problem. So cracking yourself and all those things people do is not bad, but the reason why you should go to a professional is because they know how to not damage or not escalate the problem. They know how to fix that particular problem.
Yeah, you're sounding like you're coming fresh and straight from Igbobi. So tell me, is your work with the bones only with bones that are not broken, or if someone has a broken bone, you can also work on it?
Okay, so it depends on the level of fracture or broken that the person has. So some practitioners, which are the orthopedic surgeons, right, they will tell you that after I fix this bone, go meet a physio or a chiropractor, because they will help you. So what they do is fix that broken bone. So there's a fracture between, right? They fix it, and then you go to a chiropractor to fix the joint. So that would happen when you're already moving. So the place of a chiropractor is there, the place of a physiotherapist is there, and the place of a surgeon is also there. So these are different people who work on bones, who have different things they do for the bone, who help you, in different stage of the accident or whatever it is you're working on. But if there's no fracture, the chiropractor can come in at any time, whether it's you're supposed to go for surgery, whether you're supposed to go for whatever it is. I advise everybody, go to see a chiropractor first.
I must tell you, listening to you, one may easily mistake a chiropractor for a physiotherapist.
Yeah.
Do you often get
and
that
maybe
confusion?
masseuse even.
Yeah, so I suffered that when I started practicing in Nigeria. I studied in China, and when I came down to Nigeria, they were like, okay, I should stay back in China, but I said no. I have people in Nigeria who needs this service as of 2017. So I came back to Nigeria. People mistook me as a physio and as a masseuse. I suffered that for 2-3 years, but because I know what I learned and I know what it will be for people, so it wasn't until 2020 that people started calling direct for a chiropractor. So I got that a lot of time. But the thing is, I had that confidence that one day people will need this in Nigeria.
How popular is it now in Nigeria?
Wow.
Are you many at all?
So there is just few of us in Nigeria who is practicing. Yeah. But when I came down to Nigeria, people there was no chiropractor. If you're a chiropractor, what do you want to do? You want to practice? No. And then I tell them your price, you'll be like, no, I can't pay this. I can only pay this. But right now, it was what
that means it's very expensive to get your services. Is that what you're saying?
It's quite expensive. Reason is because there are people who were supposed to go for surgery that have averted. Right? They were supposed to go for surgery. They've been booked for surgery. I can't count many of them. The last person who didn't listen to me, God forbid, I'm saying this, he died.
Oh.
Because he was not supposed to go for surgery. So the pelvic is the most delicate part of the body. The pelvic is the part of the body that cannot be replaced. So he had a pelvic issue. And I told him, for this problem I'm saying here, you're not supposed to go for surgery. But he said, my family said, my people has contributed and everything. At the end of the day. So what I'm saying is that the reason for chiropractors and the reason for those of us that went and studied it very, very well is because it's like a treasure, right? It adverts a lot of pain, discomfort, sleep, headache, and stroke and all that. So it helps you not spend more time in the hospital, spend your time in drugs, and get your results.
So how do you get prepared to be a chiropractor?
Well, first, just read about anatomy. Read about anatomy and understand anatomy. Once you do that, that's the first things first. I'm a physiotherapist. I studied, that was my first degree. So, but after that, and I was introduced to chiropractic in 2016, I realized that that's the next big thing, and then I went for it. And today, I'm not practicing physio again. I'm strictly into chiropractic.
What length of time does it take from the day a patient comes to you to the day that the results will start showing?
Wow.
Or everything will be done?
So I would say this, yeah. When I started practicing, I was doing 6 sessions. Yeah. But there's something about when something is your purpose and when you have to do that thing. So I reduced to 3 sessions. Now I fix people in 2 sessions. And I'm working.
How long is a session?
1 hour.
1 hour. So in 2 hours, you're fixed?
Yes, you're fixed.
Okay, now let me ask you this critical question a lot of people will want us to ask. You also deal with the nerves.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not related, I'm talking like a layman, but the nerves, people go for Botox to correct breast, to correct the butt. Some people have erectile dysfunctions as well. Those things have to do with the nerves. Do you do that as well?
Okay, so for erectile dysfunction, first of all, is to make everybody understand that every organ in your body, be it your kidney, be it your digestive system, has a nerve that links it from the brain to your pelvic, then to that organ, right? So what chiropractors are taught to do is to understand first, like I said, anatomy. First is what is the link and which vertebrae controls that organ. So the spinal cord is inside the spine, which is your vertebrae. So at each joint, it comes out for your hand, for everything. So when they are doing this surgery, the professional know what neurons not to touch, the blood vessels not to touch, because he knows once he touches it, the person is gone. It's either the person overbleeds and all that. So we also are taught how to. So I know how to.
Doctor, it's just a yes. It's just a yes or no. You want firmer breast, you go to a chiropractor. You can go. You want firmer.
No. If you want firmer breast, don't come to chiropractor.
You want to correct erectile dysfunction.
Yes, come to chiropractor.
You want bigger bumps? Do you go to a chiropractor?
Because all of us, we're just thinking it's nerves and all that. Because so the sagging phase, somebody comes to you and you firm it.
Anything sexual disorder, come to a chiropractor, because if you don't sleep well, you won't function well in any capacity, whether you're taking food, whether sleeping, whether having sex, whether anything.
Even for the elderly men.
Everybody. So as a chiropractor, I don't believe that any age can make you not function well when it comes to sexual.
Market don't come.
yeah, because we are taught how to see. So that's what I was trying to tell people, that when your nerves are compressed, right, it can take you years, but it will.
We wish you had more time to ask more questions.
I think you will have to come back another time.
We have to go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paul Chima, for coming. Chiropractor. That is his profession. I guess a lot of people have not heard about it.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it till like 2 days ago or one day ago. So it's learning. Every day you have the opportunity to learn something, and we've learned today. If we have another opportunity, we'll bring Dr. Chima back to the studio to talk to us. But for now, we have to let him go. So we're so grateful for your coming here today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much for your time. We're supposed to give you the quote of the day. So, do not always have control. We do not always have control over where life brings us, but we can control how we choose to respond to new circumstances. That's according to Leonard L. Kendrick. All right? Thank you for your time today. It's been a beautiful time this Monday on The Breakfast with You. Join us again tomorrow for another episode. I am Maureen.
And I am Nyamgul. Have a wonderful week.
You too.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future.
Good morning, I am Destiny Momo. This is News Brief. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will make a broadcast to the nation today, Monday, July 31, 2023 at 7 p.m. This was contained in a statement signed by Dele Alake, the Special Advisor to the President on Special Duties, Communications and Strategy. Television, radio stations and other electronic media outlets are enjoined to hook up to the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority and Radio Nigeria for the broadcast. Heads of state and government of Ecowas have called for the immediate release and reinstatement of President Mohamed Bazoum as the legitimate head of state and government of the Republic of Niger. In a communique read at the end of the extraordinary summit on socio-political situation in the Republic of Niger by the Commission's President Omar Toure, the leaders rejected any form of purported resignation by President Bazoum and declared him as the only recognized and elected president. In the event, ECOWAS demands are not met within 1 week, the leaders said they would take all necessary measures to restore constitutional order in the Republic.
His Excellency President Mohamed Bazoum remains the legitimate elected president and head of state of the Republic of Niger, recognized by ECOWAS, the African Union, and the international community. In this regard, only official acts of President Bazoum or his duly mandated officials will be recognized by ECOWAS. 2, condemn in the strongest terms the attempted overthrow of constitutional order in Niger and the illegal detention of His Excellency President Mohamed Bazoum, President and Head of State of Niger, as well as members of his family and government. Call for the immediate release and reinstatement of President Mohamed Bazoum as President and Head of State of the Republic of Niger, and for the full restoration of constitutional order in the Republic of Niger. Reject any form of resignation that may purportedly come from His Excellency President Mohamed Bazoum. Consider the illegal detention of President Bazoum as a hostage situation and hold the authors of the attempted coup d'etat solely and fully responsible for the safety and security of His Excellency President Mohamed Bazoum, as well as members of his family and government. In the event the authorities' demands are not met within 1 week, take all measures necessary to restore constitutional order in the Republic of Niger. Such measures may include the use of force. To this effect, the chiefs of defense staff of ECOWAS are to meet immediately.
The summit, hosted by President Bola Tinubu in his capacity as the chairperson of the Ecowas Authority of Heads of States and Government, also agreed to appoint and dispatch a special representative to deliver the demands of the authority. In a closing remark, President Tinubu rejected the coup and interruption of constitutional order in Niger Republic.
I've briefed some of you about the actions that I've taken. I'm prepared to abide by all resolution necessary to respond to this assault and to make sure that our colleague, the President Bazoum, is safe and that democracy is restored in Niger Republic.
Meanwhile, Niger's coup leaders have warned regional and Western powers against military intervention to reinstate the ousted president. The head of the Presidential Guard unit, who has declared himself Niger's new leader, General Abdurrahman Tiani, warned Ecowas and unnamed Western nations against stepping in. Hundreds of coup supporters protested outside the French embassy in Niamey after France stopped aid. Meanwhile, Finland-based member of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Simon Ekpa, has said the agitators of sovereign nation of Biafra will take actions best known to them without attaching them to their leader, Nnamdi Kanu. Ekpa disclosed this in a video shared on his Twitter handle on Sunday, adding that the agitators want the safety of Kanu.
From order, no order from DSS dungeon. The reason for us not taking order anymore from the DSS dungeon is to safeguard our leader. We want our leader to be safe. We want to exonerate our leader from anything that Biafrans will be doing for his own best interest. So any actions that Biafra people will be taking in Biafra land, you don't attach Nnamdi Kanu to it. Any action that Biafrans will be taking in Biafra land for the freedom of Biafra, the freedom of Nnamdi Kanu, and freedom of all prisoners of conscience, you don't bring Nnamdi Kanu to it.
And meanwhile, Enugu State youths have protested against the sit-at-home order being enforced by the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. The development is coming barely 24 hours after Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB leader, ordered an end to the weekly sit-at-home in the southeast. Kanu, in a letter on Friday, had told Simon Ekpa, his self-acclaimed disciple, to desist from calling for further sit-at-homes. He asked Ekpa to make a public announcement to the effect that Monday sit-at-homes are now cancelled. However, in a Twitter post, Ekpa tagged the letter as fake, reacting to the development youths in Enugu took to the streets in support of Kanu's letter.
We are telling the federal government of Nigeria, please, they should release Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally. Let's release him and peace will be restored back to Southeast. So that, and then we also call on the Southeast governors to also come together and also come together to dialogue on how our brother will be out. Sincerely, we are not happy. But the point is this, sit at home can no longer hold. We are not happy about sit at home.
Sam Ekpa, or whatever he's called, he's there overseas. He did not even bother to come to East. He's ordering us to sit at home without nothing. Why? We don't need the sit at home again. If you want us to sit at home, you should come down to East here and join us.
We are calling on other youth who are being used to cause havoc in the state on this sit at home thing. They should stay away from it. No agitation is worth anybody's life. Anything that you're agitating for that has cost life is terror. So in other words, it is our future. If we keep killing ourselves, or because we want to show aggregations, that means we're not getting it right.
The governor of Enugu State has made it clear that Enugu State is against it at home. It's a message that I have sent down to every nook and corner of Enugu State. But as young persons, in as much as our governor have said it, and the leadership of that organization has said he's against it at home, the young persons in Enugu will move from community to community to make sure that we educate our people, tell our parents that the Enugu State is not sitting at home.
The Adamawa State Police Command has confirmed the arrest of 25 persons involved in the activities of stealing food and non-food items in the government warehouses. The police public relations officer, SP Suleiman Ngorjay, said the police and other security personnel is doing everything possible to retrieve the items stolen. He assured residents that the security agencies will obey the order of the state government and will not hesitate to arrest whoever violates the directives. And the party of the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, expressed worry over the activities of the hoodlums. He, however, appealed to the authorities to provide adequate security to their warehouse.
The report reaches the command early hours of today that some hoodlums have gone down to vandalize and loot some government and private warehouses that is located within the state capital. There and then the Commissioner of Police now raised the operational asset of the command and deployed them to go down to the ladder and prevent them from going ahead to vandalize and possibly loot the warehouses. So all of a sudden, that instruction has been carried out, and as I'm talking to you now, 25 male suspects were apprehended and some items that were looted from the warehouses. This is one. Secondly, the command have succeeded in preventing them from going beyond the first warehouse that was attacked. The one belonging to the NEMA was the first one that was attacked, but the command have succeeded in preventing them from attacking the one that is located at Numan Road, belonging to Ministry of Agriculture.
Being looted. They vandalized them. You look at the building, not even through the main gate or main door. They even had to push, destroy the wall to find themselves in. You could see that a lot of items, both food and non-food items, have been carted away. And looking at our vehicles, about how many of our vehicles have been vandalized. Then the main office, which we just came in not quite 2 weeks ago, it has been vandalized. All the items destroyed, some cut it away. And it's a high level of criminality.
Meanwhile, the governor of Adamawa State, Right Honorable Amadu Fintiri, has declared a 24-hour curfew on the state, effective from Sunday, 30th July 2023. Governor Fintiri said the curfew followed the dangerous dimension the activities of hoodlums had assumed across the state capital as they attack people with machetes and breaking into business premises, cutting away property. With the curfew imposed, there will be no movement throughout the state. Right Honorable Fintiri said only those on essential duties with valid identification will be permitted to move around during the period of the curfew. Meanwhile, residents of Adamawa State have applauded the steps taken by the state government by imposing 24 hours curfew following the activities of the hoodlums. They, however, appeal to both federal and state government to take drastic steps in cushioning the hardship faced by its citizens. According to those who spoke to Plus TV News, a curfew will affect businesses within and outside the state. But however, it is the right decision. There is serious compliance of the curfew as Plus TV witnessed the military, police and other security agencies taking charge of the entire state capital.
Security is becoming worse. This is lawlessness. And when in a country whereby you see something happening like this, always state, you know that there is so much hunger in the country and so much hunger in the state. The governor have done the needful by imposing a curfew on people. If not so, by now, people's shop could have been looted to the bastard level. It's unfortunate for this thing to be happening. It's unfortunate. People are starving. People are starving. That's the cause of this. People are really starving. And who knows what will happen next? But we believe that things will be calm.
About the coffee now, it's not good for us. But especially new people that are selling new goods for the road. And people that are coming to buying it, tomorrow they say there is coffee. So we don't know how we can do, but it's good for our safety. But we don't know what government can do about the coffee so that they can feed they lock us too much for house, so that for this situation now, everything is scarce. Even though the money is there, before you go see what you go chop now, wahala. So we need government to take this thing very easy. Make them not suffer us too much.
And I think it's actually going to affect the business, but the life of the citizens are more important than the business. You need to be alive for you to get money. And if you have money in which you don't have security, life does not exist.
Away from Adamawa State, moving into Kaduna, the Nigerian Defense Academy (NDA) has expressed its readiness to consolidate on the gains already achieved by boosting the physical fitness of personnel by investing in and prioritizing golf. The Academy's Commandant Major General John Ochai gave the assurance at the NDA Golf Kati tournament in Kaduna to induct the new and outgoing Grand Patron of the club. Major General John Ochai, who was represented by Deputy Commandant of NDA Air Vice Marshal Sunday Ashake, said the NDA golf game will be given optimum investment and priority to meet up with international standards.
In the military, we work hard, so we tend to use golf as a means of recreation to ensure that after a hard day's work, we come here, relax. The commandant has great plans for golf in the academy while he's taking part of his tenure. Golf will be taken to a different level for the period we're going to be here. If you check the number of steps you take while on a golf course, it's almost equivalent to what you do out there. People have a tendency to underestimate the importance and how effective it is to play golf. But you exercise every part of your body while also interacting with your colleagues. So I will encourage all of us, by the time we are leaving NDA, we intend to double the number of participants who take part in this game. Our intention is to leverage and continue whatever legacies they have left behind. And I assure them that when they come here next time, we will try and improve on whatever they left behind. A culture here for us to celebrate the outgoing for all they have done and encourage the incoming to take us to the next level.
The captain of the club, Group Captain Ibrahim Musa, said no military personnel will succeed without physical training fitness.
Golf is not a lazy man's game as people think. By the time you go around the whole 18 holes, you find out you've covered more distance than some people will even cover jogging. It is a place where you interact, meet people of like minds, meet people high up, people low. How the golf course can interface is it will act as an ad venue for non-personnel to relax after having a strenuous day or going for combat operations, and they come back, they'll be able to sit down and relax properly. So the golf club is actually a very good place for personnel to unwind after they have a stressful day from the rigors of all the security challenges we're having in the country.
And the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NAD, have said the ongoing nationwide strike action embarked upon by its members on Wednesday may continue indefinitely. The association made its stand known in a communique issued on Saturday at the end of its National Executive Council meeting held in Lagos.
Ongoing nationwide total and indefinite strike action until reasonable progress is made by the government to address her demands as contained in the ultimatum issued to the federal government on the 5th of July 2023 to demand the immediate release of the secular on one-for-one replacement of exited clinical workers, as we cannot continue to watch our members lose their lives and break down under the weight of work overload. To call on the governors of Abia State, Kaduna and Enugu State, as well as other states where our members' welfare is neglected, to, as a matter of urgency, look into these challenges in order to resolve them amicably. The NEC again appeals to the federal and state governments to urgently resolve these demands in order to forestall further escalation of the ongoing industrial disharmony in the health sector.
The Federal High Court, sitting in Lagos in a landmark judgment, has ordered the disclosure of the spending details of over 200 billion naira public funds collected by the government of former Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa from the Universal Basic Education Commission, UBEC, fund and allocations from the Federation account. The court ordered the Delta State Governor Sheriff Oborowori to disclose details of budgetary allocations and actual spending by the Okowa government between 2015 and 2019, including specific projects carried out to improve primary education in Delta State and the locations of such projects. Justice Osiago's judgment, dated 17 July, read in part, Serap's application cures so much disinformation in the public space. The request by Serap falls within the categories of records accessible by the public. I'm moving on to other parts of Africa. South Africa's radical leftist opposition party has urged the leaders of China, India and Brazil to boycott the BRICS summit, which holds next month in solidarity with Russia's Vladimir Putin, who will not be attending. Putin's potential visit had posed a diplomatic and legal dilemma for South Africa as he is the target of an international criminal court arrest warrant. At an anniversary rally for the South Africa's third largest party, the Economic Freedom Fighters, leader Julius Malema called on the remaining BRICS leader to also skip the August 22 and 24 summit in a show of support for Putin.
We call on the President of the People's Republic of China, India and Brazil not to come to BRICS summit in solidarity with President Putin. They must say, you touch one of us, you touch all of us. It is Ramaphosa, the coward Ramaphosa, who could not guarantee that we will not arrest Putin. We are Putin and Putin is us, and we will never support imperialism against President Putin. Stand up, South Africa. Make sure that South Africa, you are counted with me. Rise, South Africa. Stand and make sure that our people understand that they need to be counted.
That's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV African Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching and have a good week.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Good people, I greet you. My name is Akitomi Waino, and here is my good old days story. My birthplace is Ibadan. I hail from Ijebu, but I was raised and nurtured by my maternal grandmother in Owode Egba, where I had my primary and secondary education. Call me Omo Yagba, and you won't be far from the truth. But I bet you, the wisdom and knowledge garnered under the tutelage of this our grandparents cannot be bought with money. You grow fast, you learn faster. Growing up in Owode was fun and peaceful. Standard of living was moderate as majority of the people there were mostly petty traders. Our ambitions were really not to be rich overnight. Our ambitions center around academic fulfillment and economic contentment. Growing up, I could not notice any fundamental and remarkable difference between my cousins who were Muslim and those of us who were Christians in the way we were relating with each other. We would eat, play, and do things together. I recall with fond memories the particular incident. One of my grandmother's cousins, Mr. Fasasi Ikumakpai, fondly called Baba Pupa because of his complexion, the go-to person whenever there were issues to be resolved. Baba Pupa, a lanky man with Owu tribal marks, was an enigma, very eloquent and intelligent. He commanded so much respect from all and sundry. At some points, you will assume he was a local chief. One fateful day, a man in the neighborhood came to report to Baba Pupa that his wife just packed out of their matrimonial home. Without asking questions, Baba Pupa sent words to the wife through an emissary. Go back home and promise to see the couple the following day to resolve the matter. The estranged wife not only went back home, she also made peace with the husband, courtesy Baba Pupa. Such were the situation in those days. Before the courts, elders always would wade in and settle disputes, be it domestic or land matters. Where are our elders today? What went wrong? Are those communal methods of settling rifts in those days? Do they still have bearing on our community? A food for thought. Moving to Lagos under the tutelage of my late uncle, he inculcated in us high moral standards. Our house on Shubola Street, Surulere, was not different from a hostel. It was a house that had over 30 children, eating from same pots, from siblings to cousins to nephews, even friends and friends' children, and all sorts of acquaintances. Fighting was prohibited. Participation in church activities was a must for all the children. Everyone had his daily shares, which must be carried out, and it must be done diligently without supervision. NTA 2 Channel 5 then was forbidden in our house because of the station's regular broadcast of foreign movies. Lists will get corrupted with foreign influences. The relationship between us and our immediate neighbors was remarkable. We shared same boundaries with the mosque. The mosque was like our playing ground. I remembered a boy from the mosque had a domestic accident and one of my brothers took him for treatment in our church clinic. When the chief imam of the mosque heard, he was happy. That was how the mosque set up its own clinic. The clinic is still there and even bigger today. Moving to Ogunlano Drive, Mama Lasho, as my mother is fondly called, was equally so accommodating, trusting us enough to believe that all those we introduce as our friends are those of strong and impeccable characters. She will always welcome them with open arms and treat them just like her children too. Such was the environment I grew up in. The lesson of those years was still very much on my mind and have become the bedrock of my relationship with people. Today, mutual suspicion everywhere. How many parents can willingly accommodate close relations, not to talk of acquaintances? And do you blame them? Bad precedences abound, enough to strengthen people's resolve not to be their brother's keeper. Another food for thought. Now I think and reflect. Can we bring back the glories of those good old days? Can we reenact those strong communal strength of those days and eliminate those mutual suspicion? We can do it. It will be our collective wish to make conscious effort to make the difference. It is scary thinking that our children will refer to this current era as good old days. Together, let's change the narrative. Our children desire and deserve a better future, not the good old days. I therefore join sign Shemode Badejo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Fuel subsidy has been a recurring issue in Nigeria for decades, and its recent removal will have impact across various sectors of the economy. One sector that is also susceptible to the effect is the real estate market, which in the next couple of years will be hit with even more potential implications. Now, the effects positively and negatively will manifest in property prices, rental demand, infrastructure development, and overall investor sentiment. It is anticipated that the price of construction supplies, including cement, steel, and other building materials, will increase as a result of the elimination of subsidies. Real estate development projects will become more expensive as a result of this cost increase. It is critical to consider how the Nigerian real estate market might be affected by the removal of the subsidies in 2023 as the government moves towards economic reforms. Welcome to Business Insights on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Welcome back. First off, here is a roundup of major business headlines. The Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) has reiterated its plan to go on a nationwide protest and industrial action from Wednesday, August the 2nd. This follows the recent petrol pump price adjustment to 600 naira per litre by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) and the slow pace of negotiations with the federal government. President of the NLC, Comrade Joe Ajero, said the decision of the NNPC to adjust the petrol pump price to over 600 naira was insensitive and anti-people. He decried that since the agreement in June to set up tripartite committees to address the salient issues from the fuel subsidy removal, the federal government has taken no concrete steps. Meantime, price of petrol may rise further as international market data revealed that the commodity has gained 20%. At the beginning of 2023, Brent crude traded around $78 per barrel. However, last week, the international benchmark hit $83 per barrel. On the other hand, petrol prices started the year at less than $2.50 per gallon. Last week it hit $2.90 per gallon, and analysts said it could reach as much as $3 in the new week. Now, the Nigerian equities market closed negatively as the key market indicator declined by 426.52 basis points amid negative market breadth. The NGX all-share index declined by 0.65%. to close at 65,056.39 basis points as against the 0.31% loss recorded previously to close at 65,482.91 basis points at the end of the last trading session. In Naira terms, the NGX market cap records a 232.10 billion Naira loss. Yet today, the NGX ASI stands at 26.94%. And finally, on business roundoff, if barriers to loan access are completely removed, the standard of living of Nigerians and indeed the economy will improve greatly. Now, this was the position of the managing director of Cairo Lenders, Dr. Sunday Kerobo, at an event to launch their headquarters in Mowe area of Ogun State. Dr. Kerobo said the operations of Cairo is hinged towards reducing the rate of poverty in the land, more especially at a time when Nigerians are reeling under the effect of the fuel subsidy removal.
I used to be a banker before I came into the United States about 23 years ago, and coming back home periodically, I see the poverty-stricken and the way a lot of people are going through difficult time. I felt the need to try to contribute my quotas to the growth of Nigeria economy, and by creating jobs for people and making our products, a loan especially, making it accessible to those individuals the bank will be giving, running around and all those groups.
Now, Dr. Kerobo attributed the challenges in the credit finance industry to operators who unscrupulously try to cut corners by evading laid-down regulations of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Other members of staff who corroborated Dr. Kerobo's views were quick to advise Nigerians to avail themselves of the opportunity to meet the financial gaps as they occur.
To follow the laid-down regulation, then you're gonna get into more problems. When you follow the law is not meant to hurt individual who is following the law. Rather, the law is created to hurt those who are not following the law. There are some simple, basic requirements that we put in place. We deliberately put those things in place after doing some feasibility studies of other organizations on how they run their enterprise. So we came up with policies to ensure that when they come with a basic thing, just the basic thing, we're going to be able to extend the facility to them. And that's what we've been doing.
Yes, the challenges we be having is about repayment. There are some customers who will collect loan. At the end of the day, they are nowhere to be found, which is unavoidable. And some of them, when after collecting, even if you are seeing them for repayment, they start giving excuses. Sometimes we take ourselves to police station, but at the end of the day, we've been able to resolve it.
Now, we've partnered with a company which is called Lydia, whereby we program all these customers. Once we have their BVN, we put their BVN on that portal. It will bring out, to pump out all the account number they have in Nigeria. Wherever there's their repayment day, this platform will automatically take the money from their account.
Welcome back. That was on credit financing. Fuel subsidies significantly affect the cost of construction materials, transportation, and machinery used in the real estate sector. With subsidized fuel prices, the demand for fuel surges, leading to shortages and subsequent price increases. Consequently, transportation costs for construction materials rise, resulting in higher overall construction expenses. The increased cost of construction negatively impact the real estate developers, who may either pass the additional cost to buyers or experience reduced profit margins. I have a real estate expert and public affairs analyst, Mustafa Iwenla, joining me now to discuss further. Well, many thanks for joining me, Mustafa.
Thank you for having me, Justin.
All right, it is indeed our pleasure. Let's just talk about the real estate sector, all that is happening with the fuel subsidy removal. In my intro, I talked about how it has impacted on transportation costs. Specifically, let's talk about the real estate sector. How has it impacted in terms of the costs of construction?
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Justin. Thank you for having me once again. So let's cut to the chase. This is not the first time a particular government has tried to remove fuel subsidy. President Goodluck Jonathan tried it but failed. During the time of Buhari also he tried it but he failed. Finally, on May 29, 2023, this year, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu finally removed fuel subsidy. For me, I think it's a welcome development.
All right.
In all honesty, what I think is a problem is the timing of implementation, and also the fact that there was no proper plans in place before the implementation. I mean, according to the National Orientation Agency, some certain group of people have been benefiting from this fuel subsidy for many years. I tell you, the federal government pays well close to 400 billion monthly on fuel subsidy payment to this certain group of individuals. So for the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to finally say, no, enough is enough. We cannot continue to enrich certain individuals at the expense of well-meaning Nigerians is a welcome development.
Okay.
So my prayer is that such monies is now put to good use in terms of to improve infrastructure, road, in terms of our health sector, education, and other sectors that needs to be improved.
Yes.
Now narrowing it down to real estate, the honest truth is the real estate sector is largely affected with the removal of fuel subsidy, no doubt.
Okay.
Because one of the problems that stakeholders are experiencing right now is that there's a huge increase in terms of building materials.
Okay.
There's a huge increase in terms of affordability of homes. Now, if you drive around, take your time to drive around VI, Ikoyi, and its environs, you will see that there's been a slowdown in terms of construction work. That's due to the sudden removal of fuel subsidy. Now, so what I think should have happened before Mr. President announced or implemented the fuel subsidy regime is that there should have been consultations with relevant stakeholders. Now, when you talk about relevant stakeholders, there should have been consultations with professionals. You cannot wake up one morning and announce that you want to remove fuel subsidy without having any proper plan in place. Now, if the prices of houses go up, it will narrow down, it will trickle down to other household needs, whether you like it or not. In recent times, rental values of properties have doubled all over the places in Nigeria, not just Lagos. But it is mostly affected in Lagos because Lagos is more of a business hub and is a place where a lot of Nigerians stay. Lagos houses over 22 million Nigerian.
Okay.
So, of course, the need for house would increase by the day. Our housing deficits increased in the year 1991. Our housing deficit was 7 million. Now, as of June 2023, our housing deficit is 28 million. The housing deficit tripled up, or not even tripled, quadrupled in the past decades. And that's due to the fact that we already have a lacuna in terms of housing provision, housing supplies. Now, what the removal of fuel subsidy has also done now is to add to that lacuna. There's a huge deficit. A lot of Nigerians are not homeowners. a lot of Nigerians are tenants. And meanwhile, in other climes, a lot of citizens are homeowners than people who rent houses. That's because there's access to loans, there's access to mortgage. Now, aside from the fact that construction materials will go up and has gone up, cement was 4,000 naira some few months back. Now it's close to 5,000. Transportation cost of moving your materials from one point to another has also not just doubled but tripled. That's because, fuel was 180 naira barely in May or whatever, but now it's about almost 700 naira. So the impact is very, very deep. And I think that the government and relevant stakeholders needs to have a roundtable discussion on how to cushion this effect. Distributing 8,000 naira to every family or every household is not the solution. Increasing minimum wage will not give us the long-term solution that we need. Yes, it is a step. In the right direction. It will cushion the effect a little. But overall, there needs to be something more concrete done to cushion this effect, or else it will continue to trickle down in a negative way.
Okay, let's still talk about investors. Now, would you really say that since the removal of the fuel subsidy, that the investors' confidence has actually decreased?
Yeah, so the honest truth is one of the fallout or the aftermath of increasing or removing fuel subsidy is that it has decreased. We have a decrease in investors' confidence. Whether you like it or not, investors who are bringing their money in Forex and want to invest in a Naira economy will definitely have a rethink. Right now, I have investors who were supposed to kickstart projects as at June last month. But right now, we are at the point of either taking that investment to another country or looking for ways to see how we can manage to put it up here such that we can still break even. Because whether you like it or not, the budget we had, such investors had a few months ago, will have doubled or even tripled. So investors' confidence right now is shaky. And that's the honest truth. So if something is not done in a very short time, we will lose investors' confidence totally, and it would affect a lot of sectors in our economy. That's the honest truth. Because the real estate sector is a very vital and a critical sector of this country. It contributes a lot to our gross domestic product. And it's a sector that we cannot continue to shy away from, and it's a sector that we cannot continue to, because when everything happens, the real estate sector is the most affected. And because everybody, whether you like it or not, everybody has a house. Everybody is a landlord. Everybody directly or indirectly deals with real estate. You are either a tenant or you're a landlord. You're either paying rent or you're collecting rent. So it's indirectly or directly affects real estate. And that's a very critical sector of the country that we shouldn't joke with.
Okay, I know you've talked about how the prices of supplies and building materials have increased. So in general now, what do we see as per, I'm sure in my head I'm thinking that affordability has actually reduced. And are people actually buying houses? In the past 3 months since the subsidy removal, how has the effect been as per people are going to buy homes and all?
Okay, so the honest truth is, since the implementation of the removal of fuel subsidy, the purchasing power of people have reduced drastically, and that's the honest truth. In the past 3 months or thereabouts, I don't think that a lot of people have concluded transactions that has to do with sales or purchase of property, because this is something that directly affects people's budget. People live on a certain budget. On a particular month, you have an expectation of your inflow. You have an expectation of your outflow. So this sudden increment in fuel price, as people are yet to adjust or come to terms with, even as a person, to fuel my car before now will cost me about 10,000 naira maximum, or 11,000 naira. And I drive a V6 car. Now to fuel my car is almost about 50,000 naira. So that has also affected my own budget too, because I'm trying to adjust and it's very difficult. So expenses has tripled, inflow is the same. States like Edo State giving 10,000 naira to civil servants and pensioners it is something little, but it will go. It will not go a long way, but it's better than nothing.
Okay, let's talk about maybe urbanization or maybe migration, as it were. My school of thought believes that there'll be a growing preference for people moving towards the urban centers, and it will reduce demand for properties in suburban and rural areas. How does that really work?
Okay, so naturally, people will naturally migrate from the rural areas to the urban centers in a way to search for greener pastures.
Okay.
And this ultimately increases a lot of things in the urban center in terms of the cost of housing is not cheap. The cost of living is not cheap. For you to rent a one-room self-contained now, somewhere in Lekki Phase 1 or thereabout, you might need to have close to $1 million. And such person might not even earn $1 million in 3 months. So that means there has to be a change in how we tend to address to a lot of issues, particularly from the government angle. Everything rises and falls on the government. The government needs to come up with a blueprint of what we need to do going forward.
Okay.
There's a price and fall hike. It has affected the cost of living, cost of houses. The prices of goods and commodities have increased. When you go to market, what you bought yesterday is double or triple of what you bought yesterday. So something has to be done in terms of a framework that will work. Nigeria is not the only country that has removed fuel subsidy.
No.
Angola is the second largest country, largest oil producing country in Africa.
Yeah.
They've also they removed fuel subsidy the same day, the same week. Nigeria removed fuel subsidy.
Yeah.
Nigeria is the 15th largest oil producing country in the world.
Yeah.
So we need to countries that have removed fuel subsidy. How did they survive? We need to learn from how did they. What was the framework? What was the template that they used? How do we learn from them, such that we do not put our people to abject poverty because we want to improve or remove fuel subsidy? Like I said, removing fuel subsidy is a fantastic idea. I love it. Certain people cannot be enriching themselves while other people suffer.
Yeah.
But what plan do you want to put in place? What use do you want to put that funds?
Yes.
400 billion monthly. How do you want to channel that money?
Yes.
Are you going to improve roads? Are you going to improve infrastructure? Are you going to improve school, health? Now, you do not remove fuel subsidy and still increase tuition fees. So you see, the honest truth is there's a lot happening in our political space in the past 2 months. That's the honest truth.
Okay.
And I think that the president of this country, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, needs to have a solid framework on ground before this thing happens.
Okay, we are completely out of time, but just in 30 seconds, I'm sure there have been some positive effect like renewable energies and all that on the real estate. Can you just maybe highlight them quickly?
So the honest truth is, fuel subsidy removal has more harm than good.
Okay.
But the good side of it is that, like I said, such monies can be redirected to other sectors of the country. Yeah, and it will help the larger populace in the long run.
All right, thank you so much, Mustafa.
Thank you for
I would
having
have
me.
to bring you back again to discuss more, maybe specifically what you mentioned in passing, the issue of housing deficits in the country, something that we should actually be looking towards addressing. My guest has been Mustafa Iwenla. He is a real estate expert, and we've been looking at the issue of fuel subsidy removal and how it has affected Nigerians and the property and the real estate sector. Thank you so much for being part of the show.
Thank you for having me.
All right, that's the size of the show for today. Business Insight will return same time on your screen. Many thanks for being a part of the show. I am Justin Akadoni. Bye for now.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Pekin. You have all come to know and love as Brother Direle, Shewere, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking. Because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theatre school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. There's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school. Those kind of things that if you woke up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school. That kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had, but I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength, not to allow your kids to go through that. Road Boy says so. Bless her.
Before Jennifer's Diary, I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing. How I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads for me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was, so I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say, no, go. They will yab you. They will make you not believe in yourself. You just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC, 1,000 Days of Blackberry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go, 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 go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they won't have found people they need. A couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did the third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. And they were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night. And then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours. I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that we left together, please, do you guys really know where exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, one Alaji came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we are not eating, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny, like. So I just summoned courage. I went to meet the Alaji. I said, please, sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said, Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I expect him to be able to explain that? That Duruku, that is what he knows, this place is Duruku. I said, okay, do you know where exactly I'm going to? Or do you know the person that brought me here? He was like, maybe Libya you they go. I said, Libya. I said, I'm not going to Libya. He said, I still say you be Johnny just come. Like, He say, you don't reach here. The only thing now for you make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go say they go come carry you tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, very, very like upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana must go bags, big ones. So she said she was going back to Kanu, that she stays in Kanu. She sells gold and clothes. She speaks Yoruba. So she was explaining to one of the ladies. So that was the first instance where I started hearing information. And I just didn't want to believe. Honestly, I didn't believe at that point that maybe that is what we are in. But what she explained to the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said, she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you. And that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived. But she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her. And eventually that was the person she got married to. And now they are doing like illegal business. She goes there, buys stuff, and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. You cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the 3rd day where we stopped was really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They're calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, we're going to 8 days, we're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And they're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her and pay transit. They pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said, it's either of two things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually say. So that night, they put us in a hillocks. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hillocks. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hillocks. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was so I remembered what the other guy said at the where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere. You're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the hillocks again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the hillocks, and then the guys would sit around the hillocks. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the hillocks again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the hillocks and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even look out for my own self. But I'm asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the weather was, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At the point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, so she knew about this. That was why at a point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. But I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt okay. I know I'm not going to die. I know I know I will go back home, and I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And the hillocks, the speed at which the hillocks was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the hillocks and they didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language, they don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them, and if they come out, the next thing they do is to maybe hit you with something, saying all manner of languages. We didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main hillocks box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold, 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see, everybody here, they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain. And that hurt me so bad. Sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this problem, this business. On getting to Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room, and then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they'll serve like 20 plates down. And then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not. The very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice and like it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it and they were like, no, we need to tell them, it's either they change the way they are doing this food or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it, I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell and then food now has to be a problem. So we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions. Where are we going to? Where are we going to? And all. So I did ask him. I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you are here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? He said a burger is a person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throats from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct, and we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said, doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying. And when you get to wherever you're going to, you have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves. And we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this people that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you people just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine for good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, you now see them begging that, please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first and the ladies would take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that stayed, the smell, it was awful. He was angry. He went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. They can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. And I was just crying, as in, bitter tears. You cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. The head was actually bleeding at that point. And at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything. And I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and they went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what is going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I know the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we were in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they say don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me, even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then. He was like a father to me, said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, you know, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours. You won't be able to breathe. You can practically feel life leaving you. You're sniffing each other's air, and you know, in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. You know, I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wish to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did, seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally, we have gotten to our destination. So, what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me. Because already I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in a connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, me, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there, and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away. But that is very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere. That if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me. Because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. 2 of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason, I'm coming to work for someone. Why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said this. They were searching. Maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. The man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb. Like, he said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend though that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. Then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier the better for you. I bluntly refused, because this is that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya, to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And the first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life. Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the third day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in, and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she knew the work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was, and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said, I would rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Mashe, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. I said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she will be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down. And all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that, that is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her, that she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool, working for them. So you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to live there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls and they run away with them and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in 2. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. So he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But I felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent a year and 8 months in the connection house, and that a year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat hell out of my life. They beat hell, everybody in the house, plus at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time, she was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me, all the girls in the house beat me, so I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart, and this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and, I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about a year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars and all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money I had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was a year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They'll tell you to keep it with them. maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about 1 year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours, that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between, I had fallen sick, like so bad, that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like, you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband. My husband is fighting for you. This, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, sorry, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. We could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I skipped. I don't know how I skipped, but you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all. And up until then, I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well. And eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria. August 28th in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. Though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy getting back to my feet. Like, I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God, and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain, and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
I was pushed to the point that I had to start something not norm. And I'm a big risk taker and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing, and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school. So it's been art all my life for me. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own as an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and we have the shoes here which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates while working. I'm Osa 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
Shimori Badejo holds a first degree in mass communications, master's in communications arts, and a PhD in social psychology, specializing in mass mobilization. He cut his professional teeth at the old Lagos State Broadcasting Corporation, where he worked as a reporter and a news anchor. He later worked with the Guardian group of newspapers as a journalist and writer. In 1991, Shimori joined Magnum Gold Advertising and later moved to two other reputable advertising agencies, working as copywriter and client service manager. He was a pioneer staff of the first financial corporate communications outfit in Nigeria. He established Concrete Communications Limited in 1998, a communications consultancy outfit positioned as communications auditors for corporate organizations and government agencies. It is on record that his professional expertise has sustained a lot of brands introduced into the Nigerian market and are currently leaders in their categories of business. He conceptualized and produced the first MTN-sponsored Yoruba radio program titled Tenin Teni. The program, which ran on 6 popular radio stations in southwest Nigeria for 13 weeks, was nominated for the prestigious Nigeria Media Merit Award under the category of Radio Program of the Year. For many years, he was a part-time lecturer at Wesley University, Ondo, teaching advertising and public relations. He has also been a facilitator in so many fora on communications-related activities. Shimori is a registered member of the Advertising Practitioners Council of Nigeria, APCON, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, NIPR, and a fellow of the Institute of Information Management, Africa. He is also a Knight of Charles Wesley. Let's welcome Shimori Badejo.
Thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure.
It's very nice to have you here. You know, I've always seen you as a man of many parts. I can't say too many parts because I see you are still acquiring more and more. Not too long ago, you got yourself a PhD in, of all things, psychology.
Yeah.
What led to that?
Well, I have a background in communication, and I practice communication. And basically, I just feel that it's a behavioral science. And for you to be able to understand your audience, you really need to go into reasons why they do some things. And then, so that was why the interest in psychology was developed. And not just psychology as a broad one, but social psychology with special emphasis on mass mobilization. And again, because I lecture, I like impacting knowledge. I like marrying the classroom with practice.
theory with practice. So I chose to embark on that so that I can tell my students, this is reality, this is theory. And it has helped out.
Now that you're still practicing
as
a lecturer?
Oh, yes. I'm practicing, and then I'm also a public relations consultant.
Let's talk about public relations.
Yes,
now,
good.
How do you marry it? You're a public relations consultant. You're a very strong person in church. You're a lecturer. In today's PR practice, a great deal of networking, contacts, and all that, sometimes bordering on almost corruption or the old boys syndrome.
Yeah.
We went to school together, so he's the one we're giving the job to. How are you surviving?
Well, let me first say that we have been lucky to have loyal clients.
All right.
Loyal in the sense that we build relationships.
Good.
We practice what we preach. We don't cut corners. We are not marketing here. But I keep telling people that I think the artistic instinct in me, it comes to play in situations like that when people think I don't need money. I walk away with my integrity and my head screwed straight up than to compromise. So in situations where I find myself compromising, I rather walk away.
Okay.
So a lot of people think this guy does not need money. I say, well, I need money, but I still keep my integrity intact. So it has kept us, it has given us loyal customers, loyal clients. We have built brands from the scratch to what we call competitive stage. Okay. And we are enjoying their patronage. We don't want to be the biggest. We just want to add value.
And relevant.
And yes, and that's what we've been doing.
Now, you see, there's this thing about one's background and upbringing in character building.
Yes.
How has your background as the son of a reverend gentleman impacted on who you are today?
Well, it's actually the whole thing. Because I grew up in a home where the fear of God was actually implanted on us. Apart from that, my father, my mother, they were teachers. And then we were like living in a barracks, regimented lifestyle. And then again, my father being a lover of music too. So I had no choice than to just pick up, from there. It's so funny that when I tell people that I had no social life growing up as a child, everything was about the church. And even my plays were church. I recall that we lost a cat and I was conducting a mass.
For the cat?
For the cat.
Wow.
Because that was all I knew.
Yes.
Until we started having some level of freedom. And then we're going out there to see the other side of life. And our inquisitiveness also took the better part of us to see what's happening there. But that background had always drawn us back into conscience, working on our conscience to always do the right thing. So it's a passion for me to serve God. It's a way of life because that was what I grew up to know.
Okay.
So it's not out of the ordinary, all that I do these days to serve God.
Yeah, but some people may have rebelled against that kind of rigid or regimented background.
Yeah.
You chose to stay.
We tried. I tried.
Oh, you tried too?
I tried, but it didn't work.
Oh.
My father, who was, God bless his soul, a disciplinarian.
Tell me about it.
I'd received 114 strokes of the cane as an 11-year-old boy. And
114?
Yes, I counted and I didn't steal. All because I was late for prayers, early morning prayers. So I was stuck. He removed all my clothes and I was beaten naked. My mom could not stand it. She had to walk into her room and she was crying. In those days, mothers would not have a say. She would just keep, So, and what happened, I slept off. He rang the bell for prayers. I was not there. And they were banging on my door. And I had locked from behind.
Oh, no.
And that was the offense.
You actually invited the beating then.
Yes, I locked from. So it was a banging. Neighbors had to come. In fact, they had to climb the ladder to draw my cover clothes before I could wake up. So while they were doing all of that, my father just went into the nearby bush and was just cutting canes. And immediately I came out of it. He said, just come to my room, remove your clothes. And that, as an 11-year-old boy.
What was that like for you?
Well, it got to a point I was dead to pains. I was just lying down there, being beaten, and I was not feeling pains anymore.
By your dad?
By my father. And at some point, and that's what toughened me in life. So there is no challenge. I would say, what other pain can be much more higher than my father asking me to go and bring the cane?
Let's play a bit of psychology now. That experience,
yes.
How did you see it, even as you were growing up? Let's say when you now were, say, 18 or 19.
Well, the only thing I was determined. I told myself, I'm not going to train my children this way.
Okay.
And I could hear the man too also say, he was also saying that the way his father trained him was not the way he would train his children too. So that means I will not be too far from the truth if I also choose not to train my children the way he trained me.
Yes.
And, you know, there is this story of a drunk who had 2 children. One of them became a drunk too, using his father as an example.
As an example, okay.
The other guy never tasted alcohol, using that same father as an example. So
it's a matter of choice.
It's a matter of choice.
Yeah.
And so I chose to take my father as someone who knew that was what he knew best as how to train a child. Spare the rod and spoil the child. And I did not, yes, when I was growing up, I didn't like the idea. But after a while, I give him credit for all that I've become. Sure. Even those tough situations that I found myself, I look back and say, if not for my father, I wouldn't be able to weather this storm.
Yeah.
Because he toughened me. There's no, even when we're growing, we're trying to be rascals. You know,
no, don't say we're trying. We just admit it, own it. We were rascals.
Yes. So, and then I faced, once I look back, I think what challenge could there be? You know, so it toughened me. I saw the positive side of those
the experience.
Yeah, those trainings. That's what I saw.
But there's something else that you got from your father that I found out that you are also passing on to your children.
Yes.
You're a multi-instrumentalist.
Oh, yes.
And you're making sure they are too.
I remember, even it was also not easy.
Yes.
I remember, I think 1974, he was traveling out. He was going to Britain and he was asking everybody, what should I bring back for you? As a secondary school student, and then maybe from 1 or 2. I said, I want a piano. While my brothers were asking for shirt, trousers, and all of that. Yeah. So he actually brought the piano.
Great.
So, and he brought what they call small wood piano tutor as a guide for me to learn. So, and he gave me a deadline. While my brothers and sisters were enjoying their clothes and I was busy studying music. Yes. And it would be, you know, those days parents would serve siesta and all of that.
Exactly.
Those things we don't know what it is these days. So it would be serving the siesta in the room and I would play a key wrongly.
Wake up.
I would just hear that knock from behind. I have told you not to look at the keys while playing. And I was like, is it an offense to ask for this? So even my gift also attracted punishment. You know, but later in life, I started enjoying it because now I'll go to some churches, I found myself valuable, you know, even as much as I try to hide, you know, my gift will actually, expose me. Yeah. And I'm enjoying it. And I discovered that it has also, you know, helped in my literary appreciation. I think so. I just chose that. Okay, fine. My children too. They don't have a choice in this matter.
They don't have a choice.
They really don't have a choice.
So you copied your father?
No, I did not give them a knock. No.
They don't have a choice. You took away their choice.
No. But of course they enjoyed it.
Admit that you took away their choice.
I will tell you why I said they don't have a choice.
Okay.
Yes, it formed their background.
Good.
My first son naturally fell in love with piano.
Yes.
And my second son naturally fell in love with sax.
Uh-huh.
And my daughter with a violin.
I see now.
So at some point, I was not pushing.
Mm-hmm.
They were just trying to, and they had been performing as a group, the three of them, since they were young. So right now, the one that the saxophonists don't even want to touch the saxophone anymore. Boy, he knows it.
Yeah.
He can read the note, and I believe that it will still be useful. For
that
him
time
in
will
future.
come.
So I don't. My daughter reads, all of them. They read note. They play very well, and we blend. And they all play the guitar too.
Oh, good.
So I've left them to now take a decision on what they want to do with it.
With the talent they have developed.
I remember. That was a day my first son when he was in UI. He was a pianist with a youth choir. So he said there was a day he went to play squash. And
squash, which is also picked up from you.
Of course.
We'll come to squash later.
Yeah. So, and one of those choir members saw him play squash. And he knew him as an organist. He saw him playing squash. And this fellow actually wanted to go and start learning taekwondo. So my son now said, "Oh, you're just trying to learn. I have a black belt." And then this person now said, "What is it that you don't know?"
No.
So when he was reporting that to me, I was happy.
Yes.
That, okay, fine. So you have the background.
It's
up to you.
Yes.
Because I also have a black belt in judo.
In judo.
So and all I wanted to do is to harm them for the future.
Good.
Equip them for the future and allow them to now be who they want to be.
You hinted at the future, and that brings to mind something that you started doing, and which we at Plus TV are collaborating with you in further expanding, which is the good old days, the concept of comparing what's happening now with what happened when we were growing up, right? And we'll take a break very soon to talk about, and then come back to talk about what led you to the good old days.
Yeah.
Why the concept? What are the challenges related to it? And what it is bringing forth as a tool of communicating with the society, especially the younger generation.
Okay.
We'll take a break now. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. My guest is Shemori Badejo. We were talking about what led you to that decision to do something about the good old days whilst growing up and related to today, like teaching history to the younger generation.
Yes, actually, let me first say that it was also another passion.
Okay.
And it was a challenge because I was discussing with one of my children. I said, when we did our NYSC, our allowance was 200 Naira per month. And he said it's not possible. He said it can never be possible. That because he was wondering how we were surviving. So I realized that they lack sense of history. Nobody was actually telling them anything. And they felt he never knew who Muritala was. He never knew. They all knew about the second coming of Obasanjo. They never knew anything about. So I now look back and I felt that, look, how are we going to? Our children will lose that sense of history. So you don't blame them if they become aggressive. They grew up when Nigeria was not as good as when we grew up. So they are aggressive. They tend to question and query everything we do with anger. So I just chose to say, okay, fine. Even if history is not allowed in schools anymore, let us see how we can bring snippets of this history so that by the time you tell your story, I tell my story, they can piece it together and be able to say, this man, even if he's lying, this other person cannot be lying, this one cannot be lying, and there is a common ground for them to begin to see what we are talking about. Yes. So, and it is actually, it's effective because now in this age of Google,
yes,
in this age of Google, they are now, you know, once they listen to something, they will want to go and Google
cross-check.
Yes. I remember when one of my guests talked about the Muritala, the assassination of Muritala, and all of them. I recall that one of them called me and said, so did we ever have a head of state that was assassinated in Nigeria? I said, that's a graduate of about 3 years or 4.
Yes.
I said, yes. I said, you can Google it. So it came back to me with information that I even never knew. It was now telling me about how Babangida, Dimka, and one of them were great friends. Maman Vatsa. Yes. How they were great friends, how it's because of their closeness that Danjuma had to ask Babangida to go and foil the coup. You know, he was now giving information about what happened. Now, what led him to that research? It's because of that episode.
Yes.
Now, he was now more educated about that era of Nigerian history.
Yes.
And that encouraged me to want to continue to go on, check the values, check. Someone came and told me about how they were being flogged in school in his days in secondary school for their inability to pay school fees. So one morning he told his dad, I'm not going to school today because, you know, you have not paid my school fees and I don't want to be, you know, receiving canes every morning. Right. And the dad said, no, I'm going to follow you. He got to the school, he went to the principal's office, he said, well, I have come to take this guy's portion of cane this morning. And the principal said, why? He said, because he's a student, he doesn't work. It's my fault. I'm the one that has not paid his school fees. So I'm the one that deserves to be punished, not this boy. I am not begrudging you for your position, for your decision. But please, let me take this stroke of cane on his behalf. And I'll be coming every morning until I pay that school fees. And they said, the principal just said, no, I won't do that. So he exempted the boy from caning every morning. He said, in fact, from that day, they stopped caning them in school, in Elisha Grammar School. So this guy came to tell his story about how his dad used wisdom to change a system, a seemingly faulty system. These days, there's going to be a problem if you beat any child in school.
Big time.
These days, you know. So our fathers had some wisdom of addressing these issues. And we need to bring back those wisdom. We need to let them know that everything is not about protest. Everything is not about, it's about looking at it holistically and finding a way.
It should be a matter of constructive engagement.
So I'm happy that for over a period of time, we've had over 100 guests coming to talk. And I keep telling people, because this is a question I always, you know, I'm always faced with. What is in need for you? Why are you doing this? I said, I'm happy when this message is getting across to who it is getting across to. It is not financially driven. It is just patriotically driven. It is something that I feel that our children need. And then so that maybe it can reawaken. The Englishman said, comparison is odious, but it is the parameter for measuring progress. It's the best known parameter for measuring progress. Because you have to compare two things. You have to compare one era with another one to say, okay, if we started this way and we are here, so how do we move forward? So I think the future there is no future without our past.
Our past,
so
yes.
we need to actually look back. Yorubas say, if we don't know where we are going, we should at least know where we are coming from.
But,
so,
you know, in watching the series, and I've watched quite a few of them, in fact, quite a number, I noticed something.